Welcome to the Australian Open Summer Smash Fortnite Invitational of 2022. My name's Vandy and I'm joined by your casters today, Aussie Antics and Timmy. It's been exactly a year since we all got to work together, guys. It's crazy how time flies, but how are you both doing today?
Time's flown. I thought things had changed, but I think we're still keen for some good Fortnite games here in OCE. We love when the AO comes around. We got the big prize pool, we got big teams, we got exciting games. How you feeling, Timmy?
Yeah, feeling really good. Ready for 6 big action-packed games for today. Looking to see who takes it out.
Sounds good to me, guys. I mean, it's glad to see that the A team has been reunited, but speaking of reminiscing, we've got a recap video prepared to summarize exactly what the Australian Open Fortnite Summer Smash is all about. Enjoy.
Fortnite is everything, you know, it's the construction, it's the adventure in the open map, it can be in the team. I like the graphics as well, you know.
We got a lot of celebrities here.
Guess who it is? Lachlan's still alive with Mr. Fresh Asian.
I'm sort of less competitive on this game, but more like having fun. I'm just enjoying myself in Fortnite.
So I love what AO is doing, kind of combining this massive sporting event with massive gaming event. So it's, you know, it's really cool to kind of see the worlds collide.
Someone stop him. He's playing unstoppable right now. Our crowd, he needs your energy.
Well, I actually played Fortnite. I was not so good. If I would have to give advice from tennis, just fight till the end.
I love the pros advice, and honestly, I will never tire of a French accent. This brings me back, and I'm looking forward to having in-person events again one day. But in the meantime, Timmy, I'm gonna ask for your help in breaking down this next part, as we're gonna get technical. Can you help the audience at home understand how the point scoring system is gonna work for this invitational today?
Yeah, sure thing. So what I can tell you is that we are looking at 32 points for a victory royale. Now, 32 points is a lot to take in. However, when you look down the bottom right of your screen there, you will notice it is 3 points per elim. Now, if you take on a duo and a duo, 2v2 fight, what you're going to notice is that you're going to get 6 points for wiping one team. And when you compare that to the 32 points, you'll notice that you're actually going to get rewarded for some aggressive play. So we're going to be able to see multiple play styles rewarded, something that we haven't seen, quite to this extent, I think. So we're going to see lots of different play styles rewarded, aggressive teams getting points, and also players who play for the end game getting those 32 points for getting that victory royale.
Thank you so much, Timmy, for laying it all out for us in simple layman's speak. But I'm glad to see that the format encourages action in the form of eliminations as well as placement. But let's get this party kick-started by talking about the prize money, the bag itself. We understand the game, Aussie, but we don't know what's at stake. Luckily, I've got you here to let us know exactly what we're playing for today. Oh, well, that's fine. Aussie, we just had a little bit of a disconnection, but I mean, Timmy, do you want to pick this up?
Yeah, sure. I'm actually charity and not charity, so going to the players. That way, we're going to get an awesome, people who've got money going to going to the players, and of course, money going to the charity of their choices, which is a really awesome thing that we've seen brought into AO for the first time, which is really, really exciting. We're going to have $16,000 going to the first place getters, which is a huge amount of money, and of course, that's split between the charity, $8,000 going to the charity, and then $4,000 going to the players. So really interesting format that we've now brought out. And then of course, as we go down the placements, I think we've got top 40 making $800, so $400 to the prize pool, 400 to the charity, and then 400 to both players. So it's going to be a really interesting day of Fortnite here, Vandy.
Sounds good, Timmy. Thank you so much for covering that while Aussie had disconnected. Welcome back, by the way. And $100,000 on the line feels like a lot of money, plus that charitable donation, as you mentioned. I love the way that we've seen the prize breakdown kind of just reward the best of both worlds. The players get something to take away, plus the charity of their choice. I can't wait to see who's going to be crowned our winner. But before we start the day off, I've got some entertainment for those of you watching along at home who want the real Australian Open experience. Be sure to check out Fortnite's Lands Down Under creative exhibition in-game, where you can take a walk through the Australian Open trophy area, get your picture taken, and enjoy the sunny courtside vibes. I actually had to double check that this wasn't the Australian Open at first because of how good the replica was. The details were so good, guys.
I mean, it was incredible. I jumped into it on stream. I gave it a try. I looked around. It did make me a little bit sad. Like you said, hopefully we can have in-person events coming back. We had that teaser trailer just then. I can hear my voice in it. I missed LAN events, but this kind of brought me back a little bit. So it was a happy sad.
A happy sad indeed, but don't worry, at least we've got some kind of event, even if it's online. I mean, I love, again, that we were all reunited, even if it had to be in the online form. But yeah, guys, go ahead and check it out. The Fortnite's Lands Down Under creative before it gets yanked. And I guess it's that time now where we talk about our teams. I mean, you guys have both pulled out a few names for us to talk about, and these are the teams that we want the audience at home to keep an eye out for. Timmy, can you please get us started and let us know more about these teams?
Yeah, for sure. So I'm going to actually start with the number 5 team. We're going to have a look at Jinx and Worthy. The reason I wanted to have a chat about these guys is because of how consistent they've been in these stacked lobbies that we've seen them play. So we've seen them place second and first in 2 of the round 2 cash cups that they've made this season. That kind of consistency, I think, is really important to note when we get into these more stacked lobbies like what we've got today, Aussie.
Yeah, I mean, they really are good in the stack lobbies. They have countless amount of FNCS wins under their belt. When you can't count how many FNCSs a team has won, you know they have experience. So coming into these set lobbies, that's where they're definitely going to perform best as well. We've seen them place top 2 in 3 of our set lobby duos tournaments so far. So they have that experience. And again, you just take someone like Worthy who has just inhuman aim, and they're just going to dominate every single time in this current meta. So I'm excited to see how they go.
Yeah, definitely. Now, moving on to someone else on our list there, one player or one team that I wanted to talk about with you, Aussie, was actually Muzma and Reckless. Now, the reason I wanted to touch on these guys is because I think they might be one of the better fighting teams on the region. And when we look at that points distribution, we're going to see, as I said, it's a lot more catering to aggressive playstyles. And Muzma and Reckless, I think, are probably one of the more aggressive teams out there. Muzma, in particular, in this meta, really, really good fighter, obviously on controller, so that SMG and the confidence rewards that you get from playing with that SMG, I think will come in big for him today.
Yeah, I think it'll definitely come in big. They've already alpha their drop spot up against as well. I think they were going up against Sorif and Looter at some point. So if you can alpha your drop spot from a team that is that incredible, you know you have the fighting capability. So that is one I have an eye on as well. We've got Fresh and Nubatoon next up. I mean, Fresh and Nubatoon both have taken quite an extended break at the moment. Of course, AO, the big prize money, the big games, it always brings them back in. I'm so excited to see how they go. I mean, even when they're playing all the time, Fresh is practicing, they're still a wild card team. They can come out and do some crazy things. And we just talked about the meta, you know, SMG and AI heavy. It's very aim intensive, and Fresh has been playing this game for a very long time, always been very, very well known for that insane clinical aim. So if he can pull that out here and maybe they get their hands on some Spider-Man to kind of help them get across the zone a bit easier, they could be one to look out for up there. I mean, either way, they're going to be fun. I want to see how Fresh is still shaping up. I know that people at home want to see how Fresh is doing. It's going to be exciting.
Yeah, it is. And then, of course, we've got number 2 there. We've got the new Loot Boy pickups.
Ooh,
we've got Suns and we've got Vortex. I don't think we need to go into too much depth about why we've got these guys up there. Of course, we've been picked up to Loot Boy and going to EU for a reason. Vortex, known as one of the best aimers in the region, and Suns, probably one of the best fighting IGLs in the region as well. So seeing these two team up, it's going to be a real good primer to see how they're going to go on FNCS here, Aussie.
Yeah, I mean, we've had a few exports go overseas, right? We've had Muzz, Looter, and Speedy go over to NA. We had Papi's trio back in the day, Jarlin and Zora. We've had a lot of guys perform on NA. How are they going to go on EU, and how can they build their confidence? If they're going to want to perform on EU, they need to do well today. They're going to need this to be a jumping platform to then say, hey, we're a big team, we know what we're doing, and we can play with the best. Because if you can play with the best, you can play here today as well. This is going to be very, very exciting to see how they go, but their fighting capability, we've talked about it, 3 points per elim. This format is crazy for the elims, and if they can get them up there, they will be able to stack up the points. And then our last team, Volks and Daneth. And this is an interesting one because I was surprised when this team formed, Timmy. I mean, Volks and Daneth being put together, two phenomenal players, both insane, but I didn't really know how they were going to gel together, but they've been playing really well so far this season.
Yeah, they have. Volks, of course, known to be one of the best fraggers in the region. And then Daneth's one of those really, really good support players. We saw him, Jinx, and Worthy team up for the last FNCS. Now, the reason he's been such a good pickup for Volks is because he can do it all. He's very similar to Suns or Sorif in that effect, where he can probably IGL at a really high level, but then he can also frag, tarp, do all those extra things at a really high level as well, which makes him, I think, a perfect fit for Volks, because if they want to be aggressive and play towards Volks' fighting tendencies, they can do that at a high level. But he's also got that kind of calm head, really, really good mentality that can help them also sort of focus on those placement points. So really good sort of, riding between the two worlds, which is really, really important here when we've got a scoring format that supports both kind of play styles.
Yeah, and I think I've been talking to Volks and Daneth a little bit as well. I've been playing some games with Daneth. They've kind of just started incorporating the Spider-Man mythics into their gameplay as well. At Shifty Shafts, sometimes you don't always get them because the 3 spawns that you have at the trees just to the north sometimes get taken, but they said they're pretty confident they're going to get their hands on them today, and they have been practicing with them. So that's going to be a huge, huge key to their success today if they can get their hands on them. But either way, it is a very, very scary duo. And these are just 5 of the teams that we have picked out to look for. There are so many. This really is the best of the best in OC going against it. And we got some fun ones in there as well. I saw Muselk was playing with chances. I know I sent Muselk a DM and saw how that was going to go. He said, look, we're going to go for memes. We're going to try and have some fun. So I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see.
Yeah, there's a lot of different teams to keep an eye out for. As you said, Luda and Sorif, the new power pickups, are going to be a really interesting look as well. There's going to be some good teams to keep an eye out for. Lots of good talent coming in, and also some people who haven't played in a wee while coming back. So lots of different people to keep an eye out for lots of different reasons, which makes AO so exciting.
I mean, that's always what it's about. Best of the best in OCE. I mean, we've kind of pointed out some few ones. Any teams or names you're looking out for, Vandy?
Well, I mean, that was a fantastic summary for one who we should be following along with as the day progresses, but also a great summary of some of the newer faces that we might not have seen versus some of the older faces that we know. But I'm curious though, guys, because you've touched on Jinx and Worthy so much. Why have they been so dominant in their past performances? What's the secret sauce behind this duo?
I mean, Jinx and Worthy, again, it's that experience, is knowing how each other plays, playing each other's strengths, and I think it's the mental game. It's the fact that they don't crack under pressure. They've been in so many FNCS Grand Finals, either ahead or behind. They've always kept it together. They've always pulled through, and so far they've placed top 2 in both the round 2 cash cups we've seen so far. The only one they didn't place top 2, and they didn't make it all. So we know that opens might be a bit of an issue for them, but these aren't open lobbies. These are stacked set lobbies, and that is where they perform best.
Well, I'm glad that you mentioned that. And so Fresh and Nubatoon, of course, names that we know very, very well, but you mentioned that they hadn't been playing much competitively. Do you actually find that this is a disadvantage compared to the others, being a stacked lobby and all, like you just said, Ozzy?
Yeah, it's hard coming back into it as well because they haven't played for a while, so set lobbies are always going to kind of compound the issues. If you don't really, if you're not 100% up onto the meta on how to rotate, should you be going for height in second zone or third zone, or how should you be playing certain weapon builds, that's usually going to become even worse in set lobbies because you're against the best of the best, and if you make a mistake and you go down early, you can't just re-queue up into another game. You're going to have to wait, but at the same time, that gives you maybe that 20 minutes to go watch the games, jump onto the official cast, and kind of see how other players are doing it. But Fresh and Nubatoon have been around for a long time. Like, they have been at the top of their game for season upon season. So even though they're coming back after a bit of a break, I still think they'll be able to stack up.
All right, guys. I mean, now for Timmy, this one's for you. I want to hear your top level predictions just for this upcoming match. It is, of course, just match 1. I'm not expecting you to predict the winner, but I want to see, how do you think this one's going to play out?
I'm not too sure exactly how it's going to play out, but one thing I can tell you is that I think Game 1 is actually the most important part of any tournament. The reason being, it sets the tone for every single team in the lobby. So if you have a really good Game 1, you have the confidence going into Game 2, but your game plan works and that you can go in there with the confidence knowing that. If you go into Game 1 and you have a bad game, you're kind of thinking, hey, what do we need to change up? What was going wrong in Game 1? And for some people, that can be good, but for some others, they can lose the confidence in themselves. So I think it's really important that you get out there and you have a good Game 1. And people I'd expect to see a good Game 1 from are the people who are experienced, who aren't nervous in these scenarios. So I'm looking for people, like I said before, for Jinx and Worthy, Vortex and Suns, some of those bigger names that we're expecting to see come out on top at the end of the day. Of course, other people like Luda and Sorif. Those are the kind of players I'd expect to see out on top by the end of Game 1. How about you, Ozzy?
I mean, I'm feeling the same, honestly. I really am. I mean, we've got 6 set lobby games, but the pressure's on. Who's going to handle the pressure? This is big prize money for OC. We're talking about cash cups, we're talking about all that, but this is close to an FNCS grand final, and half is going to charity, but that's $50,000 up for the grabs in 6 games. So who's going to handle the pressure? Can it be some of these newer teams? I mean, we talked about how Muzma's taken a bit of a break and come back, and he's still dominating tier 1 teams at his drop. So you really can't count out anyone when it comes to these tournaments.
No, you're right, and especially with this meta, you're going to see a lot of players come back who have a lot of natural talent, natural aim talent, going to come back here and they're going to do well. And the reason being is because this season sort of plays towards that natural aim talent you see. You spoke about it before, when you got someone like Worthy, who's as talented at aiming as he is, they're the ones that are going to make a huge impact on this game.
It's pretty interesting as well, though, guys. I mean, with the nature of the competition as well, I mean, how much do you think that eliminations will factor into this? Because, Timmy, you kind of discussed already and touched on it. It's not just eliminations, it's also the placement. It's finding that, like, sweet spot. But do you think aggression will be rewarded in a meta like this?
Yeah, I think it will be. I think aggression will be extremely rewarded. 3 points per kill when you've got a 32-point victory royale is going to be extremely rewarding. We've seen it in other tournaments like this as well. The round 2 cash cups for this season, they have a similar scoring system, if not the same. I can't quite remember off the top of my head if they're the same or if they're just similar. But we see a lot of these players who go out and they get 8 elims a game or 10 elims a game. Those are the guys that are making really big impacts across the entire tournament. So I think we're going to see a huge reward for the people who go out there, who are confident, and who are happy to take a fight or two going into late game or before late game.
I mean, again, it just comes down to the nature of how the players play today. I mean, none of us, we can only kind of really lay out our predictions and how we're going. But yeah, I'm not really sure. Ozzy, any other thoughts? All right. Well, guys, we're just going to be jumping to a quick 5-minute break. As you can kind of see, we're a little bit delayed in terms of like our production and how we're coming through. So just give us 5 minutes. We'll jump to a quick break. We'll iron out these production issues and we'll be right back. So don't go anywhere. Thank you so much, guys, for your patience. Match number 1 is underway, so without further ado, I'm going to be handing over to your casters for the day, Aussie Antics and Coach Timmy.
Hello guys, welcome back. I apologize for the technical difficulties there, whatever was going on. I think you guys could see me, hear me, whatever. We're into games, we're underway right now. We're going to be jumping in, and I guarantee nothing else is going to go wrong now. We're going to manifest it. How are we feeling for the games, Timmy?
Yeah, feeling good, looking good. We can already see we've had a few people go down off spawn. Now, I'm hearing we've lost Fresh off spawn, unfortunately, and it seems like if anyone's following the OC competitive scene on Twitter, you might know that there's a bit of fight for greasy groves going on between the current FNCS champ Tui and Alec, but apparently Tui's disengaged from there, so there's no fighting happening there. But we have lost Fresh, which is an important point to note.
We've lost Fresh, but here with Tui and Apolox. Now, this is an interesting team, right? Because Tui, again, like you said, reigning FNCS champion, being known as one of the most experienced and best IGLs in the region for quite a while now, pairing up with Apolox. What do you think about this team? We didn't talk too much about him, Timmy.
Yeah, no, Tui and Apolox is a good team. Apolox, we've sort of known for a wee while how dangerous this guy can be, but it's only now that he's been given a chance with an absolute tier 1 IGL, and Tui, we don't really know how these guys are going to go until we sort of see how Apolox can do in these big sort of high leverage scenarios.
Yeah, and they've got Remy's team off to the kind of west there a little bit. We've got Rel and Bathan in the distance. It's going to be interesting setup. So we have Radius and Sync. Now, this is a team I'm very excited to see. They've been dropping Tilted Towers since before Tilted Towers was even in the game. They were setting up in that mid-map location, and now since it has dropped, they have been going there and looking like they've got a good loadout to show for it. And this I'm very surprised about as well, to me. They have Spider-Man. So Tilted doesn't actually have any Spider-Man mythics added. I'm guessing they're rotating to the south and getting the ones between them and Greasy. But either way, that now means they have the loot of pretty much the biggest and most loot dense POI on the map, and they're also getting the Spider-Man mythic. That's a recipe for success.
It sure is. And these guys, you know, Sync, one of the most experienced IGLs we've got in the region. They're in a nice surge spot here, sitting on top of rocky reels here. Got lots of sight lines. You'd expect to see that from Sync. Probably one of the best Surge IGLs we have in the region. And then Radius, of course, everyone knows about his mechanics and his aim and how good he can be when put into those scenarios. So seeing them here boxed up next to Brax and Matthew, another one of those underrated teams we might see do pretty decent today. All sorts of teams to look out for, Aussie. You know, we only talked about 5 teams in the opening there, but there are so many more of these top quality teams that deserve a good chat, and I'm sure we'll talk about them as the day goes on.
Oh, we definitely will. And here's one of them as well. Power's newest signings. I should say newest. Luda obviously being re-signed, back signed up again, and Sorov there as well. And this team I got high hopes for. Only 98 above at the moment. It looks like they do have 2 Spider-Mans in the back pocket. And you can hear us kind of talk about that a lot. We're going to put a lot of emphasis on this new Spider-Man mythic. And if you don't follow Fortnite a lot or Fortnite competitive, this is the power weapon right now, or the power item. It spawns in with 80 uses. That is 80 different web shots that you can shoot off that can help you rotate. And you won't take fall damage either, and really good shots from Luda. So it allows them to rotate, kind of get their surge, and now rotate again. You can play the edge of the map. It just pretty much gives you so much more room for mobility to go where you need to go and then rotate late or rotate early, as Apolox and Tui both fall on the feed, Timmy.
I'm not too sure if you saw that, but it looks like Muselk has taken down the FNCS champ Tui. I'm not too sure how that's happened.
No,
but that might be something we might want to revisit in the highlights if possible.
I need a replay of that. I need a replay of that.
Taking down the FNCS champ Tui. What a start to his tournament.
I think it must have been just from a third-party spray situation, based on where we saw Tui in the roof of this kind of barn area of the Butter Barn. And we have Muselk and Chances in the distance. I'm guessing they've sprayed in. I don't want to try to give Tui excuses, though, and I want to be able to give Muselk full credit for that one. Just absolutely beaming the shots in there, but we need to see a replay later. And if we show that, I don't think Tui's going to live it down. But Muselk, I messaged him, was like, hey, man, who are you playing with? He said, Chance. I'm like, so what's the plan? He's like, we're going to do memes. Apparently not. Muselk is out for blood.
Yeah, that's right. And unfortunately, we've seen it looks like Muselk was getting pushed there. As we jump into another scenario here, we see Tekmar going down to a bit of a third party here with Repulse, Cynical, and Rivley all sort of in this big group here. Repulse taking a big beam there. Another one of our top quality teams to look for on the left there as well. Pumpkin and Zorka. We've got a really good collection of teams here sitting right on the edge of zone.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting spot here on the edge. I'm see how they play this one in. I'm guessing one of them is going to need some surge here. This is a very aggressive fight from either of these teams. I think maybe one or both of them need surge. Otherwise, I couldn't see why they're taking this fight. And there's Muselk, and he has his 181 surge, and he has one elimination in the book, and there's a big elimination onto the FNCS champion. And, I mean, Muselk got the loadout, too. He's got the legendary strike shotgun, and he's also got the sniper rifle, not being utilized too much in competitive play. Maybe that is what was used to take out Tui. Again, a lot of these comp players not used to dealing with a Spider-Man because, the sniper, because most people are choosing to carry the Spider-Man or 3 med slots over that. But either way, hilarious start, and I know we're going to get the replay of that. Also rocking the new skin from the item shop, liking that.
Yeah, looking good. We see Fax and Elusive rotating away from Muselk and Chances, knowing that if they were to take that fight, Muselk would be the one to come and take them down. We see here we've got High Ground King, which is Forbes and Squeaks. Over here by Rocky Reels, we've got Bailey and Alex. This is another really, really good new team that we haven't spoken about a huge amount. Sitting on edge of Rocky Reels here. They've done really well in the past couple Cash Cups as well. Another big team or young team to keep an eye on. Really aggressive players. Everyone knows Alex's reputation to be a really, really good frag. And of course, Bailey on controller sort of has a similar reputation in this current meta. You see him there, no shotgun in his inventory, got the MK, got the Stinger, 6 peppers. It's a really, really good loadout here for Bailey.
Yeah, again, Alex comes back, plays competitive in his first FNCS, managed to win alongside Tui. A lot of people thought we're going to see the dynamic duo of Alex and Tui, but they chose to go their separate ways, and so far it seems to be a good decision from Alex. Him and Bailey are playing very, very well, and here we are tuning in with our Loot Boy duo. This is the first time I've got to watch this duo play since announcing their signing to Loot Boy this morning, and it seems so odd to see a Loot Boy team in an OCE lobby, but I love it. I'm totally here for it, and Vortex and Sons are ones to look out for today. They're 162 above. They've got their 6 splashes, and again, we're going to see a lot of splashes in the game at the moment. If you guys didn't see, we did have Fortnite on their official socials announced that we've had the Guzzle Juice just temporarily vaulted in the competitive game modes, which means that splashes are going to be a lot more prevalent from those coolers. So if you have people dropping any of the Chonka Speedways or any of the jobs that have a lot of those coolers, you're expecting to see a lot of splashes in the lobby as Riv and Repulse get their second elimination of the game here.
Yeah, Rivley taking down Cynical there. Cynical, one of the more younger, up-and-coming control players on the region. Keep an eye out for him. He's a really, really good frag. We've got a lot of those in OC. Lots of really good fraggers. But Loot Boy Vortex and his teammate Sons here. Beautiful positioning. Look at them there on the mini-map there, Aussie. They're not going to have to move a meter to find themselves in 4th zone, as they are based up beautifully center zone. And I think we also saw the fact that they were quite comfortably above surge, make it really easy for that next rotation for them. Get a nice overview here of the current zone. We see 4th zone about to pull. Goes relatively central. That's beautiful.
That is
for
fantastic.
Suns and Vortex, right in the middle of 4th. They're going to be able to make any rotation to any zone, to any next zone for half and half relatively easy.
Yeah, with those Spider-Man, you can, from center of 4th, you can easily make it to any 5th zone here. A lot of players getting this one. We see Bola and Spraz here try and take some shots from the distance. Again, a new addition, what I've seen from the spectator mode. In case you guys are curious as well, that number next to the player's name makes it very easy for you guys at home. That is their current points on the leaderboard right now. So that's number 33, obviously in 33rd place. Some people have Elim, some don't. But that is going to be what that number is in case you're confused, because that has only shown up recently. We have Ashes in the distance and Riv and Repulse. Now, we have the Chili Chug splashes, and we also have Peppers here as well. So Riv and Repulse, despite not having any of the Spider-Man mythics, should still be able to have some good mobility. They're now on the edge of 4th, which if you guys are cunning competitive players, you know you want to stay edge of 4th because it gives you the chance to get 5th zone, which is the first half zone. If you go to the center of 4th, it means you're guaranteed you can have a smaller rotate to anywhere that it goes, but it's the one spot where you guaranteed you won't get 5th zone. As we're tuning into, unfortunately, I was going to say a solo Rel, but looks like we're tuning into a very, very unfortunate start here for Rel and Bathan to kick off the tourney.
Yeah, sure is. We see Radius taking down Muselk in the feed, so unfortunately it might be Muselk's game 1 done. So they make their way into 4th zone here. 65 alive, so lots of people to go down for Surge. If you guys, again, if you're relatively new to watching competitive Fortnite, Storm Surge element here as this zone is about to close. We need to go down to 50 players alive, so that means that 15 players will be going down to either fights or to Storm Surge here within the next minute and a half, as Vortex picking up some more beautiful shots there on that team on high ground.
And they need to 3 below here for Vortex and Suns. Not a spot I expected to see them in, and we've been hyping them up a lot. We don't want to see them going down to Surge. There's usually, if you're going down to Surge, it's just mismanagement of your game, but this is the disadvantage of pulling zones. Obviously, again, if you're playing a lot of normal, maybe arena or public matches, pulling zone is great. It means less rotation. But when you're in lobbies like this where you need Storm Surge, less rotation means less people are moving past you. You're centered up in the middle, and now you're just taking shots on people who are already based up. Where if you're on the edge, you can take shots on people as they rotate in. So that's going to be a reason why we see this team below Surge, as Raikou right now trying to hold on his team's chance of this one, as Spiker has gone down. But unfortunately, Raikou is 115 below Surge. So not only is he now got the pressure being applied to him, he also needs to get damage out as a solo.
Yeah, he does, and 140 below. I think that might be the end of him when you think about it. 9 players still to go down as well. And Zone has pulled max distance for him down bottom right there as well. So he needs to make something happen here. Maverick's taking a bit of damage. You might be able to find something, but unfortunately with 160 below, I don't think anything will happen with 8 players still to go down. As Suns goes down in the feed, we saw Suns going down. That is a huge first team to go down, as we know these guys are one of the favorites. They are above, so there might be a little bit of leeway here, but unfortunately it looks like Suns will get finished, as we got Vortex now up as a solo.
I mean, at least he's 245 above, so with those splashes, with the Spider-Man mythic, he might be able to just keep playing the rotates and stay above on this one. It is hard, especially when your teammate goes down and you're below Surge. That's when it gets really troublesome, as Repulse now got a player jumping and tries to go for that revive onto Riv and can't get it off. Only 9 above. Repulse, he's got his back against right now. 5 splashes to get his health back up and looking healthy, but he's now in zone, but he still needs to get damage after healing. So it looks like Storm Surge causing the biggest issue for a lot of these teams here. And we talked about in the pre-show, these aren't Cash Cup set lobbies. This is the Australian Open, $100,000 prize pool. They're going to be stacked, and you need to play it flawlessly. And we see some of the best players in OCE falling short right now, as Raikou needs to get 143 damage down before the next about 8 seconds. Now it's 5 seconds. He's going to be going down here, and unfortunately, I mean, they made it towards placement, 29 teams just inside top 30, but an unfortunate one for them. They got to fix up the game plan for game 2.
Yeah, and you look at that, we got some of the experienced old heads, Spraz and Bowler, sitting up on high, as we see Repulse below as well. We've got a few people below Surge here, and it's going to be a struggle for some of these teams, these players returning, not quite making it cut, as we see Repulse goes down. We've still got 2 players to go down here before Storm Surge closes or finishes. We've got Fax below Surge here as well, taking a bit, but that'll be him done as we head below 50, as we lose Jarlin and Zora. Talk about old experienced teams. Those are that's a seriously aggressive team who could make some waves in this game today, but unfortunately they go down there in 28th place. We've got Sync and Radius making their way to front side here of first moving, as we start to get into the moving zones here, Aussie.
Yeah, one of our power duos. And I will just correct people at home as well. I think I may have made a mistake earlier. With our leaderboard right now, it is actually showing arena points. That is not their actual in-game points. So don't worry, we're going to recap the points at the end of every game. So don't be paying too much attention to that one. But I did notice Sing with the 56,000 arena points. My man's been grinding his bowler on the high ground. 100 below though. So they have the high ground. They have a really good position of dominance, but they need to get damage. They can't just stay up here. This is the free placement if you have everything you need to once you're up here, and they don't. 42 builds, only 1 mini, 1 big pot, no assault rifle ammunition either, Timmy. So I don't know how they're going to get their damage, unless Bowler's going to go crazy with that green sniper rifle. I think this high ground take wasn't really the play, and I still can't believe you said those words. And it is right that we have some of the old heads here, Bowler and Spraz, because to my mind, they're still the young fraggers from like early chapter 2.
Yeah, it's interesting seeing them back as we see them rotating here back zone. Unfortunately, Worthy has gone down, so Jinx and Worthy, one of those teams that we talked about earlier, is now down to just Jinx. Got 40 builds left to his name. Decent healing still and some good ammo, so he's still got the tools to make something work, as we're about to head into second moving, which does look like it pulls northwest. Not too many hills to contend with here for Jinx, so there should be a relatively easy rotation. As I say that, he gets absolutely beamed down, and unfortunately he goes down in 22nd place. And now we've got Deneth going down as well.
We're losing some of our big names here. We got some of the best teams in OCE going down early. We have Suns and Skits on the high ground. If you're confused after seeing Suns in a troublesome spot earlier, there are 2 Suns on OCE, both of them phenomenal players, and Suns and Skits have a good position right now. The only problem I'm seeing is Suns only has 14 builds in his inventory. We have 3 Chili Chug Splashes, plenty of meds, plenty of ammunition, just do not have the build which we're going to need on the high ground. We have Zalk on the front side here as well. We have Bailey and Alex on the ultimate low. This is a very low verticality endgame right now, Timmy. We've really only got the high ground, maybe what, 6 or 7 layers off the ground, so pretty much everyone is on top of each other here. These layers are very congested.
Yeah, sure are. And we're back on board with the new and improved power duo. We got Luda and Sorif making their way through here mid-ground. It's going to be an awkward rotation for them. Sorif finds himself on low ground, hits a really nice shot on Alec there, but unfortunately, he's going to go down as well, as it looks like Luda's going to play for himself. Front of zone. He gets absolutely beamed up as well. We're seeing a lot of people take a lot of damage very quickly as Scammed and Goeg are controlling low ground. We've got 7 teams up with 12 players.
Yeah, we do. We got Goeg right now. They're looking like our healthiest team right now. 6 elimination, remember, 3 points per elim. So don't just be worrying about that place. So make sure you're paying attention to how many eliminations this team has, as Alec is just on low ground there, kind of holding out for as long as he can, maybe trying to get into that top 5 placement. Every single team that goes down right now, they are going to get extra placement points for. Suns is ducking and weaving. Unfortunately, he's going to go down. Skit still looking healthy though. I see Pumpkin in this one as well, and it's Machu and Brax who have taken the high ground with 4 eliminations, still on these 6 builds. We've had a zone change recently, which means these end games, the zones pull further and last longer, and some of these teams don't have the material to hold out. Machu's going to do the best he can to try and hold on this one. Zalka on the low ground. Wow. Pumpkin goes down with 8 eliminations, by the way. Pumpkin has 8 eliminations to himself. Zalka unfortunately falls, but that is still going to be a massive game for them, as we have a good old 2v2. Machu and Brax on the high ground, and then Oli and Zans on the low ground.
Yeah, only 2 elims to these guys' names, though. I think it's important that they try and get these last 2 elims. Otherwise, they might find a little bit of a struggle on the leaderboard without having the amount of elim points that they need. As Machu's now going to be taking on Oatly in a 1v1. Unfortunately, looks like Oatly is going to go down, leaving Zans up in a 2v1 scenario. Machu and Brax trying to finish this one off here.
It's a 1v1. Machu has zone in his back, but Zans doesn't have the health advantage. I think Machu going up here has won the game. I don't think Zans can make it up. No, Zans can. 34 health. Zans pops what looks like must be a flopper, or he got Siphon, then he did get the Siphon. Zans goes up with the Spider-Man Mythic and gets the clean jump shot. Zans playing fantastically there. Only going to take game 1 alongside him, and what a game for them. They played that one incredibly well from the low ground. Like you said, low on eliminations, but they got him there in the end.
Yeah, and that's exactly what you want to see. If you're an Oatly supporter, we know how influential he's been on his streams recently, so it's really good to see them do well in that first game.
That was an epic first game. I mean, I was hoping that we would get some of the excitement, but I was thinking maybe match 2, match 3, then we'll start to see things heat up. No, I'm glad to see everyone's got their best foot forward. But guys, as we kind of just get the highlights prepped up, what were some outstanding kind of moments for you?
Vandy, I need you to unmute, but I mean, I didn't hear that one. Sorry, Vandy, but I mean, it was an incredible game so far. I mean, I'm surprised. We didn't talk at all about Oatly, so I feel really bad about that one, Timmy. So they've come out there as well. Vandy, was there a team that you kind of picked out as one that you saw that we talked about that maybe we should have been hyping up more or less? Because, I mean, the leaderboard and the replays are going to tell us. There was a few moments of oh, sorry, I have to finish this one. How does Tui go down? Wait. So Tui's already, did Tui get, no, Tui didn't get finished by Muselk, right? He actually got down by Muselk. He did, yes. I need to see how that happened. I'm sure someone's going to get it. I know production, we need to have that. I'm sorry, I love Tui, but Muselk taking down an FNCS champion has to be immortalized as something that only the AO can bring us.
Yeah, not many other moments will be quite like that in other regions. It's great to see as we see Fax here. We see how Worthy went down, jumping in there, Fax finishing him off, and unfortunately that left Jinx to the solo. To go through some of our in-game highlights here, what you're going to see is a lot of people getting eliminated very quickly. And that is the way that this game's being played at the moment. Those SMGs have such a quick elimination time. You really have to be on it with your reflexes and with your builds ready to go, don't you, Ozzy?
Yeah, it's a reaction time test right now, and that's why we're talking about some of the older players maybe not quite stacking up, but Oatly and Zans on the low ground. So we had 15 builds here, and I really think Zans did carry the lion's share of this fight here. So Oatly gets a little bit of a show off on a Machu, starts taking some big damage right now, but Zans is just putting in work because Oatly only did about 15 damage there. Meanwhile, Zans is just taking down Brax and is now going to have to clutch up in the 1v1 against Machu. Just truly really impressive play there. I mean, this was a good 2v2 to close it out. High ground versus low ground, a story you're going to see here a lot, and I was talking about that change to zones, Timmy, how zones now pull further but last longer. You're not going to see many heal-offs today, and that's the way I like it. I love those exciting finishes in the 1v1.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I want to see, and it's a really cool example there, of course. The Spider-Man Mythic coming out, and you see that nice little jump shot there from Zans to finish off. It's a really good finish to game 1.
That was my first time getting to see the Mythic in action, and just the amount of power. I kept hearing you kind of alluding to Ozzy and Timmy, but to see it, like, it almost feels quite game-changing. And do you think players will still put a lot of emphasis on it? Or, I mean, what's the best way of dealing with it if things don't go your way and you're not able to obtain it?
It's hard. There's a lot of them on the map, so pretty much most teams will have a chance to make a play for it. It'll either be in their inventory now off spawn, they're either going to be able to find it and they're going to carry it every single time, or your best chance is if you eliminate a team that you know has it and then you're going to utilize it. So there is a little bit of luck on whether you acquire it endgame if it's not in your drop spot and rotation, but right now with the way it stands, every single pro team that has access to use it, they will use it. The only real way to make it through these early and mid games right now without it, because everyone can move so much faster than you, is by using the vehicles or maybe upgrading them with the chonker tires and trying to get ahead of things. But yeah, it is the most game-changing weapon or item so far in Chapter 3.
Do you kind of agree with that, Timmy, or do you think that the Aussies are almost leading a little bit too much hype into it? It felt pretty strong to me.
Nope. There is
all.
no exaggeration in what he's saying whatsoever. I think it's a huge advantage if you got one. And what you'll see when people are sort of marking out where they want to be dropping and where they want to sort of control before the tournament starts, those areas that they spot out are specifically catered to trying to include a Spider-Man Mythic, and playing around them like that is leading to some really interesting play through mid-game. Like Ozzy said, you don't have one of those, you're going to be looking to try and find a car, you're going to be looking to try and find some chonkers to upgrade that car. So having that in your inventory sort of gives you a little bit of a back pocket plan. And then of course we saw Sorif and Luda a couple times being able to Spider-Man their way in through mid-game, so they give you a little bit of leeway for mid-game and then late-game rotation as well.
Makes sense, guys. I mean, I love the way that you kind of broke it down for us, but I'm kind of interested as well. We've talked a lot about like the shining stars. What about the dark horses? I myself, I love to like look out for the dark horses, but anyone that kind of just turned your heads this time around?
I mean, Zans and Oatly, obviously we didn't really talk about them at all, and they came out with the dub. Timmy alluded to it there. Oatly being one of the biggest grinders in the OC scene, practicing every day, no breaks. There is no days off, no hospitals. No holidays. It doesn't matter. You will show up and you will practice, and that has been Oatly's mentality. And I mean, if he comes out on top here today, it's going to prove that that is the mentality you need to win. But Zans honestly impressed me a lot there as well. In that last fight, he really did carry the lion's share of the work, and maybe we can see a little bit more this next game of their early and mid-game rotations and how they played to get into that position, because they set themselves up well. They only had 1 or 2 eliminations in that end game, which me and Timmy were talking about, usually dropping you down on points. But that also means with these new zone changes, you're not getting a lot of refreshes. So the fact that they were able to make it to that end game with still material and shield and health in the back pocket means they're doing something right.
Yeah, that's right. And I think another thing to talk about there is how the leaderboard is going to look. And we saw Pumpkin and Zorka there with 9 elims between the two of them. That's going to be a lot of points. That's 27 points alone when you add their placement. Remember, it's only 32 points for the win. So when we're into these sort of, high elim thresholds for a team like that, we actually might see a team that came, in the top 5 or in the top 6 end up towards the top 2 by the end of the standings. So seeing those teams that have the high amount of elims is actually something we should be tracking throughout the day, because they're the ones who could be making an upset on the standings without really us paying a huge amount of attention to them through the late game.
Always our numbers guy, Timmy, and I mean that's why we got you to explain the point standing and kind of talk through why you need to be balancing eliminations but placement. But it's interesting because it would totally affect as well how teams play, whether they want to prioritize being more aggressive or whether they want to prioritize just being a little bit more cautious and making sure that they get the best placement for those kind of end zones. With this new meta as well, I mean, it's been good that you've been kind of sharing, Ozzy, your thoughts with it as well. Like, how important is verticality? Because you touched on it very briefly during the broadcast, but it seemed like that was just the meta, like, especially when the zone was favoring it.
Yeah, I mean, now with a lot of people running assault rifle and SMG combos, I feel like when you're playing top down, you can just hit more shots. So it does help a lot. And with the Spider-Man changing verticality so much, it's strong, but it's hard to hold. So it's kind of like a double-edged sword. It's very risky.
Interesting. Well, guys, we've got the standings ready to go. And Timmy, I'm going to get you to kickstart this for us because you're the numbers guy.
Oh, well, like I said, when you got a lot of eliminations like Pumpkin and Zorka do, you're going to end up with a lot of points. That is a huge amount of points there for Pumpkin and Zorka. 53 with a nice little lead on Brax and Matthew in second with 46. And it does go to show, like you said, Ozzy, when you don't have those points for the elims, you aren't going to actually find yourself up the leaderboard very much. So seeing them there in third after winning is very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, same thing as well. If you get 10 eliminations right now, you're basically at a win's worth of points. So if you can get a 10 elim win, you've doubled the points. Or also, if you get a 1 elim win, you're just not really up there right now. now. And we're kind of going down the leaderboard right now. A lot of teams you expect to see, some of them though, Daneth and Volks in 22nd. One of the teams we hyped up a lot, Jinx and Worthy. I mean, it's good to see Tekmar back there as well. Didn't realize Tekmar was jumping back in this one. So some names I'm excited to see how they go. Tui and Apolox, again, the FNCS champion in 40th place below Muselk. And their 1 point is coming from the elimination there onto Tui. I should probably stop rubbing that one in, but that leaderboard is quite surprising. But I will be very, very surprised if it stays that way towards the end. There's a few teams who know they underperformed. I guarantee they're going to come out, change up the game plan, and do far better in game 2.
Oh, I feel like the first game is always going to be almost a test run. That's why I was surprised that we had such a high octane kind of finish. But I mean, I'm definitely going to keep my eye on Oatly and Xanth and definitely Jinx and Worthy. But looks like we're getting prepped for match number 2. Guys, I'm going to hand it back over to you. Please take it away.
Jumping back into match number 2. So can they shake it off? Because again, Vandy summed it up perfectly there. When you come into these big tournaments, these big kind of situations, the first game's a little bit nervous. You kind of, a little bit shaky. Some of these guys, me and Timmy have touched on, have taken breaks. They've come back and now they need to shake it off. You can't make 2 games worth of excuses. You can start slow, 1 game maybe, but if you have the second game go poorly as well, it usually becomes a bit more of a mental battle. The nerves hit you as we get to tune in and see how Oatly and Zans are pulling this together. And it looks like the split they're going is actually a split I've seen a lot of success on NA East as we're going back. Never mind. We're going to the Greasy Groves fight. Is it going to be Tui Groves?
Yeah, and as you'll see, we've got Alec with a different teammate that we're used to seeing, Oreo. It sounds like he was not available in terms of waking up today. So he is playing, we're seeing Alec playing with Radial from my understanding. Yeah, Radial, you'll see they're going up against Tui and Apolox now. And unfortunately, Alec has gone down off spawn. So we're going to see Tui and Apolox try and take them down now in a 1v2 scenario.
Yeah, 2v1 right now is going to be an interesting situation to see how we go. I really don't know how they're going to hold up on that one. I feel like Tui's probably got that one in the bag, but we're tuning back in with his arch nemesis already. We're kind of already building up this storyline. I don't expect this team to have another interaction. I think it was just purely luck of where they ran into each other, but we get to see where Muselk and Chance are kind of putting this together. I want to see if Muselk delivers on his promise to me of the memes, but trying to do memes in these competitive lobbies is always tough. Like, throw back to the original Pro-Am, the 2019 with the LAN event, the last one that I had the joy of casting in person. We had Laserbeam pulling out conga lines in the Pro-Am. That's the Pro-Am. That's when there's pros and content creators. Muselk is one of few content creators here today. The rest are the best of the best in OCE. So we'll see what he can do as we get to see Squanch and Goegg here as well. Loving the new name changes as some big shots go into Goegg here as he tries to get a beam off, and that turned that fight very quickly. And now I think Mania actually has the advantage and recognizes that too. Oh,
he definitely does. Both Scammed and Goegg, both on white health. Goegg with 1 build to his name as well. This is going to be a really interesting fight because Goegg and Scam, probably one of the better teams in the region. You see Goegg there managed to pick up some. That is a big pickup there, buying some minis from the vending machine. As we see, Scammed might be the only one who's getting 1v2'd here up top.
Yeah, I mean, 1v2 in this situation is always going to be rough. There's just not a lot of loot here. I just don't really understand how this fight is going to break down any better for them in their future games. I don't know if they're dropping nearby and rotating in, but there's the third party. It looks like we do have Pumpkin in the distance taking some shots in at that one, and Many of Rip are going to win, but it's kind of a win by default. They did get them weak, but I don't know how much they're going to have to actually show for it, because where else are they going to loot and rotate from here? As now we get to see Oatly and Zans, and this is a new change we've had quite recently where you can actually stack the Spider-Man mythics. Up until a few weeks ago, you could only carry one of them. Oatly now has 2, maybe carrying 1 for Zans, or just trying to take it away from teams around them. A little bit of resource denial, as Sundown always talks about, as Apolox and Tui, again now taking the fight against Radial. That didn't look as good as what I wanted it to, Timmy, for a 2v1.
Yeah, Apolox and Tui, a little struggle there taking down Radial. You got to remember, Radial not quite up to speed on Greasy Grove as well. So making that fight and dragging that fight out as long as they did, I think they should be pretty happy with themselves there. Radial should be pretty happy with themselves there. They made it pretty hard for Tui and Apolox to finish it off, but that will be 6 points to Tui and Apolox, as Greasy Grove has been taken by them, be able to finish off their loot path. Now, we've got 80 players alive here. Jump on board with Fresh and Nubertune here. We got Cork and Remy over here on left, south side of the map here. It's going to be an interesting game here. I'm not too sure what happened with these guys off spawn. The first game, of course, we weren't able to see them off spawn, but apparently they did go down. So a little bit of extra light on them here and sort of see where they're looting and what their loot path sort of looks like. We jump back on board here with Brando getting in on Mania there, takes him down. Looks like Mobrix and Brando are going to be taking a fight here on Rip. and Mania.
Yeah, I talked about where's Mania going to get his loot from. It looks like this kind of Sanctuary Temple area was going to be the next sport to call, but Modrix goes down here to Rip, so this might not be as simple as what we thought here. Can Rip hold his own? Rip's about to potentially win the 1v2 as Brando gets some good shots in, has the 6 splashes, could stop and use those and go for the advantage of the meds, but choosing not to, wants to keep applying that pressure to Rip, but I don't think this is the right call. Rip is very weak right now. He hasn't heard him start popping any of the meds, but I mean, never mind. I guess Brando's just that confident right now, unless he misses this shot. Ooh, that was closer than it needed to be, and I guess now he has the splashes to use with him and Modric, so I'm going to call that right in the end, but only just as Brizzy goes down here and Eshes is up by himself. And I was going to comment on Fresh and Nubitoon's loot looking very good though, Timmy, so I don't know what happened game 1, but if they can consistently get that loot here in the future games, they're looking great.
Yeah, and we're seeing quite a few fights taking place here off spawn as well. We're already gone down to 75 players alive, and that will influence the way that this mid-game is played. It's going to be interesting to see how this continues to develop. Might see a few reboots here and there. But yeah, Prizzy going down, Ish is still staying up. They'll probably get that reboot. We got Fresh and Nubitoon with their Surge sorted. So seeing how this continues, look at that loadout. That, like you said, that is a seriously good loadout for the current meta. You've got a Spider-Man, you got your MK, and you got max heals. It's looking pretty damn good, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, the only issue here is just the assault rifle ammunition, I think, is the only problem I can see, but you can find more of that as well. Not dropping a major POI, like not dropping like a Greasy or a Tilt or anywhere like that with ammo crates is going to always lead to a little bit less ammunition from these more split drops. But yeah, more than good enough with the Surge already there on 1 elimination. They won't have to take too many tags here in the earlier mid-game, and with the Spider-Man, they can now set up wherever. And I mean, that's the thing. We're talking about Fresh taking a break. He's still been uploading the content, still been playing the game, just not playing competitive so much. So with the Surge sorted, with the now the Spider-Man in the back pocket, Nubitoon takes some shots, and we've got Fresh and Nubitoon up against Jarlin and Zora. Now, that's 3 Colossals kind of clashing who have known each other for years upon years now, as Fisher and Brendan, some newer players here on the low ground, going to drop that newly added, we got the Chug Splinter now coming out into this one, and the Armored Walls. So we're getting a good addition of how Chapter 3 is playing out, and good play from them, as I think it is, as Pumpkin and Zalka in the distance here outside Tilted Towers.
Yeah, I'd like to get your thoughts on the Armored Walls. I was a little bit unsure about them when they first were brought into competitive, but in seeing the ways that they can be used both for mid-game and late-game, kind of was almost like a little shield bubble, a way to counter some unnecessary spray from people, and also for the high ground, like through late-game, where you start to get, those guys on high ground absolutely raining down on you. Having that ability to block that off, and then even those scenarios there to basically make people go away.
Yeah.
Sort of as a go away item. I think that's a really, really good addition to the game, and I'm a big fan of it now. Having been a little skeptical about it initially, what do you think?
Yeah, exactly the same thing. I was a bit skeptical at the start. I really thought, especially after playing a lot of pubs with it, I thought it was going to be a lot more stacking them. You'd have 7 or 8, and you're building full boxes in endgame and sitting in them and healing. But Epic has done a phenomenal job of balancing them, where only dropping in 2 has usually now made it where players are using them in those early and mid-game situations a lot more to block off, 1 or 2 angles. They're not really stacking them and carrying them into endgame to then make, if you guys have been seeing any of the content being put out there by Lachlan or Cypher PK with the giant sky bases, you just can't do that in competitive. So honestly, I am happy to say that my original skepticism was not warranted. It has been a very, very good addition to the game so far, especially in the current meta where so much pressure, as you've just seen onto Sorif, can be put out so quickly. Being able to block that off does really help, as Jason Basil on top of the Bugle right now, as Sorif and Luda stuck inside the building with Zone at their back, but I believe Sorif and Luda do have access to the Spider-Man Mythic here, so it won't be too concerning for them to make a late rotate, but they also have Repulse and Riv in front of them, who do not have Spider-Man Mythics and are probably lurking to potentially try and steal Sorif and Ludas.
Yeah, you're not wrong. I think like we sort of alluded to with Vandy when she's asking this question sort of about that meta, I think knowing that these are the thing that a lot of people are really trying to play for is important. When you see that the mentality of these guys, Tekmar taking a big beam, it looks like he's going to go down. Unfortunately, Sun's picking that one up, so good Elam for Suns there. But when you come back to Luda here, we can sort of see that these guys land Sleepy Sound, which is quite a decent rotation here from Bugle. This is going to be a really, really interesting sort of debate as we go through the rest of these 4, this game and then 4 more. The importance of the Spider-Man and how people use it as a duo. But if you jump over here to Price and Trap, looks like we've got a little bit of a storm fight here on the north side of zone.
Yeah, not what I'd hope to see from two of the most experienced players in OC. Trapped and Price been around since before World Cup. We're talking Chapter 1 competitors. I think Price was one of the founders of the competitive scene back in the day. But I mean, I guess years upon years, it's OC at the end of the day. We still haven't learned that don't fight in Storm. I don't know if this is there's some egos on the line here, but we are on the complete opposite side of the map. If you don't know where we are right now without the map shot, that's the lighthouse. That is the lighthouse that is next to Sleepy. So we are on the north side of the map as we just had Timmy talking about using the Spider-Man to rotate and in a far south zone. Whoever wins this fight is going to win the battle but lose the war ultimately. They're not getting in healthy, but hey, sometimes it's a bit of an ego. You just want to make sure, be like, hey, I won the fight.
Yeah, but do we really want to be having that kind of ego when we're in a $100,000 6-game tournament? Not to, oh my lord, that's a beautiful illustration there. Thank you, production team. That is quite wonderful.
They got a close second zone though. That second zone could not have been closer, but still they are the entire, they are half the map away though, even with the most favorable second zone possible. So yeah, I'm with Timmy on this one. Ego battles are one thing. Keep it to scrims, maybe smaller tournaments. You're not doing it at AO, but here we go. Trap goes in, Price goes in. They end up winning it, but Trap goes down. I mean, they've got med kits, they've got med mist, they've got the shields. Maybe they could pull something off here. The 16 builds does kind of concern me though.
Yeah, and it's not just the 16 builds, it's the lack of metal. And it's another thing to think about on this map. There's not a huge amount of excess metal on this map, like where it's, you know, we sort of became to expect on the old map. With this new map, we don't really have those extra rotations you can make in, that odd house here and there that had 200-300 metal in it that you could farm. There's none of that on this map. Every metal place in this map will be taken as part of someone's drops. When you leave a fight like this, you sort of are condemning yourself to have to try and fight for a refresh at some point later on in the game. So it's going to be interesting to see how those, you know, the older heads in the scene, how they're going to go about trying to find that refresh to potentially get that extra metal that they'll need later on.
Here we have Machu and Brax here, which was our game 1 second place. So the 12 splashes, I did talk about that a little bit more. If you have any coolers on your rotate, you're going to be stacking those splashes very, very heavily. Looking for some damage here to Fisher and Brendan. They're 153 above. So again, if you don't play competitive much, they're above, but it's not about just kind of staying a little bit above Surge. You need to be constantly aware and vigilant of where you can get more Surge to make it easier later, as we have Bluesy and Cripper who are only 44 above. So they're going to be looking very keenly. Has that Ranger assault rifle in the back pocket. We haven't talked about that too much. The MK7 does just really overshadow it massively with the increased fire rate. It's better at hip fire, but ultimately the Ranger assault rifle does have the one advantage it does have is long range storm surge tags. That's the one thing it does better than the MK7.
Yeah, it does. And you see here, Bluesy and Cripper have actually gone below. Probably the only team. There's only 2 teams who need to go down here. So these guys will be the only team that is below. They have done the least damage in the lobby. So they're going to need to try and look for something here before this zone closes. They've got 50 seconds to make something happen. It does look like they are going to make something happen as they box up here on Daneth and Is this Daneth and Volks? It is. This is not the kind of team you want to be fighting, is it?
No, but it's also kind of scary for Daneth and Volks with this current meta of the spray, with that whole lobby behind Daneth and Volks. If Daneth and Volks don't play this properly, despite the fact the other team needing this fight more, it could still negatively affect them, as Volks is taking a couple shots now. He's being cracked. He has no shield. That's a very loud audio cue for the rest of this lobby, and one of our favorite teams could be going down as a result of another team needing Surge. It doesn't matter if you manage your own Surge. You have to put yourself in a position where this can't happen to you, and this is why Storm Surge is a mechanic. It makes teams get active. It puts their back against the wall and makes them fight their way out, as Volks and Daneth are not sitting pretty right now.
No, they're not. And I really like to see the addition of the of those armored walls in this case, really making it difficult for Cripper and Bluesy to get on the wall and make it easy for themselves to try find a good angle. You see Volks and Daneth now trying to give themselves some extra space. Volks again taking some extra damage. Looks like these guys are very confident. Find another angle. Daneth, the only one left up as they take down Volks. Daneth getting cracked as well. These guys with a really, really good start to this fight here, but it doesn't look like Bluesy's going to go down as well.
I mean, using the armored walls there, we've blocked off 2. I mean, we've blocked off 3 of the positions we can get shot at from now. So Bluesy and Cripper are playing this one very, very well when it comes to blocking this off. But Daneth has gone to that one wall they still have access to. But Cripper wins it. He gets the res on Bluesy, sticks it, gets up, and goes toe-to-toe with GLM's Daneth, one of the hardest fighters to beat in the game right now. And man, Bluesy and Cripper didn't have their Surge, but they honestly played that fight really well. Having to take that fight, a lot of competitive fans would agree, it means you've had a misplay. You've done something wrong to need Surge that badly. But once having to take the fight, I mean, it worked for them.
It did. And going back to just thinking about how they engaged there, one thing that was really, really impressive was the way they wrapped around the Volx's and Dennis builds to ensure that they got themselves out of any potential sandwich scenarios. They really made sure they wrapped around, put the majority of the lobby between themselves and Volx and Danith. And we saw some third parties coming in clutch for them, getting them some extra damage, giving them some extra damage, or lines of damage to work with. We see Moore and Grizz here sitting, being very quiet, waiting to see if Cripper and Bluesy will be running back through there, potentially find some quick and easy elims for themselves.
I mean, they can try and see what they like. There's a lot of builds there, a lot of hard mats, a lot of reinforced walls. So there are some kind of safe spots to play around here. And that's why the reinforced walls are so strong. I believe they drop down with 2,000 durability, I think 2,000 health. When you think of a full built metal wall is 500, it has 4 times that and it places instantly. So you can shoot through it, you can spray through it. But when you have that instant health, most players like Dane, they're going to opt to go from a different angle. And that's where you can then funnel them into a position where you have the advantage exactly like Cripper did there. And they're right on the edge of zone now. It's edge of third. So they're going to want to try to look to see if they can get a little bit closer, especially with those Spider-Man mythics they have in hands. As now we tune in with Oatly and Zans, our first place, I don't want to say first place team because they weren't in first as we commented after the Winks. They didn't have the elims, but our winning team from game 1 right now, also on the edge of third zone here and looking to make their next rotate.
Yes, we see at the top left in that kill feed there, we see Vortex picking up Jarlin. Unfortunately, it's one of the old heads going down. And wait and see if he gets the finish on that one as well. 68 alive. So as we wait and see for zones to continue to close here, we're going to see some surge become really important for this for half and half, like we explained earlier. And we see there again, making sure these guys are protected before they get into this fight. I really like that thought process there from Suns and Vortex, keeping themselves protected from that potential third party.
Well, we have Zora on the other side of the wall. It's so crazy to see the new blood of Suns and Vortex going up against some of the old guard of Zora right now behind this one. We talked about Suns and Suns and Vortex. They're going to go to EU. They're going to try and perform overseas. The first team that did that on OCE was Zora back in the day when they went to NA East. And I mean, right now he's fighting for his life. He's got the new players up against it. Zora used to be, one of the most mechanical players, not just in OC but in the world. And can he stack up against the new players now? As it's 1v2 though. So before I hype up Suns and Vortex's superior mechanics too much, if Zora can do something to stop this in a 1v2, he really does still have it because he's only got the AR and SMG as well. Doesn't have that shotgun to try to put down that instant shot of damage to scare them off. He has to go all in with his loadout right now, and 1v2, that often doesn't end well.
Yeah, you're not wrong, but it looks like Vortex and Suns have given up on that. As we also, just another thing to point out, Sorif did go down in the feed, but he has not been finished. It'll be interesting to see if Luda can get him up there so they can keep going. 65 alive here, but yeah, like you were saying, it's interesting to see all these older players coming up against some of the new blood here. We saw a bit of that in game 1 as well. You see here now, Suns and Vortex in a great spot as fourth is about to keep closing here. 15 teams to go down before this next round of Surge. Sorif has been revived, which is good for these guys here. Seeing, I think, 9th place after game 1, so a decent game 1 for them. But they've got quite a bit of time to rotate in here as they get some nice shots down on Tui. Luda now got a Spider-Man his way in, but this is going to be a tough rotation for them. Lots of teams over here could potentially focus them as they make their way in.
Yeah, very tough rotate. 48 below here. They also, I was about to say, very, very low on the shield inventory. Only had a few splashes and a few minis left, and I believe that's it. So they can't out-heal the Surge if it comes up. And there's Luda going toe-to-toe. The damage is there. They're still below, despite how much damage they're trading right now. And even after all of this, he just gets deleted by Tui. Tui just puts it. I think that has to have been a third party as well. I think that team that's now firing in from the right over there obviously got some shots in. I don't want to disrespect Tui's aim. He's got some of the best aim in OC. He's been putting in the work, the practice, but that would have been pretty inhuman amounts of beam there as Sorif now tries to hold off the onslaught of the rest of the lobby, just focusing. They know Tui's down, and yeah, it's honestly probably not going to go too well here for Sorif. He might be able to get these splashes off and maybe Spider-Man out of here around the corner, but they've clearly got excess ammo, and oh my gosh, Sorif fights back. He's going down swinging at least, but this is not the start to the tour we wanted for Power's newest signings.
No, it is not. Really good fight back there from Sorif on those 2 shots. I think it looks like Tui might have given up on that one. I think he might be okay as we finish that one. We've still got 8 players to go down. Just keep an eye on that top feed there just to see if the focus does continue. But it looks like someone close to Spiker and Raikou here might be getting hit for Surge. Like I said, we've got 8 to go down before half and half starts closing. It's going to be interesting to see as Fax goes down to Fresh and Nubatoon, making waves here in game 2. I think they might have a few elims under their belt. after getting 1 to begin with. Yeah, they got 3.
732 above. Yeah, they put some damage down. We're talking about how, they're coming back from a break. Are they going to be able to stack up? Are they going to be able to, adapt to the new meta? Apparently, they're adapting very, very well as Suns and Vortex right now. 4 eliminations. They're only 900 above. I say only because, again, we're comparing it to the fact they're both, almost 1,000 above. And they're going to get this high ground position on half as someone near them is getting hit with Storm Surge. That is what that giant pink purple lightning bolt is. That signifies who is getting hit by Surge. And Sun's going to try and do the best he can to get some beams here. I saw Worthy and Jinx looking pretty healthy there as Sorif. He did survive the spray, so that's pretty good at least.
He survived it, but not with much. And unfortunately here he's been hit for white. And in this spray meta, it is pretty obvious when you get hit for white what's happening. You're going to continue to get sprayed, as we see Sorif going to here have to try and make his rotate in with not much to his name. And unfortunately, he will be going down here pretty quickly, I think. Frizzy trying to make his way up. Maybe he can get away with a couple kills. No, he can't pick up an Elim, unfortunately. As those guys go down, Sorif being picked up by Prizzy as he tries to make his rotation in there. As we sort of hopped back over, we saw Bowler back on height there at half. It's going to be interesting to see how this game plays out. We've got Suns and Vortex trying to control one side of half and half, and we got Bowler and Spraz, some of the old heads trying to control the other side of half. And first moving, pulls towards.
There we go.
Both a little bit equal here, you'd say. Both kind of pulling towards the opposite side. Suns and Vortex might look to give it up here by the looks of things. Bowler trying to control a little bit more vertical space. It's going to be a little bit of game of cat and mouse here. It looks like Suns and Vortex will be happy to give it up. And Spraz and Bowler look to control height for first moving here, Ozzy.
We saw this earlier though. We saw this in game 1. Bowler and Spraz took high but didn't have what they needed to actually hold it. And that's what I'm scared of a little bit here until we see their loadout. I don't know if they have enough mats, and they just got chopped out completely. So all the mats they just invested, they've now lost. So 52 builds in the hands of Bowler. Spraz has them as well. Again, when we talk about these old heads, I feel like one of the main changes they had not adjusting to is the fact that rotating zones have changed. How they function has completely changed. They pull further and last longer. You need more refreshes, more material. You can't take height as early as what you used to, and that's what we're probably seeing here. Bowler and Spraz have now been pushed off it. Skits and Suns have taken on front side, and they've saved a lot of their material to now invest in holding it. And now they're going up. It's funny to see we're seeing Suns with an S come out on top here so far, despite how much pressure and emphasis we put on Suns with a Z, as Skits and Suns are going to try and make their way to the front side now. And we've got 3 chili chug splashes and the regular chug splash. 192 below though, so they got to get their damage up quickly.
Yeah, they do, and 104 below. We saw Suns going below as well. So a few teams there not looking the best in terms of their moving zone surge. We'll see Worthy picking up a kill in the kill feed as well. Going to be interesting to see how Jinx and Worthy can look to play here through this in-game. But Brando making a bit of a scuffed rotation here through the late game as Mobrix goes down. We're back on board with game 1 winners. Oakley and Zans making their rotation here. Going to wrap all the way round out into zone. I really like that rotation from Zans. He's happy to tank 4 ticks of zone, but puts them in a beautiful spot as he wraps himself all the way around through the left edge of zone, right out to the front.
With how fast it is to get eliminated in this new meta, taking a few ticks of zone with those splashes is well worth it to get yourself in a reinforced good position to avoid that lobby focus, as we have Jinx and Rel on top of each other. 2 ex-teammates played together many times, as Worthy's there as well. We see Tui on the low ground, so some of our favorites making it a lot further here in endgame in game 2 than game 1, as Fresh is still going. Ubatoon has now fallen with 3 eliminations up to Fresh solo. He does have 45 builds left. He does have the Spider-Man mythic, which we've talked about so much today, but as a solo is so important. You have to worry about your teammate getting with you. You just get to use that superior mobility and just backflip your way through endgame, as you're going to see Fresh do here. You just have to Spider-Man box up Spider-Man as Oatley is going down here. And like I said, Zans did phenomenal in game 1. You're going to have to do even more here as a solo in game 2.
Yeah, he sure is, but again, he's got that Spider-Man, so he does have that clutch potential. He needs to try and find himself up a few layers, because it's really difficult to Spider-Man out when you're on these low ground layers. You've got lots of builds around you. He needs to try and find some vertical space for himself to get up and out, but it looks like he's going to be involved here with Sync and Radius spraying back on him. Looks like our game 1 winners might be going down, but no, again, Zan showing his rotational awareness, being able to get up and out of that awkward situation, finds himself into a nice spot, and he's going to be able to heal up here without being pressured there by Sync and Radius. Really good rotational knowledge there from Zans.
Yeah, and we still have Apolox here as well with Suns taking down Suns. So 2 of our teams to look out for going head to head. And Zan's right now with the trigger discipline too, not taking shots there on Muti. He's just going to stay here on this layer. He knows he has no builds. He has nothing to his name. He is just trying to clutch up as much place as he can and keep going. As right now we do manage to see, oh, is he going to go up against the wall? Can he somehow get the shot through? 10, one more tick. And he's going to go down there. Zan's is still going. Zan's took down Zalka. So not only is Zan, he took down Muti. He just got 2 eliminations and the placement as we tune back in with Suns and Skits, who took the high ground early on this rotating zone. Tui's team down below as well. We have 4 teams, 7 players. So we have a lot of solos in this as Sync and Radius, we have only 2 solos in this as Sync and Radius going to try and find their way here on the ultimate low. So we have 3 duos in this, 1 solo trying to hold on. And now they're just going to collide on the low ground. Radius goes down, Apolox goes down, Sync and Radius go down.
Pumpkin again.
Pumpkin's left in the 2v1 situation.
Pumpkin, he had 8 elims in the first game. He's come up again with 8 in the second. This has been a brilliant start from Pumpkin. One of the more unsung heroes there. They were in first place going into game 2, and they're going to be in first place probably again after game 2.
Yeah.
With another huge performance from them. I think it was either 9 or 10 elims there. That was a brilliant game there from Pumpkin and Zorka.
I mean, Pumpky Wumpky, he's doing fantastic, Vandy. I don't know, it's his nickname, and honestly, he's just, I think that's what, 16 eliminations, but just by himself in the first 2 games. I would say right now, from looking at it, I think that's more than 90% of the duos in this lobby so far.
Well, I'm just a little bit surprised because I almost felt as though they came out of nowhere. We had all of our attention focused on everyone else, and then just like that, once the zone just kind of like closed on in, there they were. So just completely under the radar. It kind of gets me wondering, like, is it more worth to actually, hang on, I'll ask you this question after the replays, because guys, take us through the highlights and I'll ask you after.
Oh, that was the snipe. There it was. It was Musel getting... Okay, so this is a game 1 highlight, and they didn't have to tell me because I already know, because I don't think Musel has now sniped Tui. So that wasn't like a third-party situation where the fight was already broken out. Tui and Apolox were based up, looking healthy, stacked to the hilt, and Musel has headshot sniped Tui and ruined game 1 for the FNCS champ. I mean, that's too great. That one is going to live on in the memory of OCE for a very, very long time.
Yeah, now when I'm ribbing too, I got something a little bit easier to do it with. It's a great start. But again, we saw the importance of your early rotation here from Luda and Sorref as they rotated in a little bit late. And again, in this current spray meta, you need to be making your rotations early. They struggled to do that. And as a result, we saw Luda going down early. And unfortunately, we saw Sorref go down later as well. But one thing that I thought was a really interesting topic that I think kept on coming up was the armored walls in this game. We saw the importance of them through multiple stages, and again, the rotational knowledge here of Zan's has been something that I think is really important to keep touching on. We've seen him kind of carry his way through these first few games for Oatly. It's been a fantastic start from Zan's here.
Yeah, and then right here at the end, we had to see what happened while I was fumbling my simple math. And I don't think actually, you know what? It just happened that fast. It was impossible to see what was going on. And Pumpkin, as Vanny touched on there, kind of just came out of nowhere. He just ran through the low ground, stood up, and again, he went down in the 1v2, but kind of stayed into that top 2. We talk about eliminations being worth a lot, but I think him staying back there gained him, almost 5 extra placement points as well as the elims. So yeah, Pumpkin's team, I think, are going to be the favorites to be at the top of this leaderboard again when we check the standings.
It will be interesting to see the standings. While we're getting prepped though, I wanted to ask you this question, right? So I was saying with Pumpkin and Zorka, is it almost better to play under the radar as you were kind of discussing? Yeah. Or I feel like there was a little bit of luck behind this one. I kind of wanted you to just like be like, no, there wasn't. No. It was like definitely intentional.
I think it depends as well. So when you talk about playing under the radar, I talked about as well with that team with Bowler and Spraz, a lot of teams are showing their hands way too early with the high ground play. They're going up for high ground. They're trying to alpha it and stand up above the lobby as, you know, the big players, but they're doing it with 20 builds left and not a lot of ammo and sometimes below surge, where right now players like Pumpkin who are adept at playing the mid and low ground are clearly getting more eliminations. That's where the players are. If you're on high ground, yes, you get shots down quite often, but it's usually harder to pick up that many eliminations from high ground. So right now I'm feeling like low and mid ground is going to be the way to play this tournament. Do you agree, Timmy?
Yeah, I think it will be with 3, like you said, 3 points per elims, and I touched on it at the start. That is rewarding aggressive gameplay. That's rewarding where you get elims, and it's much easier to find elims where everyone is, which would be through the lower mid ground. So what you'll see is these guys who are starting to dominate the lower mid ground, like we've seen with Zolka, and like we've seen with Pumpkin. They're picking up 7, 8 elims like we've seen from Pumpkin, and I think we're going to see them, like I said, back at the top of the leaderboard fairly comfortably.
Well, switching gears for a moment, I kind of want to touch a little bit more on Fresh and Nubatoon because there was a moment when you mentioned Storm Surge and you were saying they're about 700 above, but I want you to reiterate, especially to those at home playing for themselves, like, why is it so important to adhere to Storm Surge? Like, what's the benefit of being able to be to manage it?
Yeah, I mean, at the same time as well, what we did see that game, we saw again, which team was it, Tui, that went up against Daneth and Volks? Who was it again in that fight, if you remember?
Cripper and Bluesy.
Cripper and Bluesy. They took a fight that normally would not go that well. Normally, when you take that kind of a fight, you're just going to get sprayed out. You're going to get eliminated by the team because you've got Storm Surge at your back, pushing you in. You're trying to get into their box. They have all the hard mats. Very rarely can you take that fight and it be so advantageous. Normally, you have to manage your Storm Surge, so you just get to sit back and don't have to be that team desperately fighting on the walls. So it's very important, especially for Fresh and Nubatoon, who, again, taking a bit of a break. I'm imagining their mechanics maybe aren't 100% up to scratch. So hitting your shots at range and avoiding those full-on fights is going to help you a lot, especially going into endgame. If you already have 700 Surge, when it comes to rotating in half-half, you just get to focus on rotating. Get the placement, don't look for elims, and that's what they're doing perfectly.
Just to touch on that, I think one thing I might have said it about maybe a million times on the last broadcast that we did last year. Proactivity. Making sure that you are constantly proactive for your surge, making sure you're rotating early and getting it early. One thing I want to touch on what Cripper and Bluesy did is that when they were below, they didn't sit and wait until Storm Surge started hitting them. They waited until about a minute was left, and then they said, nah, we got to go get our surge. They sorted it out, and then they were ready to go. So being proactive, really important.
All right, well, let's take a look at the standings now while we kind of look at the benefits of being proactive, because pull out any plays where you think that they managed to utilize this.
I mean, we talked about it. We've got Goeg and Scam now in first on 111. We have Suns and Skits up there with 83 as well. Believe Pumpkin should be in there. I'm not entirely sure. We have Zans and Oatly in third though. So again, they got their game one win. They played really consistently in game two. We saw Zans going crazy in the mid and low, Timmy, but still only just on the podium in the top three.
Yeah, exactly. I think we're mixing those two teams up with who's in first. So there you go. Scamden and Goeg there. So Zorka and Pumpkin will be in first with 111 points. So Squanch and Goeg, that's Scam there. So that's just a little mix up on the leaderboard there. But yes, so Pumpkin and Zorka are first with 111 points, quite clear as we go through the rest here. Some big names, Bowler and Spraz, haven't played in a wee while, and 18th there. And then, of course, the team that we talked a little bit about, Nubatoon and Fresh in 21st. Well. We go through the rest of these leaderboard here. 30
points there up on, and they're just outside top 20 here, and we're seeing some teams like Daneth and Volks, and we have Reckless and Muzma. So two of the teams we picked out to look out for, currently in the very lower half of the pack right now, in 32nd and 33rd respectively. So there is still some big teams and some big names that need to have those big games, but that's where the shakeups happen. That's where the top of the leaderboard starts to be disrupted. And again, I know Volks and Pumpkin, for example, very, very good friends, play together a lot. I wonder if we're going to see maybe Volks start to dethrone Pumpkin if he makes it towards these end games.
Well, wonder no longer, because match 3 will be coming up just around the corner. But guys, I mean, this is the important one right here, because this will be the halfway point after this. So if you're going to make a play, this is where we need to see it happen. But I'm going to hand it back over to you, Aussie Antics and Coach Timmy, your casters for the day.
Oh, game 3. This is going to push us to the halfway point, and when you've got one team right now who's cracked the triple digits, I think it was 111 points, Timmy, that is very, very scary spot to be, because a lot of people are going to look at the leaderboard and think, are we playing for second now? Like, we need to catch up quickly. There's only a few teams that can challenge them right now, but 3 eliminations. We keep talking about 3 points per elim. If you drop a 10 elimination win, that is over 60 points right now. So you can catch it up with some big games, but a few of these guys, I'm scared to say, they need it really badly.
Yeah, now I just want to run through the top 5 of the leaderboard here, just to give a bit of context about what we're talking about. So we've got Pumpkin and Zorka in first at 111. We've got Suns and Skits in second, 83. Zans and Oatly with 78. And then we have a pretty big drop-off, Aussie. We've got Alex and Bailey sitting with 58 points. There's a 20-point gap between Zans and Alex and Bailey. That is a big, big drop. There's nothing to be sneered at. So I think what we're going to start to see is potentially those guys have to, someone in those lower tiers having to make something happen. As we see here, Alec and Radial making their way through.
Yeah, they're going to have to start jumping up. 20 points, the difference between third and fourth is a very, very big deal. As Tui, now we have the fight. Here we go. We still have the fight going on for Greasy Grove. And again, we have to kind of give some credit here to Alec. He, again, isn't playing with his set duo who maybe knows this drop spot as well. But that should mean even more of the advantage goes to Tui and Apolox. They're here. They should be able to take this one. But we still have Radial and Alec up. They're still looking healthy. And this Greasy Grove fight will always go down for those coolers right in that corner. As here goes, the fight breaks out right now. Radial, I think, is going down in this one. No, Alec goes down first. And again, we see a 2v1 situation between Tui, Apolox, and then we're going to see Radial as a solo. As I was saying, remember, we have the coolers being extra strong right now, having a higher chance of dropping those splashes, and Apolox, Tui got the advantage. They got to the splashes first. They got full health, full shield, so it's not even a 2v2 at that point. It's almost like a 4v2. They have double your health and shield. They're almost always going to close it out.
Yeah, exactly right. And that's a fight that's interesting to see. You know, everyone loves a good old 50-50, and seeing it break down every game will be interesting, especially when we've got Alex sitting in especially when we've got Tui sitting with 45 points in 8th place. So winning that fight off spawn for them will be very important if they want to keep themselves in that top 10 for a bigger chunk of that prize pool.
Yeah, I mean, now we have to see kind of a look at what Fresh and Ubuntu are doing to find their success, because the one main thing that comes with taking breaks in competitive is usually it's not even the mechanics, not even the gameplay, not even the meta knowledge, it's the drop spots. You lose the ability to claim one of these high profile drop spots, and they're doing very, very well right now from a drop spot that isn't that strong. They're using the Spider-Man. Obviously, Ubuntu is going down. He is getting an extra one. I love that. You talk about being proactive. That is saving a lot of time, very efficient. He's getting 2 of those Spider-Man and bringing them back to Fresh, as Fresh is now getting the extra loot here, but they're now doing very, very well from a pretty low-key drop spot.
Yeah, no, they are doing well, and you got to remember that, we keep on alluding to it, but these guys haven't actually, played a bunch of competitive in quite a while, so they are being carried a lot by a lot of natural talents. We see here Volks and Daneth. Looks like they're being dropped on by Repulse and Rivley. That's not a good sign of your Volks and Daneth. You like to be able to keep yourself uncontested, but Rivley and Repulse here, looks like they're going to be taking these guys on. Rivley taking the Bloom fight. Looks like there's a pretty decent trade both ways. Volks and Dennis holding on to high ground here.
And this is crazy. Going back to the OG tournaments, Volks and Repulse have been 2 of those players that have been in everyone's mouth when you talk about who is the best fighter, who is going to be the best when it comes to OC, who can just take those super aggressive fights. And while Repulse has fallen out of that conversation a little bit as of late, not maybe playing as much as what Volks has, it's still crazy to see both of them colliding here, as Rel and Bathan gonna maybe make for a play here on Moore and Grizz. I mean, Rel currently has the legendary Stinger submachine gun, and that in the back pocket with that Spider-Man and 6 Chili Chug splashes, he's got to feel confident that he has the superior loadout.
Yeah, of course he will. And Rel's been around the block, but big thing going down in the feed there. Pumpkin going down to Brendan and Fisher. That's a huge thing, huge development in the landscape of the tournament. Pumpkin in first place currently with 111 points. It's going to be something to keep an eye on, as we also see Goeg and Scam going down the feed. So 2 big elims going down there in the course of the tournament.
Yeah, and Tekmar and Bantus, 2 eliminations. Again, I feel like we keep talking about so many people taking breaks and coming back. Tekmar being one of them, and he's still got it at the moment. I know they were right down there on the leaderboard, though, so they've got to have a big game as Volks takes down Repulse. So maybe answer that question, who's the best fighter in OC? Looks like Volks may be coming out on top at the moment. Don't know if it was as much of a fair fight there, but Shifty Shafts has a lot of loot, and maybe that extra damage for Volks and Daneth could maybe help out their rotations, even though I know last game, unfortunately, it wasn't them who needed the surge, as we get to tune back in with the fight that lasted an age, I want to say, in that last game, that lasted until an entire 2 zones closed. Trapped and Price up against Gazer and BNP, but looks like this time Zone is a bit more favorable, but they can't keep taking their time. They've got to end this quickly.
Yeah, so we want to see this end fast, like you said. Even though they have zone, it'd be still really good for both of these teams to finish this one up. Looks like Price trap plans a little bit more slowly. They don't have the high ground like they did last time, so BNP and Gazer are the ones we're going to have to try and make something work. So we also see it looks like Lucas creeping in the background there, maybe looking to make something happen. Wonder where his teammate is as well. But Price and Trap, they're the ones that are going to be fighting for the loot down here at this outskirts drop.
Yeah, Outskirts dropping. I mean, they're going for a little pinch maneuver as well here. BNP and Gaze are in the toe-to-toe fight. They're right on the other side of the wall. They've both been cracked, taking all their shield off, and Trapped right now has the big advantage. He's looking like he's still 100 down there. He is, but Price has gone down, so no, he has the health advantage, but not the numbers advantage. And here's Cynical and Lucas trying to close in, see what they can do in this fight. They saw a knock in the feed. They don't know exactly what's going on, who's up and who's down, but they know that at least someone has fallen. Unfortunately, it now means Gazer and BNP have put on the back foot. We did manage to get the res onto Price, so now we now have Trapped and Price back up as Gazer gets pinned up against it. So Trapped and Price coming out on top despite going down in that fight. And will this team disengage now? Will they keep fighting? Because I'm seeing another team in that southeast section that might even be Oatly potentially based on their rotate, kind of sniffing around to see what's going on here.
Yeah, whether these guys disengage or not might be dependent on whether or not they feel like they have enough surge off of their third party here. So interesting to see if they do decide to disengage. But one thing I just want to touch on, one item that I really like is the addition of the shield key. Reason being, you can still move around in the fight like we saw Trapped and Price. So you can kind of sit there, hold your wall, make sure you're not getting pressured, but still heal up. So we saw that being used to great effect there for Price and Trapped, being able to heal themselves up to a really, really nice degree, but also still be able to keep themselves moving. You see Elusive with a nice little slide mechanic there. Still got 400 builds to his name. It looks like Faulty and Muti are going to get on him here and try to finish this fight off.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Muti. I don't know exactly what they were on Leaderboard. I can't remember exactly what they were, but last game they were towards that end game. They ended up going down to Zans, and Elusive really utilizing that slide mechanic in Chapter 3, but unfortunately, there was no sliding out of that one as Muti takes down Elusive, and we break inside top 75 players now, and Suns and Vortex kind of put themselves in a bit of a 2v2 situation. Looks like he's going to fall back into the bush. I thought this was going to be a bit of like a Zayt throwback fake base play. He is going to sit in the bush, which gives them a little bit of an advantage before they're going to maybe rotate away. I'm hoping they were just going for surge tags, but Suns and Vortex so far kind of a little bit slow to start this tournament.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure where they're sitting in terms of the leaderboard. I think they're somewhere around the top 10. But yeah, especially with, looking to make a big performance after just being picked up by Loot Boy or announced by Loot Boy. 74 players alive here. It's interesting to see how they go about playing this mid-game. Landing relatively central here at Coney, but we see there's Zorka going down. We saw Pumpkin get picked up earlier. Looks like Fisher, one of the console lads who's just come across from console, now playing on PC, picks up Zorka, and I think Pumpkin went down earlier as well. So first place team is fully down. Yes, they are. Fisher with 2 elims to his name. That is massive in the context of this third game here. Someone in that top 10 might be able to unseat Pumpkin and Zorka after such a dominant game 1 and 2.
Yeah, eyes are going to be on Suns and Skids here, potentially Zans and Oatly, because Zans and Oatly have been playing pretty low on the elims. They only have 8 elims to their name, but playing very high on the placement, getting a 1st and 6th place, so almost 2 top 5 placements so far. And then Suns and Skids have been sitting very similarly with a 4th and a 1st. So the thing right now is that's crazy consistency, and they've got to keep it going. As you've just seen, Pumpkin and Zolka, who have been running away with this tournament, have just gone down in a mid-game fight. It can happen to any of these players, but Alex Bailey might have their chance to jump up now as well. Braxton Michu, as I was talking about, Muti and Faulty are also still up there in the top 6, and Suns and Vortex, this team needs to pick up the pace pretty soon. They've just joined one of the most prestigious orgs in EU. They've got to start backing it up here today, and I think they can. I still think they can bring it back, as M1 and Chimchar right now in an interesting position, and they're very third-partyable right now. There's a lot of teams with eyes on them.
Yeah, there are. I think spacing up, not letting themselves get hit for whites, not necessarily letting anyone get some good sight lines on them is really important. So maybe closing up here and just letting people pass them by. Probably not too worried about surge if I was them. 73 alive. Still got plenty of time to pick up some surge for the 50 zone surge threshold. So I wouldn't be too worried about it if I were them. So just closing up and making sure they don't get third party to terrible degree would be my first play here. But looks like that's what they are going to do. Just close up, let people rotate past them. 74 alive, only 4 to go down for this next threshold. We see Spraz going down. It's Bowler's teammate. We see them. Saw them in about the top 20 as Flinny picks him up. More surge trades going on as Suns and Vortex now trying to rotate up here just to the north side of Shifty Shafts.
Yeah, and they've got Volks and Daneth above them as well. And it's worth mentioning as well, Suns and Vortex have managed to find themselves in 7th place with only 1 good game. They have the 0 elim 26th in game 1 and then a 7 elim top 5. So we've seen what happens if they don't go down in that early mid-game fight. So Suns and Vortex could be looking to make a big play for this one, as Bowler and Spraz, or Bowler as a solo, because we saw Spraz go down in the feed. I mean, 138 builds right now for Bowler. He's hiding out here on the low ground. it's an interesting spot. Edge of second zone. He's got that. He's got the MK7. He's got the shotgun, but he does have the sniper rifle. And outside of Muselk today, we haven't really seen it play too much of an impact here. But it does a considerable amount of damage. No longer doing one-shot headshots at any rarity. That's a big change in Chapter 3 compared to the old bolt-action sniper rifle that would do one-shot headshots at any rarity. And just like that, as I was expecting, Bowler is unfortunately 90 below.
Yeah, so we're going to see Volks and Dan. I don't expect to see them well above on a beautiful Surge hill here. Of course, they do land Shifty Shafts, and I'm fairly certain they took down Repulse and Rivoli off spawn, so they're going to have a little head start here. 2 Elims on their names, so they're going to have a little head start here in terms of Surge. They've got their Surge probably from sitting here and getting some awesome shots on people. Oh, that is a wonderful pickup. Thank you, bro. As they get a purple Stinger. Looks like Bowler has gone down in the feed there to Mavericks, but they get a purple Stinger. That's going to be lovely addition to Dennis loadout there. As you see, basically maxed out heals. They've also got the Spider-Man Mythic and a couple of armored walls there. So a nice loadout here for Danik as they set up at one of the most powerful positions on the map, ready to take some more Surge tags when people rotate past them.
Suns and Vortex, there's been so much talk around them, and obviously the production team knows that, so they're going to try and show how they do it, but this is the team that has the most pressure on them here today, needing to perform. Once you just sign up to a big organization like Loot Boy, you've announced you're going to be making it to the biggest region in the world, you need to be able to step up in your home region before you then send off. That's exactly what Muzz's team did. They came off the back of, back-to-back FNCS wins before sending off to their NA, and even then, they still did struggle to get a lot of respect from the players on that region, and that's what today's about. It's not just prize money for Suns and Vortex, it's also respect. It's also building up their name on an international scale, because when it's a $100,000 tournament, that is what does it, not cash cups.
Yeah, that's right. When the money's on the line, you got to stand up. It's what exactly what we're expecting to see from Suns and Vortex here. It's why we're talking about them so much. As we see here, District and Flenny watching some of these other teams rotating around them. See Mavericks, looks like he copped a bit of damage there. So it looks like Sync and Radius are relatively low around there as well. So lots of big names in this area here. It's going to be interesting to see as we move into third zone exactly how this is going to work. We see Muselk 91 below, the only team below Storm Surge, and they are very isolated on the map. You look at where they are on hard dead side.
Come on,
the
Muselk.
only team who needs to find damage, and I don't know.
Hit the snipe, Muselk!
No, he needs to hit that.
He's got to get the flopper off here. He's got to this is when we talked to Vandy about being proactive with Surge. You've got to get above it. So right now, only one player has to go down, but unless Muselk can do 94 damage, it's going to be him. He's out healing it, but again, maybe that lack of comp knowledge here, Muselk might not realize he is the only player that is below, so he can't out heal it. No one else is getting hit with Surge. Unless someone else goes down in an unrelated mid-game fight, he's gonna have to get some damage up here. And again, I talk about the lack of experience. Muselk obviously not known for playing a lot of competitive. I believe that 100 points right there is his high point. He has played Arena to gain 100 points. So again, maybe not too adept with Storm Surge, but as I say that, maybe the right call. Tekmar gets elimination in the feed. He lives to fight another day, but he's gonna have to get a lot more damage before the next wave of Storm Surge.
Yeah, so nice little, nice bit of luck there for Muselk, because Tekmar taking down an Elam, able to stop that from happening. Is not quite sure what's happening here with Forbes. He's trying to chug splash himself. I think he's trying to get someone away from that gold striker. He obviously really wants the gold striker. There we go. That's what we like to see from Muselk. We talked about having a couple of memes. We've got Muselk rotating in dead side as you like, Ozzy.
It's a good spot.
From the north side as well.
It's a good rotate.
Really good side. Yeah, it's in a great area of zone here, but Oakley going down in the kill feed there to Worthy.
Ooh,
but Muselk making his rotation here. That's a big Elam, yeah.
He might try and break the snowman for the extra mobility. I mean, it's looking great. We got a snowman sliding down the hill as Worthy then finishes off Oatley, but the problem is we talk about dead side, right? He's on the best spot of zone if you didn't need damage. If you do need damage, you're in the worst spot. We call it dead side because it has the least amount of players. It is effectively dead as you were. So if you need damage, it means no one's around though. But still, I've got to respect the snowman rotates as this is our third place team right now. Remember, there's a big jump between third and fourth. They went into this game on 78 points total and Oatley has fallen. Alex and Bailey are down below them, 20 points down the leaderboard in 58. So that top three are the ones who need to be unseated here as Muselk doing the best he can to kind of rotate through this one. And we'll see if, I mean, I don't believe the snowman. Oh, no. He's got the Spider-Man, so he doesn't need to be doing this either, I would like to add as well. He was maybe setting up for a Skybase. I know Muselk a huge fan of those, but it's just not going to work here as we have Forbes High ground, King being shot out very, very heavily. He's down to less than 15 builds. It's all wood. He's going to go down. Squeaks, G, and Forbes are out of this game as Muselk is going to maybe try to set up for a skybase or something, or he's just going to go for another Hail Mary snipe. That would save him on Surge, and maybe no one expected him to be here. He's right up behind Faulty and Muti here in 6th place, so he could still play some kind of a pivotal role here. He's already taken down an FNCS champion.
Yeah, who's he headshot sniping next? That's the real question, Aussie. We're waiting to see what kind of beautiful miracle he can pull out of his bag next.
He's going to need to.
Get a beautiful,
There's no one nearby. He's got one team in front of him, so to get this damage, it's going to have to be Faulty or Muti, or he's going to use that Spider-Man and go for some insane Hail Mary play, maybe. I really do not know.
Yeah, as we get a really lovely overview there, we've got quite a few big teams. Still to rotate in here to 4th zone. So we see that lovely overview there again. We've got Sorif and Luda, Worthy and Jinx still to rotate in. A couple of our big teams still needing to make that rotation, which will be tough. Quite a lot of them have to go quite a long way. And District and Flenny, looks like they have to make a little bit of that rotation as well. Muselk, mate, I think you might want to start that rotation sometime soon.
He's got Spider-Man. He can go whatever he wants, but he's hitting the dance moves. And again, I respect the reason why I said don't dance is there was only one team that was close to him who did have audio range on him. They would have 100%. Again, I don't see too many people emote too much visual audio being a setting that a lot of people are adapting to using. I don't know if it shows emotes. Normally, when I play competitive, I'm not having to deal too much with players emoting nearby me. But either way, Musel's going to have to pull something out here as we see Xenox's team on the high ground, a team we haven't talked too much about here, as Mania and Rip also getting a little bit of lobby focus, but Suns and Vortex set up in a beautiful spot, looking to have the big game they need to break in potentially on the podium. And Muselk has made the rotate, but like we touched on, no damage. 334 below. He has to hit 3 headshot snipes, 2 headshot snipes and a body snipe, and then he'll just be above. So don't know what the plan is here. He's got the med mist spray, and he's also got the bandages, but that is not going to be enough to heal through what is 15 players having to go down worth of Surge.
Yeah, and this is another big player who's below as well. Zan's currently 3rd place, 146 below the Surge threshold. Got 24 seconds before the Surge starts to hit. We've got 11 players who still need to go down, so Zan's going to have to make something happen. He's going to have to try and find some sort of damage somewhere, otherwise our 3rd place might be going down quite early here.
Yeah, it's not a spot to beat. He has the Spider-Man, has the launch pad, has everything he needs to get to this endgame, just does not have the Surge. And that's why we focus on it so much as a mechanic. It does not matter how stacked you are. You could have the best loadout in the game, but if you don't get your damage, it's not going to matter. As Price and Trap, despite taking that early game fight that we saw over near the Lighthouse, they're also still below. 1 elimination, or even 2 quite often, is not enough to keep you above Surge. You need to get more damage than that, and that's what Price is looking for here. Is Worthy on the other side of the wall. Basil and Jace also nearby, but I mean, this is interesting for Jinx and Worthy. We saw how big of a deal having a team near you who needs Surge can play on you, but they're 146 above, but Zan's not the same story with a complete opposite half-half. But only 2 players have to go down. He might be able to out-heal this Timmy.
Yeah, 75 below, 100 below. He's trying to find something. He's still got 4 splashes as well. He is one of the 2 players who is below the Storm Surge threshold. So I'm not too sure how that's going to work for him. 1 player has gone down, and it looks like he's above now all of a sudden. GLJ going down, so it looks like he is now the 1 player. Muselk is still in this somehow as well. Nope, there he goes.
There he goes. He was the last player to go down for Surge. So, I mean, unfortunate for Muselk, but very fortunate for Zans, who's had to go through all his meds, but still does have that Spider-Man 86 builds and 2 reinforced walls. Also has that medkit next to him. Hopefully, we'll probably grab that in a second, but if he plays this really well and takes no damage, he could clutch this up for Oatly, as we see Zora go down and takes Raikou with him as Fresh and Nubatoon. 3 eliminations on the board. They went into this game just outside top 20. I imagine with those 9 points of elims, they'll be inside the top 20, which means it puts them in the top half of the lobby. I think this, despite Fresh's adoring fans, is going to surprise a lot of the comp fans who probably thought Fresh was going to show up and really not perform to his old standards.
Yeah, especially, it's not necessarily about Fresh's ability, it's about the fact that he's playing with Nubatoon. Not necessarily one of the players who I think of as, you know, one of the top tier IGLs who's going to lead Fresh to victory.
Very true.
Think of Nubatoon like that generally. So seeing them performing like they are, I'm not sure if you guys caught that in the kill feed, but they actually took out Luda and Sorif. That's one of our top teams who they've taken down there. Very impressive from them. So we've got a couple different perspectives here. We've got Nubatoon, Fresh with 3 elims, got 100 materials left on Fresh. No metal, unfortunately, which is quite big. And we've got Jinx and Worthy here on another POV as well. Looks like they're trying to find Trapped. an Elam on trap there. Looks like Price has gone down, but Zone is going to start moving here, and that is important, as it looks like Price has gone down. Jinx and Worthy picking up another Elam. We're going to see Zone start to move now. This is where it gets serious here, Aussie.
And there's a bit of verticality. We haven't seen this too much so far from the first few games. We have a big mountain right in the middle. These teams got to rotate over it all around it. If you have the Spider-Man Mythic, it doesn't make it look too difficult. I was about to drum up how difficult these mountain zones are. You have to, pick your rotates perfectly. No, if you have a Spider-Man, you can go whichever way you want around it. But not everyone in this lobby is so lucky as Zan's still using that Spider-Man beautifully to just clutch up more and more points. I have to say it, Oatly's been getting a lot of the focus in the OC region, how much effort he's putting in, how much he's trying to improve at the game. And honestly, Zan's right now, though, is doing so well for this duo. That game 1 clutched up in the final 1v2, and now in game 3 really has Oatly on his back here, literally carrying as many points as they can possibly get out of this.
Yeah, and it's also important to note, Zans has, quote-unquote retired quite recently. He's just come back after being gone for quite a long time. So having him come back and perform like this after the first 3 games has been very, very impressive. But I think he will be going down here, making his rotation a little bit too late. Can he get away from them? He can. And again, that shows the importance of that Spider-Man item. He's able to box up 112 builds, 120 builds to his name. But unfortunately, he will be going down there, finished off. But Fab and Saar, looks like they're the ones who are controlling height at this stage. But they're being fought for it by Raikou. It's going to be interesting to see who takes us out.
And I saw Sun still in this, so we got one of our top teams still pushing through, still going as 2E falls in this one as well. And I mean, this is going to be an interesting position for Saar to be in. Reckless on the high ground, a team we hyped up a lot at the start who has been very, very quiet, as I see Basil in this one still as well, Worthy and Jinx. So pretty much all of our teams that we hyped up who've been very quiet to start today are here, and they're fighting strong, including Suns and Vortex. This is going to be one of the most exciting end games today. I'm calling it right now. We have all the big teams we need in this for the storylines and for the leaderboard. As Bluesy gets elimination, Worthy takes down Vortex. So 2 Titans absolutely clashing right now. 2 eliminations for Worthy, 0 for Jinx leading the charge, but this could be the game that Jinx and Worthy need to jump back up.
Yeah, it could be playing a really nice left side rotation here, trying to control some nice space. Jinx known as one of the best IGLs in the region, making sure they're in good positions all the time. It's what Jinx is best at. We see lots of space to be moved into here. No one really looking to control space ahead of zone. That might be a symptom of those further zones that you're talking about, Aussie. We see Suns here as a solo. 9 teams left alive, 15 players as Volks and Daneth with 7 Elams on the board already. This is going to be a huge game for Daneth and Volks.
Looking fantastic. I saw Fresh get elimination on a Radius before he went down. Spiker goes down the feed here as well. So right now, I believe we do still have Suns and Skits up. I know we have Suns at least. I don't know about Skits so much, as Suns with a Z is going to fall here. Volks and Dana still now on the front side. Raikou on the other side of this one. 20 builds to Volks' name. He does not have the SMG, the submachine gun. That's what scares me a little bit. He has that MK7, but its worth and its value depreciates as the game goes on. You need a close range weapon now, but with Volks' aim, that green striker pump shotgun does hit very, very hard though, as it's Worthy versus Volks and Daneth, and Jinx is just behind that. So 2 of the best teams that we've pointed to look out for here, trying to control the same layer. And again, those reinforced walls being pivotal. Jinx and Worthy no builds. Where are they going to do? Where are they going to go? And right there, Brax sneaks up behind them. I honestly just thought it was a visual glitch. They didn't see them. Worthy is down to literally 1 health. He goes down. Jinx and Worthy just down outside top 5. Ken Volks clutch up big, gets another elimination. You know he doesn't get credit. That one gets taken, but there is Volks' shotgun aim like I was talking about, and it's on his ex-teammate Sync, no less.
Yeah, top 4, 6 players left, and there's quite a few solos up, and that is a beautiful example of those armored walls coming out. Saar trying to push his way in here on Volks. He's got 6 Elams. Fab coming in behind Volks, picking him up. 5 Elams to him. Trying to take on Raikou, takes out. No, doesn't. He does not take him out.
No.
Saar and Fab controlling the low ground here. Looks like we've got a 2v2 to finish this off. Saar with 1 Elam, Fab with 2. We've got one of our Dark Horse teams, Reckless and Muzma, controlling from the high ground. Only with 4 Elams though, so getting these last 2 Elams will be huge for the amount of points they take away from this game.
But look at the loadout. I mean, they've made it here. They have everything. 6 splashes, legendary weaponry. There's just no way they lose this one. I'm pretty cursed. People know it. I am one to curse players, but I was confident enough that there is no chance players of the caliber of Reckless and Muzma are going to lose that one. And that's our halfway mark. That is game number 3. And I think the leaderboard is going to shake up a lot. We had Pumpkin and Zalka in first place by a lot, like a big margin, go down very early. Did Suns and Skits get enough points there to jump up above them though?
We'll have to wait and see. So we're not going to be doing the standings this time. We'll actually bring them to you after the break. So you just to kind of build a little bit of that anticipation. But there were some huge plays made by Volks, huge plays as well. I kind of have one question before we jump to the break in that situation, because Volks was making like huge plays, great game sense, but a 2v1 is rough, right? There's no chance that he would have been able to go up the 1v2v2.
Oh, I mean, it's Volks at the end of the day. You can never count out for anything. He's done crazier things in his time, but at the moment with what he had in the loadout, it was going to be very, very difficult. He got one with him and he secured small placement points, used the reinforced walls perfectly, but yeah, he just didn't have the health to do it there.
Makes sense, but I mean, we can always dream, right? Any other comments on this match before we jump to our break?
No, I mean, so far it's been fantastic. I want to see how the leaderboard shakes up here. I think, again, me and Timmy jumped it up a lot. It's going to be the story of eliminations. Timmy, I mean, it's holding up true. Do you have a prediction who's going to win it for the last 3 games? I'm putting you on the spot.
Oh, you put me on the spot a little bit too much. I really can't even think about who's going to be at the top after that. It's going to be a huge shakeup with Zolka and Pumpkin going down that early. I have absolutely no clue who's going to be at the top of the leaderboard, so I can't even tell you who's going to be winning after game 3, let alone after game 6.
Match 3 really shook it up. Everything that we thought we knew, forget about it, chuck it right out. And I think that's what's going to happen in the next 3 matches as well. But we're going to go to a halftime break for us, the players, and for us and the players, sorry. There's going to be match 4 when we come back. Don't go anywhere. Grab some snacks, grab a drink, but we'll be right back. Welcome back from the break. You are watching the Australian Open Summer Smash Fortnite Invitational. We just broadcasted match number 3 before the break, and now we're going to take a look at the standings to refresh you all and see just who's in the lead. Ozzy, I'd love to hear your thoughts on the leaderboard and if it's looking like you would have expected, or are there any upsets?
I mean, Pumpkin and Zalka in the top there is what we kind of were expecting. Still on 111 points, though. They went down with 0 points in Game 3, which is now pushing that leaderboard so much closer. And Suns and Skits, again, we were kind of hyping up a different Suns, which I can still see a little bit further down the leaderboard. But yeah, Suns and Skits in second now, closing that gap. So we have a tour in our hands, and it's kind of going as I expected with some of the teams, but we have some big names missing, Timmy.
Yeah, we do. Just to point out, though, this shows exactly how important those elims are. We talk about how many points they're worth. Sync and Radius, they've got 60 placement points, but only 6 elims, and they're in 5th. So they've got the third most placement points, but only with those 6 elims, it leaves them in 5th. Move on to the second page here. We've got Jinx and Worthy in 13th, but you look at how tight this is, Aussie. One good game from any of these teams could really propel them up the leaderboard very quickly, couldn't it?
Well, 2 eliminations is basically getting you from 15th inside the top 10 right now. So it's going to come down to who can start racking up the elims and get the consistent placements. I'm seeing Bathan and Rel here just inside the top 30. Alec and Radial, it's outside top 20. Talked about how they had to do a late fill there for Oreo not showing up. So some teams here are doing very well and are within that range of jumping up. But a lot of these teams on these pages we're now checking, they have to show up big right now. We have 3 games to go. We keep talking about how many points are on offer, but you need to start racking them up now. We are halfway through. We are over halfway once this game starts. You don't have any more time.
No, you don't. It's time to make it happen, isn't it?
Well, guys, it looks like match 4 is right around the corner. I'm going to throw it back over to you, and then I'll see you at the end of match 4.
We'll see how we go jumping into match 4, just over halfway. It is now or never for these teams, and a lot of them are going to stick to their same game plan. Like, the drops are there, the spots are taken, the rotates are mapped out. They've practiced this and drilled it day after day, week after week. The only thing that can really change is just genuinely your performance. You can't just completely change up the strategy and hope something works differently. So we get a little bit of a spot to see what happens with Sync here. So Sync is going for these Spider-Man mythics before they then rotate in to Tilted Towers, but they're now getting contested by Mammal's team on the edge here, trying to take some of them. There's no chest in here. There's no weapons. CO is hung out to dry. If Sync or Radius got some weapons here, they can take some shots, but I think they're happy getting their 2 Spider-Mans and dipping maybe potentially, and CO's only going to get 1 of these.
Yeah, he is. It looks like he's only going to get the 1, but if you still look at the top there, it looks like Alec is not landing over at Greasy Grows anymore, electing to try and get some Spider-Men over here, contesting Rel and Bathan for those. 35 HP, looks like he's going to have to make something big happen here. Unfortunately, he does go down with his teammate Radial, and Bathan and Rel will get 6 points right off the bat. There'll be some nice points for them there to convert on as we keep moving through here. Starting off, interesting start there for Alec. Interesting to see how they keep going with these final 2 games. But yeah, 2 in Apple Locks, that does mean they have Greasy Grove uncontested. And that team with an uncontested drop spot will be a really good team to keep an eye on for the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, that is, this is now Tui's Groves, and they've started to jump back up there after a rough game 1 at the hands of a very unexpected swing of events there at the hands of Muselk. We do have 2 in Applocks just outside that top 10, so they're climbing up there. They can do it now with an uncontested drop. A lot of teams, when they're doing well or having good games, they get uncontested. Sometimes I'm scared whether that lack of Storm Surge they're getting in that early fight is going to come into things, as we currently see GoEgg's team hiding in here. I think well, GoEgg's down right now. We do have, I believe it's Scammed, right, who is Squanch, and Ashes comes in right now on the big shot from Squanch, aka the Italian Stallion Scammed, and Ashes now going to go down around the corner, and can Scam do this? Surely not. 0 builds, comes around the corner, right hand peek down to Prizzy, gets the builds there, gets the Siphon, managed to get those extra mats. I think Scammed might have this, and Prizzy's got to feel nervous. He's got to know they've thrown what should have been a guaranteed win. Why didn't he take the shot on the right hand peek? But there, Prizzy does manage to win this one. Scammed and just going down there. That was a rough one.
Yeah, it was. And looks like Remy has just taken down Fresh and Nubatoon. Looks like they decided to take them up. But Zolka going down in the kill feed again to Rel. Zolka, it's another huge elim. Zolka's still in first after dying early in game 1. Unfortunately, it looks like he's going down early. Sorry, in game 3, looks like he's going down early again here in game 4. Bathan and Rel with 3 elims already to start. That's 9 points before first zone's even started to close.
And we'll see if we can get eyes on Pumpkin. I think Pumpkin should still be up in this one, but I don't know where he is. So Rel and Bathan have their 3 elims. Obviously, they get 2 of them onto Radius and Radial there on the bridge, and then 1 of them onto Zolka. But is Pumpkin still in a position to get the reboot off here? Because they've gone from being 111 points in 2 games to now having 111 points here in game 4 with 1 player down. 0-point game 3 and potentially looking like a 0-point game 4 here.
Yeah, depends on what Pumpkin is doing with himself, whether or not he managed to survive. We might have missed him going down off spawn as well.
Maybe.
We might have done it. Potentially, we're looking at another game where they've gone down that early. You've got to think, really putting the pressure on some of these other teams to come up on the leaderboard and potentially make a move. But it looks like we do have a... Never mind, there we go.
There
We've got Pumpkin on our screens right now. Looks like he's just rotated out of Tilted. Tekma just rifting above him. But yeah, going to be interesting to see if he managed... Yeah,
how are they so split? I don't actually know. I guess maybe he's rotated that quickly. Has no Spider-Man. I don't know how Pumpkin has gotten this far from Zolka so quickly, assuming that he was somewhere near when Zolka went down. They have the rifts, but I don't think they would have hit those yet. But, I mean, Pumpkin has the ability to go and reboot Zolka, but do you have enough Storm Surge bowlers nearby here? It's going to be questionable. Suns and Skids, if they can see the feed, if there's no anonymous mode, will be very happy about that one. 97 points, so they are still over 10 points behind, but catching up fast. If Pumpkin can't get the reboot off here and make something happen.
Yeah, especially if you leave Pumpkin as a solo here, you gotta wonder. It might be the perfect time for another team to come up and take that first place that they've held since game 1. Interesting to see if that does happen. We see him getting eyes here on Bowler and Spraz who are making their return. That might be Rel. I can't quite work it out, but yeah, definitely some stuff happening here. It's going to be interesting in terms of the leaderboard. Just keep an eye on that kill feed just to make sure that Pumpkin doesn't go down at any point. We see here a little pan shot here of Jinx in the Sanctuary, managing to pick up some of his extra loot along his loot path here, but yeah, going to be very interesting to see how that Pumpkin situation develops.
And now Tui and Avlox walking away with a 12 Chug Splash. We talked about how pivotal those are going to be today with the new changes or the temporary changes to the Guzzle Juices no longer being inside the coolers, but I mean, I want to see what Aplox has here as well, and I've got to imagine they're going to have even more than this as they now manage to get... You know you're doing well when you're leaving behind shield kegs. The one thing that concerns me a little bit here from Tui is the Ranger Assault Rifle. I talked about how he does have some of the most clinical aim, and there we go. Aplox with the 3 Chili Chug Splash as well. Thank you, production team. That is quite often a sight you're going to see. You probably haven't seen 3 Chili Chug Splash that often. They don't get a llama. They're managing to buy them at Greasy Grove from the NPC. If you find a vault inside Greasy, you're going to get a guaranteed 3 Chili Chug Splashes as Brando and Mobre's going to try and make a play here, see if they can find their way in. We've seen a lot of fires go down at this little gas station area. Wasn't normally with Eshes and Prizzy, though. Normally we're seeing this go down with Mania's team.
Yeah, it is. This is one of the most confident teams you'll see. Brando and Movrix. Movrix used to be on controller, now he's on KBM. But yeah, definitely a team to keep an eye on in terms of fighting ability. We look now over at Brendan and Fisher, one of the other teams that we saw at Tilted Towers. Looks like they're trying to take a fight here with Rip and Mania. Brendan trying to get a top-down angle, and Fisher here just coming in from another side angle here, trying to put some pinch on here.
39 teams, 75 players. Remember, this is a 45 team tournament, not 50 as well. So we do have that slightly smaller lobby, but at the same time, as we're finding with Surge, it's not only making a big difference. Suns and Skids now jumping off that shield keg as they're almost already full shield. There was 2 shield kegs down, and you'll notice that is how they work. They are kind of a double-edged sword. They heal you, but they also give shield to opponents around you in the same radius, and they go through builds as now Pumpkin first place is getting run down, but it's by a solo. I believe it's Bowler. Bowler's going to give up the chase, but that's just going to waste more time, more material, and just resources that Pumpkin does not have. He is running away right now.
He's running, but he's not just running away. He's running away from zone. You see he's going far north here, getting himself away from zone. I talked about the proactivity being really important. He's not going to be able to be proactive if he's really focusing on trying to run from people, trying to get away, not focusing on a surge here. But Mania looks like they're getting pressured now by Basil and Jace. A little bit of a third party to take out Fisher and Brendan earlier we saw there as they went down. Basil and Jace on the right side of that fight, but Mania and Rip here in a real bit of trouble.
Yeah, and Basil and Jace is a team that I could see pulling off a good performance here today. We've seen what Vortex has gone on to do from this trio. It's one of the more legendary trios in OCE, performing very, very well together, and they're a good fighting trio. And as Vortex has gone on to see incredible success as a fighter, Basil and Jace are no different. And with Mania and Rip right now, with Mania only 112 effective health, this could be a good one for Jace and Basil to take, but maybe they want to play a little bit safer as we see another storm fight going on here. We got Grizz, Elusive, Moore, and Fax here trying to take a fight outside. I believe we're at Joe's here. So right now we've broken the sign. This is going to be an interesting one inside the buildings. They've got mats to play with, but this is just, I don't want to use the word turtling. We haven't used that since like chapter 1 days, but it's kind of what this is. It's just basing up on low ground and trying to hold them off.
Yeah, there's no real intent here from either of these teams. A little bit sort of caught in the middle between wanting to do one or two things. I think one of these two teams is going to have to try and make something happen. It looks like Fax and Elusive are pretty content to sit and wait for this other team to rotate. So sort of down to Moore and Grizz to take the brains of the situation and get out of here. But I'm going to be interested to see if they make that decision.
That's the hard situation here, though. If you're the first one to rotate, you also put yourself in the most vulnerable position to get shot out as you're making that rotate. So a lot of people end up just thinking, hey, they're not going to rotate, I'm not going to rotate, and then you just get this kind of stalemate as 37 builds. Fax here, they've got meds, they've got splashes, minis. They do have the meds to keep healing this in zone, but unfortunately, that's why you need to close these fights out quickly, because you're fighting for the resources, and if they're going through them in zone, whether it be heals and mats, you need to get them quickly. As more now, they're going to try and make a play if they can get an eyes on more, and Zolka goes down. So Zolka gets picked up and goes down again at the hands of Sorif and Luda. So Zolka was back in the game in first place briefly, but I believe Pumpkin is still alive. But you have to imagine if Sorif and Luda just took down the teammate, they're probably going to know the Pumpkins are solo, and that's a duo that will normally take that fight.
Yeah, it is, yeah. That is an extremely important fight to get eyes on, as we see here. Pumpkin.
There it is.
Shifty Shafts. Looks like he managed to get the reboot on Zalka.
But Sorif and Luda, and they're holding him, man.
Luda are now holding them. This is going to be tough for them to make this rotation. Good surge for Sorif and Luda. They'll be happy with getting that elim. It's 3 points as well. It's big for them getting that elim, but unfortunately, looks like Zalka going to have... Sorry. Yeah, it looks like Pumpkin going to have to try and get that reboot on Zalka again, fortunately. As these guys make their rotation on the north side of zone here. Not quite sure where zone pulls. This looks like Muzma picks up a kill. We talked about them earlier. Yeah, unsure where they're going to have to make this rotation, but going to have to do it on foot as we see their car just runs out of fuel.
Yeah, I think we're getting a pretty much like a southwest zone here. Yeah, a little bit around Greasy Grove, so into Tilted. We could get a Tilted zone here potentially. I get very excited for those because they're very, very fun to watch. But yeah, we got a lot of players deep in Storm. This is definitely an OC map we're looking at right now. We got 2 players in Sleepy. We got 2 rotating into Shifty. Pumpkin gets Zalka up for the second time. But there's another team right next to them. Please don't fight. Please don't fight. Please don't fight. I don't know who it is. It's Elusive.
It's Elusive. You've already
taken one storm fight. You saw how that went for you. Please do not fight again, as now Zalka has to make his way in and Pumpkin is driving the semi. I mean, I don't know. This is first place deep in Storm with another team behind them. They are going to make it in, but I guess only 3 players have to go down for Surge. So if they play this really well, Timmy, they can get their Surge up before 50 half-half.
Yeah, I don't think they've just gone and jumped in the car that Sorif and Luda left behind, and unfortunately, they were not able to use it, as we saw fuel had been run out. But Brando does go down to Ashes and Prizzy, who have 4 elims on the board. That's big for Ashes and Prizzy. That's already 12 points on the leaderboard for them before second zones even really started to close. So a huge start for them. But our first place team still trying to make it out of zone here, as we see Moore and Grizz sitting in that bush there. Wonder if they might try and take some shots or try and make something happen here. Both teams try and make their way out of zone. Really awkward rotation here for Zolka and Pumpkin to try and make in that really slow semi-truck. It's like Surge has disappeared there after getting shot at. But looks like Zolka's just behind Pumpkin there. Yeah, he is.
And Oli's getting active in the feed. So we go below Surge there because our third place team just got 2 eliminations. That's 6 points, and they got some good Surge up there as well. But this is very lucky for Zolka and Pumpkin that towards the end of this tournament, you're going to see this happen a lot here in game 5 and 6 especially. We've kept mentioning it, 3 points per elim. The same thing though goes with a $100,000 prize pool. And you know, if you get a 20-30 point game, that is going to jump you up thousands of dollars or at least hundreds of dollars here. So these players are going to start playing more aggressive because they might as well go for it. Like, why leave it? Don't leave anything in the back pocket. Just don't sit back, don't rest, don't box up too much. Start going for aggressive pushes like Esh's team, because you could see yourself getting a lot more money for one pop-off game. So expect Storm Surge to be less of an issue on these first active surges, but I still have a feeling we're going to get 50 and 30 on the rotating zones.
And particularly what you might start seeing is these teams who are getting more elims throughout mid-game, they're going to try and continue to be aggressive as they get confident. I talk about confidence all the time. Having the confidence in your own ability and your own aim is actually really, really important part, especially in this meta where it's become extremely important to be able to hit your shots more consistently and track more consistently with the SMGs and the ARs. So it's going to be really interesting to see how those teams that already have a couple of elims, like Prizzy and Ashes, how they continue to move through this game. Might see them take another couple of extra fights just to ride that confidence and ride the momentum that they've built. But we see lots of teams sitting here at the north side of Tilt. It's going to be interesting to see where that second zone has pulled as a result and where they have to rotate it.
Yeah, I mean, confidence doesn't do much to stop against multiple MK7s or Stinger SMGs, though. You've got to be careful when these lobbies get towards the end, because it's not just the team you're fighting, it's how many more eyes are on you. It's very hard to isolate a team and get that straight-up fight. As Chances takes down Sayo in the feed, so we got Musel and Chances still getting active in this one. I think I'm seeing Chances. Oh, it was. And then I think he's got Mammals chasing him right now, so he took down one of them. Chances in the 1v1. We got the power content creator going toe-to-toe with OCE's best right now, and really good performance from them as you see Jinx and Worthy on that south side. Talking about power, that is a very, very long dead side rotate, Timmy.
Yeah, I'm wondering where they're going to be trying to get. And one of the things to consider, of course, is their Storm Surge and how they're going to get that. But one thing to consider when you've got Worthy on your team is that you can kind of got a little bit more room to work with when you've got a Worthy on your team. Essentially just a Storm Surge bot.
Yeah,
basically. Sit there and hit all of his shots.
Yep.
It's really, really important to consider that as well. So you see here, Jinx making the rotation all the way around to the dead side here. So it looks like Sorif and Luda getting involved in another fight here. We see them already with 2 elims, having taken out Pumpkin. I'm not too sure who else they took out, but Faulty and Muti on the walls here, getting involved in a fight.
And right now, this means more for Faulty and Muti. They've been up there on the leaderboard today. They've been doing very, very well. So I don't know where they're stacking up compared to Sorif and Luda specifically, but both these teams are, 16th right now for Faulty and Muti, and Sorif and I believe Luda a little bit further down that one. But one big game can change everything here, and the players on the wall are going to try and go for this. Luda getting some big shots off Muti around the corner. Hits him for 24. Bit of a misfire there. He hits him again. Surely that finishes him. Okay, there we go. And now Sorif goes down. They might trade reses, but honestly, if you're Luda, with the confidence Luda has, he's going to take this one. Ooh. Just missed the shot on Faulty. Went for that right-hand peek and jumped a little bit too high. So they're going to maybe trade reses, and I wonder if this is the right call. So Faulty choosing to pop the minis before the res. That could cost them. He's not going to get this res off here. So Luda's going to get the res on Sorif and then be able to turn into a 2v1. I think that was a bit of a macro misplay there by Faulty. Should have just gone straight for the res, or should have given it up and put on pressure. Can't have done like a bit of both.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it looks like Sorif has got up, and Faulty does go down. You're right. A big macro misplay there. I think that is a massive misplay on that fight. It looks like Luda and Sorif going to be able to survive this one. End up, depending on what their loot is after that fight, might be able to make the rotation in, and their surge is going to be totally sorted. You see Chances now having to fight Mammal here on edge zone. Quite a way out. Mammal having to take on the power content creator, like you said. Looks to jump in, try and finish this fight off. Hits a shot nice. Chances getting high ground though. 250 builds still on his name. Chances holding the high ground quite nicely, and Mammal's the one who actually chooses to disengage.
Mammal's got to be nervous right now. We've already seen we've seen Musel take down Tui here, and this is our content creator duo, Musel and Chances. Obviously, Chances very, very good, competes for the fun of it though. Normally not a player you would consider a competitive or pro player, just a very good player who likes to make content, and potentially Mammal's going to go down here. Let's see if, Chances with the cone, editing the cone. This is what I mean. He's got the mechanics though, and now Mammal's getting pinned. The shots come out though. Can Chances land that one last shot he needs? He goes for the jump shot and just misses it over the wall. And Chances, unfortunately, is going to fall at the hands of Mammals. Very, very close though.
Yeah, really putting up a great fight there against Mammal, who is a good fighter. Mammal just struggling a little bit though there, trying to finish Chances off with the third party, putting a little bit of pressure on from that other side. But this is I was just about to say that. I was just about to say that. Zolka and Pumpkin, this is a really important team to get some eyes on. As we said, first place at the moment, 1 elim to their name, picking up a bit of Storm Surge tags. But Zolka with 78 builds, they've done some really, really nice recovery here, some nice refarm, obviously getting themselves into tilted towers and working out how they can find themselves some extra materials. Trading a little bit of Storm Surge there with Muzma. Muzma, though, looks like he's the one who's actually lost that gunfight there. Pumpkin going quite low, 62 alive. You can see these guys are struggling to move around so much. Bit of server lag going on here. as they try and move their way through these zones and find themselves in a good position for Storm Surge. 300 below.
300 below, despite the one elimination there. Pumpkin's had to. Oh, never mind. We're jumping back up. Pumpkin had to. I was confused. I was like, one elimination, 400 above. Let's talk about that. Pumpkin has double reboot of Zolka this game. Sat in Storm for a good 3 minutes. Had to rotate around the entire map, picking up Pumpkin, picking up Zolka, and they're still 400 above. It shows if you have that clinical aim, if you pick your positioning right and you use it properly, you can really combat it. As Tui and Aflox here, 42 below, have the SMG. I believe it might be a display bug here. I have to imagine Tui also has an assault rifle in that other slot, but we're still 61 below, trying to get some good damage out. Maybe that is all he has. He might actually only have the double SMG, because he'd be using the assault rifle here if he had it, as Mammals takes down Bluesy as a solo in the feed. No, yeah, that's it. They only have the SMG. They're handing it over to Tui to see if Tui can hit some more shots than Aflox, because they need the damage badly.
It comes back to that idea that I was talking about before, Aussie. Proactivity. They aren't making enough happen here. They're trying to get some shots down, but they aren't being aggressive as they should be, in my opinion. They need to be trying to find someone, as it looks like Luda has been dropped down. A really nice find there from Volks. They pick up Sorif and Luda. Both of them go down with 6 elims to their name. It's unfortunate for the new power duo. Going to be cycling over to someone else here, as it Worthy goes down as well in the feed. Pumpkin has gone down, as well as Jinx. Sorif has gone down. We've seen a bunch of big names going down in the feed. Really, the Storm Surge has proven to be a real... Zolka goes down as well. There we go. Our first place team is fully out. This is going to be a really interesting shake-up of the leaderboard once again, Aussie.
Yeah, Suns and Skits right now as our duo that has the most eyes on them. See if we can get a shot of them pretty soon to see what happens on this one, because this is going to be crazy. If they're still in this one, we have Suns with the Z now. Suns and Vortex still climbing up the leaderboard, but do we have Suns and Skits still alive in this, and how are they looking? Because they are the closest to being able to jump up and overtake Zolka, who has now fallen. I feel bad. Pumpkin did so much to get Zolka back in. Double reboot. They got the surge. They did everything, and they went down at, honestly, 4th zone. I wonder what happened there. I wonder what came unstuck for them.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to go back there and see what happened. My guess is that they might have got pushed by someone with Storm Surge, or found themselves on the receiving end of a...
Sorry, Timmy. There is Suns and Skits on the right side of our screen. 100-100. Thank you, production. Looking fantastic. Looking healthy. This is what Zolka and Pumpkin and their fans did not want to see. Suns and Skits could very well be in first after this if they play this well. They have everything they need. It's their lead to throw right now.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Plenty of mats on them as well. But one thing you do have to say, I'm not sure if Skits has it, but the mobility. They really don't have anything to get themselves across this first moving. First moving is the critical one. You're not going to get any points before first moving, or if you do, they're going to be fairly minimal or reliant on you finding elimination. So surviving this first moving is going to be critical to them getting some points here, and I don't see any mobility to help out with that. As I say that, Tui going down in the feed. I'm not too sure if he still has his teammate, but another big team going down here. 21 teams left up, 38 alive. We're going to get moving Storm Surge, but Alex and Bailey are the ones who are actually controlling high ground at the moment, and they're pretty high up on that leaderboard as well.
8th place. This could be a good position for them to take this one. Daneth and Volks and their Suns and Vortex who have been climbing. So we got a few up there. Our first place is going down, but we got a lot of our teams in that like top 10 position ready to take this one back. Man, we've only just gone past the halfway mark. After this game, we will only have a few games left. A couple. We have 2 games after this, and I mean, this is anyone's to take right now. Raikou flying to front side. Prizzy's going to go down out of the sky, and Suns and Skits, you talked about it. No mobility, and now low on the Storm Surge. 18 below doesn't worry me too much with how they're having to rotate so far. I guarantee they'll find at least 1 or 2 people to get a couple of shots onto, but they're going to have to rack up this shield quickly. They get to front side, use the Chug Sprinkler, the Chug Keg, but no mobility. There's only launch pads. If you don't have the Spider-Man, you have the launch pad. You do have the Spider Webs, though. That is permanent mobility around the map, and that's a beautiful front side rotate. But 16 below. Where are we finding the damage? Shouldn't be too hard to find right here. Zor on the other side of the wall. They need something first, though. This is 2nd place. This is first on the line right now.
Yeah, it is, and they've only got 1 elim to their name, and they are still below on Storm Surge. 5 seconds until that starts sticking them. They're going to want to try and find something now. Sync is still up in this one. Remember, they're in 5th place, and the only thing that was stopping them from being further up the leaderboard was the fact that they couldn't find any elims. As I say that, Radius does go down, but looks like Suns and Skits are going to be able to find an elim there. Skits with 2 now. 89 above. They're going to be able to make this rotation fairly easily here, I think.
no.
But Vortex and Suns on height there. Looks like Suns has gone down, and Vortex will be playing this as a solo.
I believe that was Vortex at the hand of his old trio, Jason, Basil there on the front side. They're not putting the pressure back, but Sun's going crazy right now. That's 4 eliminations. Sun's getting 2. We have Skits already on 2, and Suns has to go around the outside. He has that med mist to play. Now remember, the med mist is only going to heal you as much as zone ticks. It doesn't get you above, but it stops you going below in these 10 tick zones, and he's going to try and use that to get in. I don't know where Skits is, but Suns is solo, has 97 builds, but he needs to survive long enough to start popping his meds as Jace on the high ground is going to take him down, and Skits is left as a solo. 2 builds to his name. Can they jump up into first place? And they're going to go down just inside top 15 teams. That is very, very unlucky for them with their chance to overtake. So first and second are down. I have not seen Zans and Odley, so we might have third place down as well. Oh, they're up. So Zans and Odley looking to cash up our game 1 winners. There they are. Odley takes down Vortex. This is looking huge for them.
Yeah, Fab and Sastel on this one. We've seen them up in that late game quite a few times as well. We see Zans and Oatley. Zans has been the MVP of this tournament for me so far. He has led Oatley so beautifully throughout this late game. You see Oatley doing some good work with three elims out the back there. They pick up another one. Gazer going down, but Zans has led Oatley so beautifully through the late game, finding really nice rotational lines, making sure they're holding edge. As I say that, Oatley has gone down, and Zans will be left to play this as a solo. 14 players up, 8 teams left up. It's all down to Zans here to try and do something to potentially move up in the standings towards that first place.
With the 8 splashes and all their materials, it's so unfortunate there for Oatley to go down. Zan's gonna have to do something big. Can he clutch up for the team? He didn't. I think it was game 1 and game 2, and no, he's gonna go down here on the backside. Got that Spider-Man, couldn't get the meds off. Bailey is gonna take him out. Remember, Alex and Bailey were in 8th place coming into this game. Bathan and Rel, who have been a little bit quiet today, getting dropped on the bridge has actually helped them. Maybe that extra surge and extra confidence as Bailey and Alex going around the outside. These could be our underdogs to take it. I want to say underdogs. They've won one of the cash cups this season, but they started off slow. 5 teams, 9 players, the high ground pressure coming down. Bailey's on about 20 health, needs to get those minis off. Volks has fallen. Bathan has gone down. Rel is a solo. We have a lot of solos left in this one with all their teammates down, waiting to be finished.
Yeah, and Basil and Jace have just been raining down fire from up height for so long here, and it's paid off dividends. They have 8 elims, and I think by the time that finishes, they're going to have 10. That is a 62-point game from Jason Basil. That will shake up the standings, that is for sure.
That will shake up the standings, and we're a little bit confused about it as well, because Alex and Bailey went into that game, I think inside top 10, I think 8th overall, so we could see them on the podium now as well.
What? I mean, oh my god, this was like the messiest fight that we've had so far. This was the messiest game that we've had so far. It was like our top 3 dropping one after the other after the other. What kind of went wrong for them? Just real top level.
I mean, it's kind of hard to see. Pumpkin and Zalka, I still don't understand what was going on with Pumpkin and Zalka's positioning in that early game fight. Yeah, because Zalka was really far away and Pumpkin went down. Pumpkin then caught up, got him back up, rebooted twice. They had their surge, and that was the scariest thing. But then they'll set up in 4th zone. Maybe we'll get a replay of it. I don't know how they went down, but it was unfortunate to see. But Oli and Zan still going crazy this lobby too. It was messy, but we have some teams coming out on top.
Well, let's actually take a look at the replays. Maybe we can see exactly what happened to Pumpkin and Zolka in these replays.
Game 4. And with this one was a good one. Scammed almost had this. Scammed been a little bit quiet in recent times so far since the start of Chapter 3, but still one of the scariest players in the region, a controller player. Very, very good aim, good movement, and almost came out on top of this one against Esches, one of the old scariest controller players. Now on mouse and keyboard, I believe, has made the complete swap, but this was way closer than it should have been.
Yeah, it was. Prezzy just manages to take him down there, and they ended up having a pretty good game themselves. We saw this, a little bit of a res trade. We thought, we thought Faulty might have misplayed here as Luda was able to take him down later on. Muti, unfortunately, going down. Yeah, Luda hitting that really nice shot there on Faulty with the right-hand peek. Unfortunately, looks like... oh yeah, and of course we had the content creator versus Mammal here. Nice little jump shot attempt, and unfortunately as he's moving back, Mammal was able to come around there on the left-hand peak and take him down. But it's a really good game to get to watch through in-game here. A lot of teams that we thought, you know, sort of in that mid-pack, we think could be making their way up here.
I think there's a lot of teams in the mid-pack, and with 2 games to go and already shaking up this much, if we have teams like Pumpkin and Zalka, you know, feeling the pressure and losing their consistency, it could be anyone to come back and take it. The most consistent team so far today has been Zans and Oatley by far, and I think you touched on it perfectly there, Timmy, with calling Zans out as the MVP right now. He is playing very, very well.
Yeah, he is, and it's all about that rotational knowledge that we've seen from him late game. He just seems to know where to put himself at the right times, always cutting people off, always finding that right refresh at exactly the right time. We saw Oatley with minimal builds. They found a refresh on Gazer. It became really easy for them.
It did, up until, of course, Oatley just ran up against the wrong person, went down, and then put a lot of pressure onto them. But still, like you said, very, very impressive gameplay from them. As we kind of wait for the standings, it gets more interesting because now match 4 is behind us. Now, really, there's only 2 more games to make your mark. Top 10 is still anyone's game, but top 20, do you think anyone kind of plays there? You have to dig deep. You have to get like a 60-point or maybe even like 80-point kind of game, and that's tough to do unless everything goes your way, right?
Yeah, the top, about 65 points right now is looking like our top 20-ish, and we're seeing kind of teams, big names like Fresh and Newbatoon around that mark. Jinx and Worthy, I think, are just inside that one as well. So it is very, very close, and anyone can take it, but the money jumps up quite considerably. I talked about the money at the start. It really does start to ramp up. The difference between coming 40th and getting $800, and then let's say getting even maybe 19th, or getting 15th, getting 1,300, it starts to jump up, and that's duos. That's one big game, and you're going to make what is winning a cash cup's worth of money from one good game. So the pressure's on, but anyone can take it.
Do you kind of agree though, Timmy? If you're kind of situated in that top 20, top 30, like what do you do in this situation then? You're still going to try and play to get the best ranking, to get the best amount of money, but like, do your tactics change at this point?
I wouldn't say so unless you're way towards the bottom of the leaderboard. We might see a few of those teams get a little bit more aggressive than we've seen. But I also think you got to think about, I can't remember his name, sorry, but one of those tennis players that was on the intro, he said, fight to the end. Don't give up. You know, you got to be playing it right out. These last, that's Frenchman. Right. Yeah, Dylan, Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you got to be playing it right through to the end. These last 2 games here, if you're down on 20th, you can have 2 good games. You could be up in the top 10 and making a pretty decent chunk of money. So you can't be giving up. You got to, you know, if you come in here with a game plan, you got to trust the game plan. You got to play it out. I want to see some players who are in the bottom half of that leaderboard step up their game here and potentially come away with a win or 2 at the end.
And what gets scary, Vandy, as well, sorry to interrupt, no, Radius is the fact that Radius as team and Radius and Radial, they're changing up their play already. They stopped going Greasy Grove. They want an entirely different drop spot. So some teams will just have that big shake up and change everything, but most of them, I would say at least 90% of the teams are going to stick to a relatively similar game plan, maybe just play a bit more aggressive. Maybe they're sitting there and they see someone get cracked and they're like, normally, let's not push that fight. Now they might push it, but I don't think we'll see too much giant changes in gameplay, but everyone will start getting more aggressive. And as a top team, you have to avoid that aggression. It's a different skill entirely.
I know you guys very early on were talking about like ego being maybe kind of your downfall, but I think you need a bit of ego here because now if we're kind of throwing back to the beginning of match 4, we saw Sync rotated and he tried to take the Spider-Man mythic. It was a risky maneuver, but it actually paid off. It stuffed up CEO, I think their name was, a little bit. So are these the types of plays that you're wanting to see, these kind of calculated gambles coming out from the players?
Yeah, I mean, that's just trying to secure the Spider-Man. It's on the edge of tilted. That's the kind of stuff that'll usually be kind of defined during scrims or even some of the set lobby tournaments. Now having Cash Cups broken up into 2 days since Chapter 3, we are getting to see set lobby duo tournaments every single week. So I believe we've had 3 or 4 of them so far now. So a lot of these players kind of understand what people are doing around them if it's a team they're normally used to. It's kind of those wildcard teams like Radius, who's now playing with Radial, who he doesn't normally play with, who are going to have those big shakeups. But a lot of those interactions like Sync had outside of Tilted, they happen quite a lot. Most teams will do similar things, but it's in these final games where, you know, you start to change that story a little bit. Maybe you just rotate into Tilted with Sync and see if you get a free elim. It's that kind of stuff you have to watch out for.
I see. Well, we do have a story here, and Timmy, I'm going to get you to tell it. We have our standings ready to go, and just talk us through it, because as I said, the top 3, they fell one after the other. There's got to be a shakeup.
Yeah, there does. You see that 2-point difference between first and second there. Zans, as I said, I think he might be the MVP so far, sitting second, but Suns and Skits, wow, okay. Looks like Zans and Oatley are the only ones.
They're popping off. There we go.
There we go. Skits and Suns there in first, but Pumpkin and Zolk, you see there, 20 elim points are the things that absolutely carrying them there. They've only got 56 placement points, but 20 elims makes a huge difference for them. As we go through here, you're going to see some big changes. Look at that, 16 elims for Bluesy and Cripper. but not many placement points. So they've got to try and find that balance, don't they, Ozzy?
Yeah, well, Bath and Rel, same thing as well. 50 points from placement, 10 elims as well. They got 80 points total, so it depends. You've seen some big jump ups there, but that lead being 2 points, remember, that's less than an elimination. There is currently less than 1 elim between first and second. With 2 games to go, that is going to be the big story. We have some names like we just saw there. We saw Jinx and Worthy struggling so far. Luda and Sorif down here as well. They can make it back in 1 or 2 big games, but they've only got 2 games to do it. And Jinx and Worthy are the teams that always come back big at the end of tournaments. They've done it at FNCS time after time. They've won FNCS off the back of final 2 good games, but those leaderboards right at the top there, those players that are around that 122 point mark, is going to be difficult. Getting a 10 elimination win is 60 points right now. So these teams that are up there by about 60 points clear, it's achievable, but you've got to find some consistency here. You're going to need 2 good games to bring it back, because those top teams, Zolka and Pumpkin having a rough time of things. I think they've only gained 5 points in the last 2 games. That's not going to happen to Zans and Oatly. They've been playing so consistent, and Skits and Suns are up there as well with the consistency.
Consistency is what's going to bring back the, consistency is what's going to reward you with that first place today, but also the top 3. It's kind of that story now that we've got Pumpkin and Zolk, Suns and Skits, Oatly and Zanks. They're all just kind of jostling each other for the top 3. And unless something disastrous happens, like in match 4, I think very much it'll just come down to those 3 leading the rest of the players.
Yeah, they're going to try and chase up with this one as well. Alex and Spiker could catch up as well, though.
All right, guys. Well, we do have match number 5 ready to go. Ozzy, Timmy, take us away.
We're jumping into it again. There's only a few elims in this one, so breaking down that leaderboard to one more level. 5th place, 113 points. 1st place, 122. That is 9-point difference. That's 3 elims. There is only 3 eliminations between 1st and 5th. The original kind of story we had of, Zalka and Pumpkin running away with it on the back of big eliminations, that is gone now, as Alec and Radial going back to Greasy, throwing a huge spanner in the work, and also getting the main pressure here as Alec knocks down Apolox. This is scary. It's a 2v1 against 2. This is the first time we've seen either of these players go down early. I think Alec and Radial might have this, and unfortunately, Tui and Apolox, who are having a big comeback, not looking so hot.
No, and I wonder if they weren't expecting them to come back. I wonder if they might have thought, no, we don't have to worry about them coming back after they dipped after after last game. Could have sort of taken them by surprise slightly, and as a result, Alec and Radial taking down Apolox to begin. So we see Tui now going to have to try and make something happen as a solo. Look at that first zone, though, Ozzy. That is a rough one for any of those north landing teams. So, about as far south as a zone can get, I think.
Yeah, that's about as far as it can go south. We can't even see the bottom of first zone. So a lot of our teams that are doing quite well, that are dropping on the north side of the map, need to start being more careful. We have Suns and Skits at Logjam. That is basically as far away as you can get as a major POI is. So they're going to have to hit their rotate, but a lot of these teams are going to rotate early. And again, these players know this. When everyone has to rotate early, you get the vehicles, you get the Lambos with the upgraded tires, you can get the Spider-Man Mythic. That is going to be the play.
Yeah, it is, and it's going to be interesting to see how this one breaks down. I'm not quite sure where Tui is sitting on the leaderboard. From memory, I think he might be 11th, but definitely in a place to do something if he is able to survive off spawn here. So it's going to be interesting to see how he plays that off. Got Fresh and Nubatoon here now, right outside of Greasy, and Rivley and Repulse, this team that's been struggling with a drop spot all day. Looks like they're landing the north side of zone now themselves. We've got Grizz taking a bit of pressure here from Repulse and Rivley, as he's trying to make his way through this road, or his off-spawn rotation here, the north side of the map.
This is one of the teams that I'm expecting to start being a lot more aggressive. Repulse is known for this. I'm thinking way back to, was it Season X, where we had the Day 2 FNCS final, whereas Repulse's team just went absolutely crazy and dropped a whole bunch of elims. If any team is going to try to go very aggressive at the end of a tournament and just leave nothing out there, it is going to be Repulse paired up with Rivley. So be very scared if you're around those rotates, and these teams will know that. Pumpkin and Zolka, they'll know which teams around them who are going to try to make more aggressive plays, and this is why when you're in the lead, if you're in the lead as one of those consistent teams, like let's say Oatly and Zans, who we haven't seen take too many mid-game fights, I'm a little bit scared to see when their push comes to shove, if they're put in one of those mid-game fights, can they actually hold their own? I'm sure they can, but the pressure might get to them.
Yeah, it might. And speaking of Repulse, he's got a lot of pedigree to him, so definitely don't rule him out in any of these fights. He's the guy who came back to win 4 out of 6 games on a day 2 with Sync and Forbes back in a trio FNCS last chapter. So definitely someone who can play aggressive and succeed in playing aggressive as we're on board here with Lucas and Cynical. But Daneth taking out Volks in the kill feed. Not quite sure how that's gone and happened, but Daneth, a little bit of friendly fire on Volks there.
I mean, I'm so confused how this could happen. I mean, I did see a clip recently that was hilarious. I think it was in scrims, and I believe Dane tried to throw Volks into a box and build around him to then revive him, and just ended up throwing him to his doom. So I don't know, maybe we're getting a replay of that one. I mean, Dane is a phenomenal player, but he has done it before. Never mind, we're back up. I don't even know, but hey, Volks is back up. It might have been fall damage, maybe shooting out the Spider-Man. There's a lot of ways it could have happened. Maybe we get a replay, but Volks is back up. Luckily, they're no longer contested here at the shafts. They've got plenty of time. I'm sure we will find a med mist or a med kit or something around here to get Volks' health back up, and maybe we just pretend it never happened.
Yeah, it's probably the best case scenario for Volks and Daneth there. But it looks like we've got a perspective here from one of the tilted fights that's going down. We've got Spraz and Bowler taking on Brendan and Fisher here. Brendan and Fisher, of course, some of the best console players making their way over to PC for this event. Bowler and Spraz, everyone knows who they are from previous seasons. Might not have seen too much of them recently, but definitely going to be a good fight here as they look to take on a couple of the best console players that Oceania's seen in recent years.
Yeah, Bowler and Spraz going to try and make their way into this fight. It's an awkward one, though. It's inside tilted towers, lots of windows, lots of angles, lots of spots, as now we have Repulse and Rivley. I talked about how aggressive they're going to be trying to take some of these fights, but it looks like Moore and Grizz not backing down. They're happy to kind of take the fight here, and Grizz, oh my gosh, off the zip line, using that opportunity to make Repulse over peak and try to take him down off the zip line. And now we have a 2v1 situation between Grizz, Moore, and Rivley. And I don't know if Rivley's going to be able to hold this one. He's got the shotgun in hand. He's got that
shot.
SMG. Very, very good shot to try and put that one back. Moore goes down. As I say, Rivley might not be able to close this out.
Luda and Sorif.
Luda and Sorif are coming in. So, I mean, Rivley's going to try and go for the revive here. Dropping the materials. A new addition in Chapter 3. If that's confusing to you, that is a new addition. Chapter 3, your teammates can now drop loot while downed. And Repulse using that very, very well. But Rivley going to have to try to hold off an onslaught from a much healthier team who are very, very good fighters.
Yeah, Luda and Sorif, one of the scarier fighting trios in the region. Of course, everyone knows about Luda's ability. Some nice panning shots here as it looks like Luda trying to get the double edits on Grizz. No one healthy in this fight. It has to be said, the only one healthy is Rivley, and he's only got 230 builds. So not seeing him here is important, but Sorif has spotted him. Repulse now not going to get revived, and I think it will be rats here for Rivley, you'd think, in a 1v2 scenario, unless he can make something crazy happen.
I mean, he's only got 4 shots in the shotgun. He's going to have to hit them all to perfection. A 70 tag there, not too bad, but at the same time, Luda and Sorif answer it with just as much damage going back over. Sorif's going to slide around that corner and get a really, really good shot in. And Sorif and Luda looking like one of those teams that I think will start to make big plays here. And we talked about silly storm fights. This might look like one of them. It is a very far south pool, but because they're pushing these 2v1s, they might be able to find Grizz. No, Grizz is going to hide and get out of this one, as we have Fresh and Nubatu now getting some shots in onto Remy's team. Nubatu's got that pinch angle, and we might get to see our first instance of, Chapter 3 competitive fighting Fresh. We kind of keep tuning in after they've got their eliminations. This could be interesting to see how they take this fight.
Yeah, it could be. Now, remember back in last chapter, the tack was always Fresh's go-to weapon. And the auto shotgun is very, very similar to the tack. A little bit longer to take to pull out, but still similar damage and similar kind of action. But Fresh here taking a lot of damage, but interesting to see him use that auto shotgun. Very interesting to see how he fights with that. But looks like Flaney and District just trying to walk up and maybe get a little bit of surge tags, try and see what's happening here in this fight.
Oh, and shots coming out of the back now. We have another team showing up. We've got 4 teams in this one.
Party.
It's a far south zone. So I talked about this earlier with Storm Surge. If you're a team that pulls the zone like Fresh and Nubatu to drop this far south, that's great. You don't have to rotate anywhere, but then no one else around you is rotating either. So getting your Storm Surge is a lot harder. And we talked about Nubatu not really being known as, an IGL and in-game leader. He's normally the young mechanical fragger. Both these players, funny enough, being led by Rel in the past, being, kind of under one of those more older IGLs, and they kind of got to take a fight, and I think Nubatu's made the right choice in taking this fight. It was just unfortunate the third party came in at the time it did.
Yeah, what's that word again, Aussie? It's the proactivity, isn't it? It's exactly right. It's Nubatu being proactive about their surge, and I really like to see that from Nubatu, especially with 2 games to go here. If they want to make something happen, they've got to make it happen now. Being proactive about it, trying to maybe find 1 or 2 elim points, or if they don't get the elims, making sure they get their surge for a far south pulling zone. So really good thought process from Nubatu, actually quite impressive. judged based on what I know about Nubertoon's thought process in the past. Maybe not as clear cut as that, but yeah, that's good to see from Nubertoon. I think I saw Worthy and Jinx getting Elam in the kill feed. That's good start for them in their surge in this game.
Taking down M1 there, and yeah, I mean, it's a compliment to Nubertoon's mechanics. He has superior mechanics that usually let him get out of situations that a smarter player would not be in. So he gets out of it either way, as Vortex now gets an elimination onto Fisher. So another team that needs to start kind of jumping up here really, really quickly. And we have a lot of our top 5 picks to look out for today are just outside the top 20 or just inside the top 20, Timmy. So we'll have to see whether they can kind of, do it justice and maybe start to jump up, as Jinx and Worthy do have that with single elimination to their name. And they've got Surge, they've got a launch pad, which will be very pivotal for them, as Jinx takes some big tags in the back at the hands of Mars and Raptor. But I was just going to say that launch pad should be very big because they don't have the Spider-Man mythics for that mobility. And you might have noticed there's less launch pads in the game right now. It's because before, when you had the airdrops, the launch pad was a guarantee. You have to get traps out of a airdrop, and if the launch pad is the only trap in the game, you're guaranteed launch pads. Now that we do have these Armored Wars in competitive, like me and Timmy were talking about, that we quite like, the one issue with them a lot of players are having is the fact there's no longer a guaranteed launch pad from airdrops, thus kind of dropping their value as an item to try to get their hands on. Because if you don't have Spider-Mans, you need launch pads right now on rotating zones, and if you can't guarantee one from the airdrop, sometimes it can get quite difficult.
Yeah, it can. A lot of the time you see people trying to rely on recycled pads, but now that there's less in the game, it's actually really difficult for a lot of people to rely on those launch pads. And you see at the top right of the zone there, you'll see, looks like Worthy and Jinx looking to try and find Chimchar or Kixie there, which is M1's teammate, recognizing that 1v2 scenario. Yep. Jinx and Worthy, yeah, here we are, taking down, or looking to take down Quixie here, which would be a really good another 3 points for them to pick up. Important as we move on to or move into the start of, or the, towards the mid-game portion of this game.
I mean, we've got 3 eliminations, the difference between 5th and 1st. So even though Jinx and Worthy outside that top 5 right now, looking to come back up, it shows how important it's going to be. In 846 above, Jinx and Worthy, our power duo here, the powerhouses of this lobby in set lobbies. The nerves aren't showing, and this is what we talked about, why we had a lot of faith in them. They've been in this position before, down leaderboard, they've been up on the leaderboard, they've handled the pressure, and that's what they're doing. They're going to work yet again to try to close out this tournament in style. Our first place is going to be difficult from where they are right now, just inside top 20, but a top 5 or a top 10 is very manageable with 2 big games, and they could do it.
Yeah, they definitely could. You never want to rule out Jinx. There's always, I've got a little bit of a saying, Aussie, where there's a stacked game, Jinx is going to, or where there's a stacked tournament.
Yep.
I think Jinx will always win a game, but this is more important. It's more important. It looks like Oakley and Zans. We've lost Zans. I said MVP of the tournament for me so far. Currently in 2nd place, only 2 points behind our current leaders. This is a big loss for Oakley here. He's going to have to play this one solo unless he can find a reboot, which with the current way that the reboot works, and people using visual audio, I'm not too sure if that's going to be possible. Looks like it's going to be pushed here by other people as well.
Yeah, that's going to be difficult to get off. The visual audio showing those reboot cues from very, very far away, and the Spider-Man mythics giving you the mobility to get there. Reboots right now are incredibly difficult, as Tekmar and Bantus are in this one, and right now Suns and Skits are looking really good. They haven't been, this is the first time we've seen them in the first place position, I believe. Seeing 2nd now down to a solo after Pumpkin and Zolka have now lost a lot of their momentum. It's looking like Suns and Skits are the ones to take it away here if they can run away with it. Mavericks going down here at the hands of Tekmar and Bantus, so Tekmar getting in, Bantus being the one who managed to get that knock onto Maverick. They're playing very aggressive, 274 above, and they're leaving nothing out there as Bantus is going to go down to Oatley. So that's 3 very vital points right now for Oatley. If he can now sometimes hold on to this and get even more out of this, that would be huge. Very well played by Oatley to manage that one, and that Storm Surge, if he can somehow get away, but no, he gets absolutely ran through there by Fabby Wabby. That's very difficult for Oatley.
Yeah, and if you've seen over the past week, there's been a little bit of beef between Fab and Oatley. Ooh. So having Fab taking down Oatley, there might be a bit frustrating to him. Keep up with the OC beef scene. But Skits and Suns, our current leaders, looking to put some pressure down on Sync and Radius, currently in 8th. So they make their rotation in. Center 3rd, look at this. Skits and Suns in beautiful position here for 4th zone when it appears.
Beautiful position for it, right in the center of third, and it's looking good for them. Now, I was about to say, where's Pumpkin and Zalka in production team? Right on the money. We have Pumpkin and Zalka. So this is currently, this is our top 3 teams. So we had Zans and Oli. They were in first after getting those eliminations. They are now down. So 123 points is our current point leader. We have Suns and Skits on 122 and Pumpkin and Zalka on 116. So right now, there's very, very close here at the very top. But remember, Alex and Bailey on 114. They have won one of the cash cups so far this season. So when set lobbies are on the line, they managed to come out on top, so we could see them do so as well. And I feel like Spiker and Raikou, who we've almost said nothing about, Timmy, still in that top 5, again, less than 10 points behind first.
Yeah, that's a really, really important point to note. Pumpkin and Zalka, they're in a really nice spot here, though, aren't they?
Yeah.
Find themselves on the dead side of zone. They got 17 people to go down for the next surge spots. I'm a little worried. Will they be able to find that surge or not? Nice, easy rotation for them, though. As I say that, looks like they're taking down Fisher and Brendan as they're trying to make their rotation in.
That's a very good hold right now. They're holding a team in a bush. This team can't take shots back easily, so they won't know exactly where they are in the bush, and there's no other players here to third party. All the players that you can see that are close by are behind that line of sight, over the hill or behind the valley, and Pumpkin's going to go for this side angle to try and close this one out. He wants to get both the eliminations. Do they get it? They managed to get the double elimination onto Pumpkin. That is 6 points now. That will put them very much in the lead. And now we'll see if Suns and Skits can capitalize as we tune in with our other team of Suns and Vortex. And Suns and Skits, they're looking good, but this is not the spot to get eliminations though, Timmy. Like, unless they get very lucky with a couple of tags, if they spend too long trying to shoot at other players, they're going to get third party. They have those reinforced walls, but they have everyone in this lobby on all sides of them.
Yeah, they do, and that is one thing that you have to be slightly careful about when you're shooting for center third. So Skits and Suns put themselves in a really nice position to begin with here. But, you know, you're trading off a little bit. It means that you're not going to be able to find as many elims or potentially... But with that, you know, you're guaranteed 4, so it's a little bit of a trade-off, one for the other. When kills are worth this much, that can be worth sometimes to play edge and look for some sprays, a little bit of a lobby focus, that sort of thing. Speaking of sprays and lobby focus, we've got one of the players from last game's winners. We saw them up on height, spraying and lobby focusing some of those players down on low. Already got 2 elims to their name, Basil and Jace. Got some really nice loot on them, 4 armored walls, lots of mats still on there to their name. Got Spider-Man and some really nice elims. Ooh, we're going to see the Spider-Man being utilized.
Again, Spider-Man, a very underrated mechanic of the Spider-Man is it works like a harpoon. It shoots a lot further. It only grabs one piece of loot at a time, but if you have plenty of time to grab it, Jason Basil using that well there, and looks like they're going to start kind of looking for... They're ramping up here to see what they can get eyes on. I don't know if they've just pulled zone or they're looking for the next rotate. I think they're trying to get eyes on Asto and Zedox here, and they're using those ramps effectively to block anyone who could shoot them from that forward position. And I don't know if they got that beam onto Asto in the back, but we see Nubatoon and... I was going to say Nubatoon and Fresh, but unfortunately, looks like Fresh has gone down. Nubatoon's a solo, and there is Raiku's team above them with Spiker, who we haven't talked too much about, who are very much in the running for this one. And, you know, Raiku's kind of been around for quite a while now through all the latter half of Chapter 2, but winning this could be a huge jump up for him, Timmy.
Yeah, it could. He's one of those names that's always around the OC scene, but probably doesn't get enough respect as he should. He's been around for a long time, always placing pretty decent, but I think he just needs that 1 or 2 big wins to really put him up on you know, everybody's radar. He doesn't have that same name recognition around the rest of the community as some of the other players in OCE do, but got 57 alive when he still needs 7 to go down for this next surge threshold. 29 teams up. So we've got a few solos floating around here. It's going to be interesting to see how these guys go. As you look at that mini-map there, Aussie, we have everyone on the south side of this 4th zone.
Yeah, when you got that, you always like to break down the zones, Timmy. When we got a far south zone that is now pulled pretty much far north double times, you're going to get everyone going far south, and now they've got to kind of congest on that upper side. 91 above here for Raikou and Spiker. We're going to see what they can do. They've got 11 splashes just on Raikou alone, so they're looking very good on the loadout. If they get 1 or 2 more tags here, that'll hold them until half-half. Only 7 players have to go down, but the problem right now is they've got lots of people to take shots at who are around them, but they also have a lot of eyes on them. But I think they might just rest on their 91 above and hope that it holds with only 7 having to go down. And if this zone goes north again, this is going to be a very rough rotate because, as we touched on earlier, less launch pads, less group mobility. Yes, you have the Spider-Man, but we're going to see a mass migration as Alex and Bailey, our team currently in 4th place, only a few eliminations out from 1st place, are below Storm Surge.
And they are now above it, 42 above.
Ooh, nice.
So they might be okay with only 5 players to go down before that Storm Surge threshold disappears. They They might be all right, but yes, that's a very important point to note. Pumpkin getting that elim is going to be very important for them. 3 elims or 9 points already, and late game hasn't even started. And as I say that, they pull half as well. The RNG blessing Pumpkin and Zorka to begin the late game here. 600 above, 3 elims and pulling half. You can't expect much more from your mid game than that, Aussie.
Yeah, 633 above is looking fantastic. 140 builds, they are just looking so great. I'm feeling for these teams. We're going to see a bit of a mass migration. A lot of players on that south side of Spider-Man probably going to, use that edge on the right side with all the builds to kind of hook around and follow behind. But if you're a team who doesn't have the Spider-Man like Jinx and Worthy, it's going to be a rough rotate. They kind of have to hold some teams now, try to get their elims, but balance it unless they're going to use their only launch pad, the one bit of mobility they had. It's going to be a tough rotate as we see Raikou and Spiker both getting eliminations in the feed. And as I say that, we have a bit of power on power action. Radius taking down Worthy.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see whether or not Jinx can find that reboot. Wait and see in the kill feed just to see if Radius does manage to get that finish. As I say that, Scam proving the controller within as he takes down Lucas there. Lenient District find themselves in zone here as well. Interesting to see. Looks like these guys are going to be pretty happy to take high ground here at half, which we've seen hasn't really been the play so far, but looks like Worthy was revived by Jinx. They're going to be chilling down there on low ground. Nice. You can see manages to get the revive. Great stuff there, obviously, from Jinx to make sure that his teammate was saved.
Raikou
goes down.
One of our teams in the top 5 is now down to a solo. Spiker has to pop off here. It's going to be an interesting performance for him. Radius and Synchro in a decent position. And yeah, you touched on it there. High ground has not been the play today unless it's second rotating. Second rotating and later is usually the time you want to try to go for a high ground take to get that placement to secure the victory royale. But anything before that, it's just too risky. Too many players are making plays for high ground. Everyone's desperate to take it, and you have to invest a lot of material like we're seeing from Flenny here to kind of hold it. And I don't mind this play. I think that's a good investment of material, but as soon as they start to get challenged, I would give it up. If I was Flenny in Districts, we have the mass, but you don't want to waste them just going up against a team who is going to be looking to play aggressive. If you're desperate, you need one good game to jump up in the money. High ground's where you're going to try and do it. And it's where, with that desperation fueling you, you're going to make a poor decision that could cost you and the team you're build battling on that high ground. It might not happen, but I would be very surprised to see Flenny and District get this high ground and hold it for free.
Yeah, it's going to be a very good late game here. We've got so many of our top teams still up in this. Game 5, we've got this game, then one more to go. Our penultimate game here is we see Bailey and Alex trying to make that right side rotation, keeping that right side of their top open. As it looks like now we've got a 3-way build battle for height. Zora and Jarlin pushing their way up for height. Jarlin taking a little bit of damage from Jinx. And it looks like Jinx and Worthy trying to take height as well. I can't keep up. Too many teams trying to play for high ground, but Jarlin and Zora does look like they are going to be the ones who control it now, as they are going to be trying to find their way into the top, half the leaderboard after a rough start to the tournament.
I knew it was going to happen. I called it, and sometimes you don't want to be right, but this time I was right. A lot of teams going for us. Pumpkin and Zalka right now. This is our highest point team alive up there with Suns and Skits looking very, very weak right now. Don't have their meds off as Volks goes down to Bailey. That's three big points of elims for our team to the top 4, and this is going to be a close one. We're going to keep talking about these teams' points because it is that close. Anyone inside this top 5 could take it right now. Anyone inside the top 10 realistically could jump up with one more game after this, the chance to walk away. Pumpkin and Zolka now using a lot of their splashes to get back up and healthy on the front side. Zora and Jalen here after making that play for high ground, looking a little bit weak, but somehow still holding it. Daneth goes down, Sorov takes down Radial. All the big teams, Worthy taking down Spliffer, which is Jalen. We've got all our big teams making moves as Zolka goes down in the feed. So now it's up to Pumpkin to try to solo clutch this one out to hold on to first.
Yeah, it's all down to him, and keep an eye on Suns and Vortex. We haven't seen much from them, but this is where they thrive. Those games where there are other teams looking for high ground, fighting for high ground, they're happy to move in front and then look around and take it from front side once teams start moving. But we see them there in the mid ground. I'm a little bit surprised by that. They're usually guys who are looking for a win condition, but Pumpkin goes down and Skits and Suns are still in this. They might be able to extend their lead. They've already got 12 Elam points. They might be able to make something happen here, Aussie.
As we jump from Suns to Suns, this is now our Loot Boy Suns trying to make a play here. Suns and Vortex, 10 teams, 18 players as Pumpkin goes down in the feed as we saw earlier. This is going to be a big finish. Skits goes down. So now it's up. No, Skits and Suns down. All top 3 teams are down. So Alex and Bailey going into this game on 4th could very well be your leaders after this game. They've already won one of the Cash Cups so far this season. We know they can do it in set lobbies, but can they do it? There's even more pressure on the line. Alex is coming off the back of winning winning the last trio FNCS of Chapter 2. So he's coming off on a hot streak, playing with Bailey for the first time. And can he jump in and make something happen? Gets a good shot onto Jace. We have 6 builds on Alex. Bailey almost going down the backside. Bailey's going to fall. What can Alex do? Only 74 health. No shield over the top. He's going up against Suns and Vortex, one of the hardest teams to kind of come out on top in that position. But right now, it's looking like it's all coming up power. We have Worthy and Jinx on the high ground, putting down so much damage, getting so many eliminations. Worthy with a mythic AR, Timmy. Can you think of anything scary for this lobby right now?
No, I cannot. You've also got Sorif and Luda to contend with on front side. As you see Luda getting into, look at the amount of materials he has on front side here. He's going to be able to cut everybody off here as Worthy is continuing to rain down with that mythic AR from up on height. 4 teams left, 7 players left in the lobby. We've still got Basil. Remember Basil and Jace winning that last game, but Jinx, Worthy on high ground here. We got Sorif and Luda on low ground. Brax and Machu, these were the guys who ended up second from the first game. Worthy, yeah, some really nice builds from Machu. They're looking to take height. Worthy and Jinx don't have that many left. That's why it was really easy for them to take that high ground. Basil does go down. We're now into a top 3 scenario. 2v2v2. We've got Jinx and Worthy. Sorif and Luda are going to have to try and fight on low ground as Machu and Brax will probably end themselves in a top 2 here.
We did have Brax's team kind of in between a power sandwich, but now we have power on the low ground. All 4 of them going toe-to-toe. We have Worthy and Jinx, the old signing of power, up against Sorif and Luda, the newest one. And right there, Worthy is going to go down as soon as he walks through. What can Jinx do? Nothing, as Luda and Sorif are now on the low ground, 2v2, looking to pick up their first win of the day. But Brax's team up above could kind of cause the upset. They don't have a lot of material. They're tarping out on single wood. Luda and Sorif are claiming the double editors down below. 39 builds on Luda. They have every advantage right now. They're going to take down one. They've taken down Machu. Can they take down the single remaining player? They have 9 elims. Brax is doing everything he can right now. Can we have a GLM 1v2 against Power Story? Brax drops down. Can he find the angle? He tries to see if he gets the shots around. 10 health, 1 shield, but he's going to go down. Sorif and Luda close out a gigantic Game 5, Timmy. Is that enough, though, to see them inside top 5 or potentially start pushing the podium? With 1 game left, if they do that again, could they win it?
Well, it's hard to know. You never know. We've got to wait and see the leaderboards. So, other teams to keep an eye on. Jinx and Worthy, we saw them with 9 elims, a top 3. There's going to be a good leaderboard shake-up here. Going to have to wait and see the leaderboard. I'm really excited.
Top 3 wasn't the only thing we were keeping an eye out for, but let's just jump to the leaderboards. Sorry, not the leaderboards. We'll do it after. Let's jump to the replays and kind of go through them one by one now that we've got a little bit more time.
And we had a lot to unpack from this game as well, because we're trying to keep track of 5 teams that are all so close on the points. We've now got not dark horses, but teams that we expect to do well, who are now coming out of nowhere, being top 20, top 30, now dropping big games. This is what we're talking about with this format. Game 6 is up to anyone's, and we're still getting active surge every single lobby pretty much. So the games aren't exactly dying out or anything, Timmy. Players can come back, teams can have their big games, but the surge pressure is still there.
Yeah, it definitely is. And this is what you're seeing here. We're seeing these teams fighting for surge. Tekmar and Bantus trying to get some damage in, fighting against here. Movrix and Brando. Interesting team there. But yeah, it's been a really interesting set of games where we have about 4 or 5 teams all trying to fight for surge at one time. It's been a really interesting set of games. It's going to be even better when we see the leaderboard and we can work out who needs what going into this final game, Game 6, for the $100,000 prize pool.
$100,000. Again, we have a lot of set lobby tournaments now. Chapter 3, I absolutely love it. Set lobbies are my bread and butter. They're my favorite thing in competitive Fortnite, but it's making a lot of people believe, those are the big tournaments. We've got the cash cups, who's winning. This is a totally different scale. This is more akin with an FNCS final, $100,000 on the line, and teams like Vortex and Suns trying to have that big jump forward at the very end, but a lot of teams now kind of, crumbling under the pressure. And of course, it's our teams that have won FNCSs, like Power, like Worthy, like Jinx, like Luda, Sorif up there now as well. They need to kind of keep handling the pressure coming into Game 6, because if you don't, this is your last chance at $100,000.
Yeah, it is, and we saw here really nice play from Luda and Sorif. Sorif with 7 elims, and I think he ended up making it 8 or 9. Brax and Machu here taking high ground. Really nice high ground take, recognizing that Worthy and Jinx had no materials and forcing them down, fighting Luda and Sorif. But Sorif makes it 8 elims here, and then of course Brax trying to do the 1v2 action but can't quite pull it off. So it looks like Sorif and Luda will be the ones who take this one away, but a really good game there from Brax. and it was Sorf who ended up getting that. So a big, I think it was an 8 or 9, 9 elim game for Sorf. Huge game there to hopefully bump the new power duo up in the standings a little bit.
New power versus old power. It's really interesting to see when teammates kind of come up against each other. That last fight there was really interesting, especially because we've always been told height is everything. Wasn't really the case here. If you run out of mats though, there's only so much you can do. Can you kind of break it down a little bit more? Because Timmy, you kind of touched on it as well, in terms of like metal being so hard to come by, especially in this meta where there's a lot less. Like, if you can't get the refresh, how should you be playing?
Go for it, Timmy. You're the coach, mate.
Yeah.
Well, I think that I've said it before. The confidence is really, really important. I talked about some of my players who I chose to highlight today have been really confident players. Reason being is because when they're in that scenario where they might need a refresh, they're the ones who are going to say, "Hey, I need this. I'm just going to go and get it. You know, take the game, take the bull by the horns, and just go and get it." So, you know, when you're in that scenario where you need something, where you're falling behind it a little bit, that's when you've just got to go out and get it. And we saw that a little bit with Sorf and Luda in this game. They saw a fight towards, you know, the right of Sleepy, their drop.
Yep.
And we saw them come in and clean up a little bit. It's going to give them a little bit of a refresh on mats. Going to give them a little bit of a refresh on heals. They didn't really lose anything from it. So it's all about that confidence. Got to get in and try and find your refresh.
Yeah, I kind of want to go a bit international here on this one as well. I'm going to throw it out to one of the greatest minds in Fortnite history, still is Zayd. Zayd has always had the saying, if you don't have what you need to win the game, then you need to get something. You can't just hold on to, oh, we've got 5 builds, we might get a top 10 if we just kind of keep... No, like, you need to have the confidence, like you said, to jump in, get that refresh to close out the loop, because this is $100,000. All these teams are only a few points apart, but if you're a team like, let's say, Sorf and Luda, you need big games. You can't just hold on to getting that next placement point. You need the win.
It's really just interesting hearing like how we see teams like they have to just kind of back themselves into this. And I'm curious as well to see the leaderboard, because we saw Alex and Bailey, Spiker and Raikou, I think they were sitting about 4th and 5th. As you guys were kind of saying, it's still anybody's kind of game, because that points, the points that we've seen, and especially the elims, I think that they're worth even more now. In this last kind of match, are you expecting like it's going to be guns blazing, or you think because it's the last one, people will be actually a lot more conservative?
I mean, I think we're still going to get Surge. We're definitely going to get active Surge on half and rotating, I imagine, which is the 50 players live and 30 players alive. The first rotating, I mean, the first zone is hard. That's where a lot of teams right now who absolutely have nothing to lose are probably going to drop and try and rotate and fight someone straight away. But a lot of those times, those teams are struggling because they're not having the best day. The mental's not there. They're not really dialed in. They will tend to go down. But the players who are holding on, the players who are in top 5, top 10, top 20 in the good money, they're going to be very desperate to hold on and keep playing their normal style. They don't need to change anything up. Like we saw there with with Luda and Sorf, they played a bit differently, like Timmy said, in the early game, a bit more aggressive. When it came to endgame, they still played their normal style. So they're just trying to get to endgame, avoid those aggressive players, and see if they can pull off a solid game. Because as much as endgame is the craziest part, it's the easiest to go down, it's the easiest time to get eliminations. Early game fights are great, but only if they really gain you something. 6 points by wiping a duo in a straight 2v2 early is much harder to do than hitting a couple of SMG tags on rotating zones on a weak opponent and then keep tarping. So it's a bit of a catch-22 situation.
100% hear you on that. And I mean, let's take a look now. We've got our top 20, top 30. Well, we have the whole leaderboard ready to go. Timmy, do you want to get us started with this?
Oh, that is really close going into this last game. This is going to be a tight finish. We got 152 for Suns and Skits in first. They managed to hold on. Look at the amount of placement points they've got there, Aussie. That is really, really impressive. 95 points for them in terms of placement. We then moved down the leaderboard. We've got Alex in second with 149 points. Basil and Jace in 140, and then Pumpkin and Zorka 139,
so
136, 126. This is so close. And we got the power duos rounding out the top 10. Jinx and Worthy, of course, with the third place that last game. That is
big jump
really,
up. That's
really
big jump
close,
up. The double power duos, they were pretty far down there. They were just inside top 20 for the most part, and now they're in 10th after one game, which means can they make that level of a jump again in our final game? We see Remy's team up there as well. Haven't talked too much about them in 11th. That's good money. Daneth and Volks trying to catch up after whatever happened there in that early game between Daneth and Volks. We have our Tui and Alpalox duo, obviously the FNCS champs, Greasy Groves. They went down for the first time, so they're going to have a 0-point game there as well. So the leaderboard is changing up very quickly, and you're probably used to casters doing this a lot, trying to get you really excited for the end game because this game, anything can happen. But we just saw a top 5 that is separated by a few eliminations. Wiping 1 or 2 duos can see you going from like 5th into 1st. Anyone can take the final game. And when it's in OCE with $100,000, that is very important. And the teams that are handling the pressure are the teams that we hyped up to do so. We have Jinx's team up there. We have Sorof's team up there. The players who've been in these lobbies with these stakes on the line.
It's just a couple points apiece. That top 10, I heard you both just being like, oh, it's just too close. But this is exactly the type of finale that we want. This is exactly the type of hype that we've been building towards. You kind of said that players who revealed their hands early, like maybe it was a little bit too soon, but I gotta say, they're running out of time. This is the final match coming up. And I mean, I'm gonna hand it over to you guys to start prepping us for this match for the final time today. Match number 6, your casters, Aussie Antics and Coach Timmy.
Game number 6. As Timmy said, perfect last game, the penultimate game. Everything comes down to this, and we've got Musel kicking things off with Peely. Not exactly the tone I wanted to set. We have a couple of teams in here, like Musel, like Chain's having some fun, maybe trying to see what they can do, but the majority of these teams are out here for the lion's share of $100,000. Remember, $50,000 that is going to go up to charity as well, but first place is still walking away with $8,000. And in terms of OCE prize pool, that is massive. These teams need this, as I'm noticing Greasy Grove is getting contested again. It looks like we are going to potentially see Tui's team up against Radius's team. Radius's team tried a different strategy, and unfortunately Musel goes down. It is 3 teams. No, never mind. I think we have a team flying over the top, which is probably fresh and Numatoon flying over the top of that one.
And it looks like, unfortunately, we've lost Muselk early, but Alec and Radial managed to survive off spawn there. It might be a little bit of a more even fight rather than the 50-50 we've seen in the 5 games so far. But, just going quickly back to that leaderboard, Aussie, we'll sort of recap for the viewers here as we get into the 6th game, the last game we've got. So we've got Suns and Skits in first at 152. We've got Alex and Bailey at 149. One Elam separating first and second at the moment. Basil and Jace with 140. Pumpkin and Zorka with 139, and then Spiker and Raikou with 136. So only 16 points, or half of Vic Royal. 5 Elams is separating first and 5th at the moment. This is going to be one hell of a finish as we get into this final game. And even as we go down through 5th through 10th, there really isn't that much separating those guys as well, Aussie.
No, and there's big monies changed up as well. You got to think first place, like I just touched on, is walking away with $16,000. Obviously, they're $8,000 to charity, $8,000 to the players. But then you have A place getting $4,000. That's in between 8th and 1st right now. Well, let's take 10th place. 10th place is $2,000. 5th place is $7,000. You're going to get $5,000 difference by getting 10th up until 5th, which is one decent game. Not even a good game. A good game can jump you up even further. So that's where I'm looking at a lot of our teams we were getting excited for that went a little bit slow at the start, as we've now tuned into Greasy Grove and we're noticing a change of tactics we have not seen. It's looking like a split, I believe.
Yeah, it looks like, excuse me, looks like Radial and Alec going to be taking the north side here, as Tui and Apolox might be taking the south side. It'll be interesting to see the switch up in tactics here from Apolox and Radial. Sorry, from Radial and Alec.
That's fine. We got this one here. Apolox and Tui changing up their strategy as well. And we've been hyping up, Tui's Grove, and this is like the spawn fight to watch. And now coming into the last game, they've changed up their tactic as we get to see all the teams. Alex and Bailey, first time I think we're seeing them here on spawn inside Condo Canyon. I believe they are contested by another team on the north side of Condo, but still having south side. A lot of loot there. Skits and Sons inside Logjam Lumberyard. And it's been interesting to see how a lot of the teams are finding success from very different drop spots. I was expecting the teams jumping chonkers to walk away with their massive amount of splashes and really run away with things, but that hasn't really been the case. The splashes are quite spread out across the map at the moment, and I was almost thinking my audio wasn't working then, Timmy. We just had no sound whatsoever, but now the fire is coming out. Radius and Sync inside tilted here. They've got Brendan and Fisher trying to take a fight here onto it's Bowler and Spraz, I believe, and unfortunately, you talked about, coming off the console track, and they're doing well against the old vets.
Yeah, that's one team you really don't want to come up against. Fisher and Brendan, 2 really, really good fighters in the region. We've seen Fisher have some pretty good success in solo cash, which you need really good fighting ability for since he switched to PC. So good to see them, show out a little bit here. But Radial and Alec now trying to get a little bit of a pinch going here on Two and Apolox. See them trying to put some pressure down. Radial trying to creep a little bit here. It's interesting to see how this is going to work out for these 2 teams.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. Once they've stalled the fight out now, the Greasy Grove is going to fight for who gets those splashes, who gets into main Greasy and then secures those coolers, gets the splashes. And now we have another team up on the hill. I thought Radial maybe would have hit that one. Looks like the player wasn't expecting to be sniped at. It's funny that snipers, you know, one of the banes of a lot of players' competitive history, talking about, oh, I was doing so well and then I got headshot sniped in a tournament. So few players running them now. A lot of people have just forgotten how to cover from them. So many players standing in the open, not expecting enemies to have the sniper rifle. This is just a fight that we talked about. Egos, even in a $100,000 tournament, give it to Tui for, you know, he holds down the drop spot. It does not matter how much is on the line. Tui cares almost potentially too much about the drop spot, but hey, it's what's got him to win an FNCS championship, so it must be working.
Yeah, there's a reason it was Tui's Meadows. You know, he fought for it.
Yep.
He fought for it for multiple seasons and eventually did become his drop spot, and as a result, he ended up winning an FNCS from there. So, you know, it is understandable that he wants to have his spot. He's going to fight for it. So that fight might be going on for a little bit longer in this chapter. We'll have to wait and see. What you see there, those coolers you were talking about, Ozzy.
Yep.
Basil picking up 4 chug splashes from that particular cooler there. So they're trying to make their way out of Daily Bugle now. It looks like they've got, not too sure if that was Grizz and Moore sitting above them. No, Gazer and BMP sitting above them here, maybe trying to tag them for a little bit of surge. But looks like there's a north zone, which is nice for anyone landing at the Bugle. Not having to make too far of a rotation.
I think we've got a few of our teams that are landing on that north side who are going to be very happy with that. One team I know is going to struggle a little bit is Alex and Bailey. I don't believe they get Spider-Man priority, and I think they might get a vehicle down at Condo, but they've got a pretty long way to go with the north zone. We have had more of a south zone preference here in the finals as Mars is going to get that reboot off. We talked about the prevalence of visual audio making reboots so incredibly difficult just with how far away they show, and then having that Spider-Man mythic to be able to close that gap. It's really changed up the way that reboots function in this chapter, as Vortex and Suns, a team that we talked about a lot in the beginning, have now started to come back in a big way. They're in 6th place. A podium finish or even a win if they went, let's say, full Vortex and Suns, I want to say, because they really can do it when all the pressure gets on and they can't start getting that kind of power and momentum, but have to be interesting to see if they can hold on to it, as Eshes and Priz, a team that I know on social media have talked about how they're just going to leave nothing out there and go full aggression here in these final games.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see. Good fighters too, Eshes and Prizzy. So it's going to be interesting to see if they do decide to go full Eshes and Prizzy mode and see if they can get in a little bit. Another team to keep an eye out for, we talked them up a little bit at the start if they need to make something happen. Moosmer and Reckless, a really good fighting team. If they decide to start getting in, that might spell doom for a few players around them. It's going to be interesting as we move into this final game here. Who's going to be able to make the plays happen that move them, you know, 1 or 2 different spots up, which could end up meaning a little bit more money for 1 or 2 players.
Yeah, Eshes and Prizzy getting involved in this one. Sink and Ray is in a very split position, kind of got like a bit of a pinch maneuver going on down here. Prizzy's in the bush, which makes things very scary. We got the Gold Crow. What are we getting for that one? It looks like potentially a shotgun. If that is a gold pump shotgun there, or the striker shotgun, would be a big upgrade. It is going from a gray auto shotgun. You talked about how impressive it was that Fresh was utilizing that weapon. Not a go-to in the competitive scene right now, just not as versatile as the striker pump shotgun. The auto shotgun hits hard, but you have to get far too close to use it effectively, and against the best players in the world, it's very, very difficult to get consistent shots off. Most players choosing to use the striker pump that can be a bit more defensive, sit back a couple of boxes, get the piece control, get the edits, but it's a really big upgrade as Zans and Oatly. I want to see our most consistent team here today, only having one poor game, but unfortunately that one poor game is enough to drop them all the way from that top 3 podium down into 7th place overall, because they just don't have the elims that some of these other teams have.
Oh my word. Looks like Radial coning, piecing up Tui.
With the
current
shotgun.
FNCS champion. That gold shotgun, like you said, coming in huge for Radial there. And Apple, no, he whiffs as I said. He whiffs again. No.
No, please hit one of them.
Oh no. Oh, he hits. He finally hits 2 whiff shots.
I don't know if he did hit the end. I think he missed the 3rd as well. I think it was SMG it came down to in the end, but that's fine. He hit the big one to open the fight up. The problem is now that team that's pushing in knows that he's down, because they could very clearly see in that was going for a revive. So very, very rough now. It was a good fight from Radial to open things up. Went a little bit shaky, but hey, they got it done in the end. Let's see if they get the revive off, because it's going to be difficult with that team pushing in. But Oatly and Zans, one of our teams that could jump back up into top 5 or the podium. They've been in the podium, I think since the very first game, right, Timmy? They were in first, top 3 after winning game 1, and unfortunately things came a little bit unstuck. And again, a very newly formed team. Zans, like you said, taking a long break and come back, honestly playing very, very well, but maybe that pressure getting to them.
Yeah, you never know what's going on inside people's heads, but you have to take a long break. You might be getting in your own head after, having one bad game. It's interesting. It'd be interesting to see how they perform this game. It'd be really, really important for them to show up here, make sure they get their surge sorted with, and then get into late game and make some big moves here. Top 7, you've got a lot of room to work with, don't you, Ozzy? Yeah. That's what I was saying. You've got to fight right to the end. You don't want to see these people boxing up and not trying to make things happen. You want to be confident in your ability to get out there, and if you need to fight, you fight. Get involved a little bit. But as I was saying that, there are some teams out there who might get a little bit aggressive.
That is what
might decide to try and take the game by the scruff of the horns. And I've already seen Zalin and Zora with at least 3 kills in the kill feed. It'd be very interesting to see if they continue that momentum. We've seen how devastating they can be in the past. They can keep an eye on.
They can be very devastating when they start to run back with this one. And that's what we saw mostly from the 2 power duos last game. And it comes from that experience. They have played in big games, like big tournaments before. I know that it's funny that Luda, we're talking about AO, right? We're going to go right back to AO history. 2019 AO, the last time we saw AO in LAN. I think the last LAN event we saw for Fortnite was when Luda came second. And he talked about how nervous he was coming into that. Luda specifically choosing to play on a very low sensitivity just because when he gets nervous, he starts to shake and it affects his gameplay so much. Now being a player that I'm hyping up and talking about as an experienced player who can really handle the pressure. It is crazy how much time has passed, but how much these players have progressed in that time.
Yeah, it's one of those things, as you get tired, and particularly someone who gets older and more mature, we've seen these guys age.
Yeah.
Through,
oh no, as we say that, he goes down. Come on, man, the curse. I'm hyping this man up. I'm telling you his whole lineage. I'm telling you about him as a person, his emotional struggles, his development as a boy into a man, and then he just goes down in front of our very eyes. We have Luda and Sora falling here in Game 6. That is going to do it for their tournament, unfortunately. I mean, that is just the way casting seems to always go.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Both of us seem to have some sort of curse on us.
Yep.
You say that's, but you know what this means? These guys are.
That's our first place team. That's huge.
Exactly. They are now ahead by, you'd say, 9 points. That's 3 elims. They
splashes.
Sort of expanded the gap.
I'm seeing 3 full stacks of splashes. Look at this, man. 6 splashes, 6 splashes, 6 splashes. Are you kidding me? They have, I think, 24 splashes at their disposal right now. So as sad as that was to see for Luda and Sorrow, and as much as the caster curse came out, Skits and Suns will be praising us if they know what we've just done for them, because that is a huge, huge turn of events. I have to say it right now, and I'm going to do this. It is Suns and Skits tournament to lose right now. Not only are they in first, they have absolutely everything they could ever need. They don't have Spider-Man, but they have Peppers. They have 20-something splashes. They have Big Pods. They have launch pads. They have max mats. It is their tournament to lose right now. Can they handle the pressure? Because they have to know that as well.
Yeah, and it's the thing. Wonder if these guys can handle the pressure. Suns, remember, people sort of forget about Suns. He was a trio FNCS winner from last season.
Yep.
Can't be sleeping on Suns and Skits. He came over from console quite early on in the game, and he's a really, really good player himself. Definitely a team to keep an eye on this season. And if they make waves here in this tournament by placing first, they're really going to announce themselves on the scene, particularly after a couple of their performances in the Cash Cups.
And that's it. I mean, Cash Cups are one thing, and Cash Cups are very important. They're set lobbies every single week to drill these things and put in practice. But that is what they are to a lot of people. They are really practice for these main events, like the Australian Open, like FNCS, those big tournaments with really big prize pools on the line. First place in OC these days in Cash Cups it's a few $100s each, compared to what is currently $8,000 for first now, $16,000, half going to charity for the Australian Open. It is just an entirely different game at that point. And Basil and Jace looking to try and close this one out strong after a bit of a slow start.
Yeah, really struggled today after we talked about keeping eyes on them because of how aggressive and potentially how confident they're being. I wonder if that confidence has slightly dissipated. We talk about confidence. This is one of the teams that I expect to be overly confident. This is Jarl and Zora. Already got 4 idioms on the board. This is definitely one team to keep an eye on. They do not mind fighting. They are a very aggressive team, very happy to take people on if need be, as they look to try and make their rotation in to zone here. Out on the east side of zone, going to be moving into a lot of people, so I reckon we're going to see them take a fight here pretty soon.
Yeah, Zora and Charlotte have been going very aggressive. This is a team that has been in these lobbies more often than anyone. Both been playing since before World Cup. Jarlan still being one of those players that, alongside Skylar, really should have been representing OCE on the biggest stage ever, but just came second few too many times, and I think honestly has massively changed his career. But fantastic to see both these players still going strong here, still making waves at the end of the tournament, and it's gonna be interesting to see how they close this one out, because Alex and Bailey, we're talking about the old veterans, now we're talking about the young guys. Alex being able to play in his first FNCS last season and winning it. Winning his first FNCS he's eligible to play in, and Bailey alongside him now, a brand new duo. They've really impressed me here today right now. In a top 3, still in the potential to win this, but we've seen Suns and Skits load out. They've got a lot to overcome here. Alex and Bailey need to play very well. They don't have the advantage right now.
No, they don't. There's a lot of other teams here to keep an eye on as well. I wonder where Basil and Jace are. We sort of kept eyes on them before. We see Jace getting another kill. They could be ones to keep an eye on, slowly make their way up on that leaderboard. We've also got Pumpkin and Zorka as we talk to them, or as we go to them. Looks like Pumpkin managed to pick up another 3 points for them as well. They're going to move themselves up, if Basil and Jace don't have any elims, above them into 3rd place. A lot of movement in this leaderboard that can happen even before we get into late game here, with it being just so tight.
I mean, this is going to be so close. We're going to do our best here, all right? I've casted a lot of events, but this is going to be one of the closest tournaments I've ever had to cast here. This end game is going to be very, very difficult to keep eyes on the team. Remember, right now, running you through leaderboard again, in case you've just tuned in, we have Alex, in first place, we have Suns and Skits. In second, we have Alex and Bailey. Third is Basil and Jace. Fourth is Pumpkin and Zalka. And fifth is Spiker and Raikou. And all of them are that close. Remember, Vortex team in 6th, Zan's in 7th. All these teams have the potential to win. There is only 30 points between 7th and 1st, but there is only 12 points between 1st and 3rd. So this is a very, very close leaderboard, and anyone can take it at the end. So we're going to try and cover it. Production's going to try and show us all the action, but it's going to be almost impossible to cover all of us. So keep your eyes on the feed, because if any of those teams I just mentioned went down, it is going to change by thousands of dollars on the leaderboard.
Yeah, one elim could be the difference. We talk about 3 points per elim. It could be the difference here, because the leaderboard is just so tight. So being aware of what's around you, constantly looking, making sure you know what's going on around you, that could be the difference between, earning yourself $2,000 and $4,000. This could be, huge changes for the tiniest of decisions here.
Zora right now using the car to rotate straight. This is very confident play there. I mean, it worked. They've gone through a lot of material to get there, but they are here, and if they're going to keep taking these aggressive fights, it's not the worst strategy. Use your mats to get into a, get a bit of a foothold to then take your next fight. But these fights start to get more and more difficult when these players start to get more and more condensed. You take a fight and you've got a lot of eyes on you, as now Suns and Skits have all eyes on them in first place. I've already called it out. They have the best loadout they could possibly ask for, maybe minus a Spider-Man. They'll pop a pepper each, and they might even launch pad this rotate. Let's see. No, they're going to drop down onto the bottom and use these peppers and run them out as long as they can. This could be the decision that either wins or loses their tournament. Holding on to that launch pad will be massive. It's a long rotate, though. This is a long rotate into the most congested side of zone here in first place.
Yeah, one thing when I see people doing this, I think a mentality, and the mentality of a winner is really important in these scenarios. I'm not a fan of coming and boxing up on low ground like they are right now. I think if you're going to win in these scenarios, you need to have that Aqua mentality of ramping over everyone, cutting lines of sight. And this is exactly why, as we see them start to get sprayed by more than 1 or 2 teams, I think that might have stopped. No, it hasn't. That decision to not ramp over or to not use the launch pad could be the difference between a few $1,000s here and not earning as much as they could here, Aussie. This could be a huge decision.
The first place here is on the line. Suns and Skits are eating through their material. They have so many splashes. Everyone in the lobby is now spraying this. This could just be potentially a free elimination or free surge. They're just going to be popping those splashes. They need reinforced walls. This would be the time to throw up 1 or 2 reinforced walls if they had them. That might be the only thing they didn't have. The lobby focus is intense right now. Suns and Skits, they are white knuckle holding on to this game. They're trying to hold on to anything they can. It's not even white knuckle anymore. This is tooth and nail. They are clawing their way back into this, trying to hold on to first, and I just don't think they're going to. We've seen one of them fall now, and if that is the second player as well, that is massive. Suns goes down. It is just Skits in first place. Don't even want to hear anyone saying I cursed them. This is their own doing. They had everything they needed to close out this game, and that missed decision there to use the peppers and run instead of launch padding could have just cost them the Australian Open 2022.
It really could have, and again, I think it might be a mentality thing as well. If they'd ramped over those teams, if they'd tried to alpha them, if they'd showed that dominance, they mightn't have taken that spray because they've cut lines of sight to everyone above them, but that will be it. Jarlan and Zora pick both of them up. That is 6 elims to Jarlan and Zora now, and it's that's gonna be monumental in terms of the leaderboard, because we've got second place still up, we've got third place still up, we've got fourth place, fifth place. I think we're all the way down to seventh still up. This could be the difference between making 4,000 and making well under that.
Yeah, this is going to be a big shake-up. This is also the same as just winning. Like, the pride that comes with winning the Australian Open, one of the biggest, if not the biggest events in the season or the year for OCE. It's going to be very interesting to see if Alex and Bailey can handle that pressure. Basil and Jace, Pumpkin and Zolka, a lot of players and a lot of newer names that we definitely know about. They're not underrated or unknown in OCE, but it's not the veterans we're used to seeing in these situations, like Jinx and Worthy, like Sorif and Luda, who we've already seen fall. This is a chance for some of these players to make the big statement they need in OCE, or for players like Suns and Vortex to make the statement before they leave OCE that they are the best of the best in the region.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting finish here. This is about as close as it comes. I was trying to do some mental maths in my head, but I can't quite keep up. So we're just going to have to commentate and do our best here, Ozzy, because understanding what the leaderboard looks like right now is nearly impossible. We've got Spiker and Raikou, our current, before this game started, 5th place team. Looks like Sun's picking up another Elam there, our current 6th place team. There are so many movements happening on the leaderboard right now. It's so hard to keep up.
Yeah, and Fresh and Numatoon doing incredibly well here today. Alec and Radial, a last-minute forming duo, going up against Zora and Jarlin here, a team that Radius knows very well. Alec on the other side of this one here. Jace is up there on the corner. Remember, Jace is still in this, currently in 3rd place with Basil. And we put a lot of focus on Vortex, and it looks like his old trio mate stealing the spotlight a little bit. And man, I'm really impressed with how Alec is playing this fight right now to hold off Jarlin and Zora here. This is very, very rough, as now we see Alex and Bailey. We see Zolka and Pumpkin. Oh, I love this split from the production. Thank you, Jace and Basil. We get to see all 3 of our most relevant teams, our podium finish teams, and this is setting the stage. They're all healthy. They're all still in this one. Alex and Bailey looking to be the weakest so far as Jinx falls down to Zolka, as Pumpkin and Zolka have a fantastic loadout. Can Alex and Bailey hold on? Can they close it out like they did a few weeks ago in the Duo Cash Cup? Because 25 builds, this is by far the worst loadout we've seen for our top 3 teams.
Yeah, it sure is, and they are one thing to keep an eye on, though, 500 below. They need to do some serious damage because that zone, or that surge, will hold 44 players still alive, 14 to go down for the surge to not hit on the next rotating zone. They need to find some damage, and they need to find it fast, or they might struggle here in this rotating as they start to get held by a large percentage of the lobby.
This is not good right now. Alex and Bailey, it's going to take some huge effort. I mean, Alex is absolutely crazy. One of the best players at OC. He's proved it time and time again, but he's going to fall here right before the finish line. He's going to trip and stumble. Bailey, I think, is on a skerrick of health. I think that's about 5 health. It's 3 health right now. Bailey and Alex go down. So we have lost Suns and Skids, Alex and Bailey. We are now all eyes on Basil and Jace, our highest point team alive, but also not looking the healthiest until they get those meds off. Basil needs to survive. They have the splashes. They have Spider-Man. They have 4 eliminations, so they are looking fantastic. This is their game to win. This is their tournament to win, but if Pumpkin and Zalk have anything to say about it, our first team that came sprinting out of the gates as fast as you could in the first few games and then completely hit a brick wall. Their pace stopped. They got 0 points in 2 games, and it looks like potentially game 6 is going to be the same story. It's Raikou. Right now, we have 5th place getting an elimination onto 3rd place. 2 of the teams still up right now. So where is Basil and Jace? Basil and Jace right now looking the best, but the player jumps in. Basil goes down to about 15 health. Jace managed to get both of those down. They win both of them, Timmy. They're pushing forward. This is looking like Basil and Jace versus Spiker and Raikou.
It sure is. Also keep an eye on Vortex and Suns. I haven't seen them go down yet, but this is the team to keep an eye on. Is Jace. It's another huge shot. Flenny going down. 25 damage on that finish shot. Jace, 5 evens to his name. Basil trying to lead him through this endgame here. Spiker and Raikou still going strong. Vortex and Suns only with 2 elims. They need to have a big elim game to make up, so I don't think they're in the running for first. But Spiker and Raikou versus Jace and Basil, that's the story at the moment. We've got 21 players alive, 12 teams.
Timmy, everyone is still in this. Spiker and Raikou right now, 4 eliminations, trying to push forward. We are not going to be able to call this. I don't think it's going to be possible to figure out who wins this until we get the leaderboard to show, because so many teams are still in this one. We see Suns just above, Spiker, Raikou on the front side on the low ground. We see Jace and Basil. They have 7 eliminations as Jace goes down to 4 health, has the minis. Can he get out? Is a single stray bullet going to end Jace and Basil's chance to win the Australian Open 2022, as Basil now has the most health of this team, needs to try to make make some moves happen as Raikou and Spiker in the bottom left of your screen. We jump over onto Loot Boy's new signings, Vortex and Suns. Before we book their ticket to EU, they have to once and for all prove they're the best in OCE. We see Spiker on the edge of that wall. Raikou goes down. Basil goes down. This could be Suns and Vortex. They could be running away with this, but they only have 2 eliminations, whereas Jace and Basil have 7. Basil has fallen. Jace needs to hold on. 7 teams, 10 players. Chimchar on the other side of the walls. We still have so many relevant names, but Jace, you have to imagine he's going to go down here. Does he go down in the feed? Suns goes down. He does go down in the feed. Vortex now goes down. Timmy, I have no clue who is going to win this.
Weeksy, I think, is up on height here. Radial and Alec, how the hell? They're still alive in this one after we saw them go down, or nearly go down at half. Radial trying to crank up, but all of those big name teams made it through at about that top 5 or top 6. It is going to be one insane finish here, as I think we're just waiting for Radial to go down here to finish it off, as Queeksy and M1 finish it up with a win. Great finish for them, potentially earning themselves a few $100 more. So great little finish there for Queeksy and M1. But my lord, Aussie, I have no idea who's going to win this after that.
I think Basil and Jace. I think it's Basil and Jace only because of the eliminations alone right there. I think we saw about 6 or 7 elims on them total at the very end to close that one out. So I don't know. Spiker and Raikou are making moves though. So Vandy, did you see something we missed? Do you know who won it, or are we going to have to wait for this leaderboard? Because it is so close.
Good joke, guys. Good joke. But no, I was watching the same as you. Every time I thought I had a grip on the situation, things kept changing. And it's just the final game kind of hype that we always see. I honestly think you're right though with Basil and Jace. Just the fact that Jace was also able to hold on even after getting the eliminations, I think that did a lot of work for them, but we have to wait and see. Let's go through the replays. Let's just catch our breath, go through the replays as we get the standings ready.
I mean, I'm going to need to catch my breath. That's one of the closest finals tournaments I have ever casted. It coming down to a few eliminations, I'm sure. As we saw Muselk and Chances, I think I heard on the grapevine and I saw on social media, Muselk and Chances were hopefully going to try and pull off some kind of a meme Skybase, and honestly, got to give them the respect. They tried. We saw the Marshmallow Rocker fit. We saw Muselk as the Banana Hulk combination there. We almost saw the Skybase in the Australian Open finals, but unfortunately, it doesn't come off. But Radial and Alec, like you touched on, Timmy, after a very sketchy spawn fight, still managed to go on and absolutely dominate and come second.
Yeah, it wasn't just the sketchy spawn fight. It was the fight against Jarlin and Zora as we ended half as well. These guys proving to be extremely resilient, extremely hard to eliminate. As we see there, Radial picking up Tui and Applelox to finish up. But this was another huge moment in the game. Sorif and Luda, last game's winners, proving that they could potentially come up and maybe make their way into the top 5 with a huge game. It's going to be interesting to see how these leaderboards shake out as we see Suns and Skits get a couple of elims here. And then these guys proving to be a little bit of a menace on the lobby as well, Jarlin and Zora, as they made their way through. Really, really good game from them as well.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough to see that top finish out. And again, the win is very important. You want to see who takes out the Australian Open title. It really is one of the crowning jewels, if not the crowning jewel of the OCE year when it comes to competitive. We haven't had the LAN events since 2019. We've had the online event now. It's coming back, and whoever wins this is now going to have big bragging rights going into FNCS, which takes place in only a couple weeks' time. So it's confidence, it's money, it's the bragging rights. Maybe it's the locking down a drop spot, but Suns and Skits have played so well here today. But this lobby focus, this was the tournament decision right here, Timmy. We talked about it. Long rotate, choosing not to use the launch pad, choosing not to make the more aggressive alpha play of trying to ramp up over the team, and it cost them the tournament. It really did.
Yeah, and also put them on low ground. You got to look at that position they put them in. There was no way they were going to survive that lobby focus. Everyone could see them. They're in a little bit of a valley. That hill above them, the hill below them, the hill above them to the right there. Everybody had eyes on them, and everyone was hoping for an extra 3 points or an elim. So that focus just never stopped. And as a result, unfortunately, they go down. And I think I'm pretty comfortable saying then we're probably not going to find them in the top 3. And it just comes down to a split-second decision potentially to not use that launch pad or to not play in that more aggressive manner. So a little bit sad to see them go out in that sense. But as we went through the late games here, it really came down to who got the most elims. I think that's what it's going to come down to, Aussie. Who got the elims and who didn't?
Yeah, who got the elim and who didn't? Because we had some consistent teams up there. Like, we had Oli and Zans playing very consistent placement, dropping themselves down because they just couldn't get the elims together. But Basil and Jace at the very end, they held their own on the mid and low ground. It's so funny. Chapter 3, our first major stack tournament, not a cash cup, and high ground just wasn't the play at all. High ground has seen almost no gameplay or no actual moments of brilliance here in this tournament. Yes, it's a little bit consistent placement, but the eliminations just weren't there. So a lot of the teams choosing to play the low and mid ground, like Vortex and Suns, were just able to rack up more eliminations to jump themselves up on the leaderboard. Unfortunately, having that inconsistent game, but there it is, 7 eliminations, 5 of them on Jace. I think that right there will be the tournament, but we'll have to see. It was 7 teams, 9 players alive at this point, so Jace managed to still get, I think that was top 6 placement. I think he got top 5 there, but we just had like 5 people die within 3 seconds. That is why we can't call who won this one. And again, if you're wondering, on the screen, this display for points is their arena points. That is not their tournament points, which again makes it harder to find out who wins, but also it creates the excitement when it comes here to this right now, this leaderboard. We don't actually know who won this.
Yeah, and we came down to the end here. I think these guys getting a win might have secured themselves a little bit more extra money. And of course, Alec and Radial, I said, proving to be very hard to elim, managed to end up in second as well. So a really nice game there from them. Going to be interesting to see where both of those teams finish up, but don't think they're going to be contesting for the top 10 at all.
Yeah, it's still big money though. It's still a few $100s or a few thousand. It's crazy that Fortnite, when we talk about it, there's so much going on. We can't even find the room to talk about how someone could have just made thousands of dollars or $1,000. Like, that is still big money at the end of the day, but it's all about the podium finish, Vandy.
It's all about the podium finish, and I know you're eagerly awaiting the standings. I mean, there was a couple of names that we were kind of banking on. We had Spiker and Raikou, we had Alex and Bailey, Pumpkin and Zorka. It was still anyone's game, but that was a weird game in a way because we didn't have our top 10 kind of cleanly finish the game. So I think that means that each elimination, each placement is really going into overtime. Yeah. But do you think there was any desperation from any of the players knowing this as well?
I mean, I'm sure Jace at the very end there, when you're kind of playing through those mid-ground layers, it is just pure mechanics. I think, honestly, your brain switches off. There is just so little you can actually do when you're going through those mid-game tops, when you just don't really know what's going on. I think you went down to about 2 health there. You had a bit of shield, and you're just going off reaction tests at that point. And I think the desperation was there, but that's where you see the ones who can handle the pressure. We were talking earlier about some players like Luda who sometimes get a little bit shaky, and maybe the pressure kind of gets to them in those endgame situations. But Jace's team held on to their own, and they played very consistent Fortnite. We didn't talk about him too much, Timmy, but they really impressed me today.
No, we didn't talk about them much at all. It kind of little bit flew under the radar. They won the last Cash Cup, and here they are, potentially winning this next thing, or the next tournament, sorry. Really putting the name on the map there about potentially being one of the teams to really look out for as a potential FNCS champion this season.
Something as well that you did touch on was that the high ground wasn't as impactful this time around, but you did say that players probably would stick to their game plans where they could. But when you're sort of seeing that, hey, eliminations could kind of make or break, is that why we didn't see as much high ground? Everyone was choosing to kind of stay around the mid and low ground because you get a greater chance of those eliminations? Yeah,
more eliminations. When eliminations are worth 3, which is, right now, you always talk, when you look at whether a format is going to be elimination or placement heavy, you look at basically ratios of eliminations to placements. So right now, it's about 10 eliminations to a win. That is a lot. I mean, technically, that's a lot of points, not a lot of eliminations. So if you're on high ground and you're getting a 4 elimination win, which in most formats would be very, very solid, that's not really worth a lot when there's a team down below, like we saw with Jace's team there, who has 6 eliminations in the top 5. They're going to walk away with more points for that game. And a lot of these players, when they have superior mechanics like that, it's just easier. High ground is so volatile. Player can Spider-Man up. Someone like we saw in that last game I was talking about, you could have Zora and Jalen going for a crank off against, I think it was Jinx's team in game 5. Like, there's just so much less control. Where mid ground and low ground, you build your tops, you play hip to hip, and you hit your shots and usually walk away with a few elims.
That makes a lot of sense. But one more thing as well. We also talk about those clutch moments, and something that you kind of said was like your brain switches off, instinct kind of kicks in. Is that something that players can train for, or is that just experience that kind of comes into that?
I mean, I'll let the coach take that one. You're the one used to coaching players, Timmy. What do you think about that one?
Oh, it's all experience, all about holding a nerve, and a little bit of muscle memory as well. So making sure you've done your training, obviously, making sure the Kovacs or the in-game training's coming in, but a lot of it is just making sure that you've done the reps, making sure that when your brain goes into sort of switch off mode, your muscles and your instinct takes over. And just talking about what Ozzy said a little bit before, the only person we really saw frag out on high ground today was Worthy, and Worthy's an absolute enigma. We haven't really seen natural aim talent like that. I don't think in this game basically at all. So I think you're right. I think that everyone has sort of morphed their play styles since Centered's developed that really aggressive low ground cutoff play style that allows you to get more elims, and it means that those people on high ground mightn't be as effective unless you got someone like Worthy, who's just a human machine on your team.
And I mean, for those aspiring to be able to compete in one of those cups, I guess, and this one probably for Timmy, what's kind of the advice that you give him, like to become like worthy, or is it just again you just
can't become like worthy? Worthy's different breed. It's just natural aim talent. But yeah, I'm sure Timmy can kind of get you through the whole training routine. But yeah, worthy's different. Don't aspire to be like worthy. No. You want to aspire to be other players.
Well, hold up, Timmy, hold up, because I'm excited, and I know you guys have been waiting for this. Without further ado, I think we should just reveal the standings. I'm not going to say a word. I just want to see it. I want to see who walked away with this.
Who walked away? Who's on the podium? Who got the win? Because it's coming down to a few eliminations. It is Basil and Jace, though. They jumped up pretty high, so that is still a big difference. 15 points right there. So it ended up, that's like the biggest break we've seen in quite a while on the leaderboard, and it's just off the back of sheer eliminations. That is 15 points. That is 5 eliminations right now. That was what was the difference here. So they managed to jump up there huge and $16,000, but Spiker and Raikou getting second on 168, Pumpkin and Zolka 161. They came out so hot out of the gates in the first couple games and just fell a bit short towards the end, but still a top 3 huge. And then only 1 point the difference between 3rd and 4th for Suns and Skids. And then we had a tie break for Alex Bailey up against Vortex and Suns. I mean, that is a crazy top 6 right there, Timmy.
Yeah, it's a really, really good finish there. I haven't seen a tournament that close in a long time. Made for really good viewing at the end there. And of course, rounding out that top 10, we've got Brax and Matthew. We didn't really talk about them much, but we saw them take out 2 seconds today. Zans and Oatley, I had Zans as my MVP for a while there. Maybe not quite showing up in the last few games like he did in the first 3. Reckless and Moosma, we hardly talked about them. I don't know how they ended up in 9th. We talked about them at the start, but suddenly they're in 9th. I'd like to maybe go back and see how they...
Alec and Radial. What in 12th place? Alec and Radial, the last minute find there for Alec. I mean, they were going greasy. They were kind of winning. Then they went... I mean, I'm very surprised to see Alec and Radial do that well with how many switch ups they had. We had Sync and Radius. Luda and Sorif were kind of making that dream comeback in game 5. Just fell down a little bit short in game 6 there as well. Remy up here, Districts. We have Bathan and Rel just inside the top 20. I'm eager to see where we had Fresh and Nubatoon end up, because there they are in 21st, and honestly, very respectable. I think that's truly impressive. They did not have an insane drop spot. They have not had a lot of competitive experience coming into this one. We saw them a few times, and they had a lot of flares of brilliance. I think, honestly, from what I could tell, it was rotating zones where they came unstuck, and that's the part of the game that you just can't play unless you are putting the time into scrims and tournaments. But a 21st place for 2 players who have basically retired from competitive for this entire chapter, truly impressive.
Yeah, we saw a few other big names there, Scammed and Tui, and a couple of those other big players rounding out in that sort of 20th to 30th range. So, look to see them maybe make a bit more of an impact as we move into FNCS season. So, I wouldn't be too worried if I was fans of them or if I was them in general. They'll swing around, and we'll see, them adapt to the meta a little bit more. Everyone's trying to do that a little bit as we, get used to the Spider-Man and the SMG sort of meta. It's just a little bit more adaptation for them, and they'll be sweet.
Kickstart into giving them a feel for it. And something interesting is me as well, our team previews back when we kind of started, I went back to check, and about 3 out of 5 of them did manage to make it in the top 10. So nice. Pretty well done from the both of you. You all highlighted them, and I thought that was great. That was a nail-biting finish. That was exactly the type of tournament we wanted to have. I want to thank you both so much for your wonderful commentating as always, and for bringing the hype, the energy, the passion. And Ozzy, I know that I personally speak for everyone in the community when we say that OC Fortnite would not be the same without you. All the best for your move to the US. No. All the best for your move to the US. This was a little bit of a sneaky production thing. We wanted to thank you properly. And I know that you already reassured me that even with the completely opposite time zones, OC can't get rid of you that easily.
No.
Timmy, he's been your partner in crime. You're one of our dynamic duos for a reason. Are you actually going to miss him though?
No, not really. It's gonna be. I mean, he'll be around. He'll be kicking.
I'm still doing it. I mean, I've been getting up at 3 a.m. doing NA and stuff. I'm still the solo cash cups are the perfect time for me at the moment as well. FNCS, me and Timmy have been cooking something up a little bit as well, so we can do that. And we were talking before the show. You said, next AO you might have to, wake up at a different time of the world to cast it. I was like, no, it's gonna be in person. Hopefully everything gets under control. It's in person. I'm flying back for it. I would not miss AO. It is beautiful. Thank you. I do appreciate that, but no. I'm not going anywhere when it comes to following OC and stuff. I've been watching all the Duo Cash Cups off stream, loving it as well, so I'm not going anywhere.
Regardless, we love your energy. And like I said, even though the US gets you, I know that you'll do amazing things over there and you'll be an ambassador for us all. So cannot wait till you're back and practice your autographs is all I've got to say.
Oh, jeez. We'll see how we go. But, I mean, what a tournament, Vanny. That was AO delivered. Obviously, you and me, you've been to the LAN events for AO. Now we've got the online AO, and it still delivers the hype, the excitement, the closeout at the very end.
Always.
That was one of the best tournaments I've watched in a minute. That end game was so incredibly close to all the top teams. That was incredible.
And Timmy, any final words before I close this show out?
No, just a big thank you to the production team and to AO for putting it on. Obviously, OC always really appreciates when people out here are willing to put some time and effort into the region. So big shout out to production, big shout out to AO in general, and big shout out to you, Ozzy. Obviously, been a big help for me in my career, projecting me up. So huge appreciation to you. Hope you enjoy your time over in the US.
Bro.
And
you don't need me, man. You're killing it. You got this.
Yeah, so big shout out to everyone. And then, of course, Vandy, we appreciate you hosting. Great job as always.
Oh, you guys are so sweet. All right, everyone watching today, I hope you enjoyed the show. A big thank you, as always, to the Australian Open for running these amazing summer smashes alongside Epic Games. A shout out to the production and broadcasting crew keeping things running behind the scenes. And a huge thank you to all of you watching along today. Until the next time,